This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 611 Suppression. Millions of miles away. Several 6th level Nagas from the North Sea King Court hid behind an underwater mountain range. They have not yet recovered from the thrilling escape before. However, when they carefully looked at the battlefield in the distance, the fear on their faces that had never faded was instantly transformed into astonishment. But more of it was shock. Is this the legendary Lord of the Market of the Heavens? It really deserves to be the great existence that Dagon has been admiring for hundreds of years. Looking at the Blackline Whale King who turned around and fled after a face-to-face encounter in the distance, the eyes of several 6th level Nagas were all widened. Although they had heard some things from Dagon many times in the past, they were far less shocked than what they saw with their own eyes this time. You have to know that it was a 7th level Blackline Whale that had ascended to the throne of the true Emperor of the Deep Sea. But it turned around and fled without hesitation after just one encounter. This scene alone was enough to be deeply engraved in their hearts, and they might not forget it even after hundreds or thousands of years. In front of several Nagas, the Queen of the North Sea, who had stabilized from serious injuries, suddenly spoke. After this, I will announce my abdication, and Dagon will succeed me as the new King of the North Sea. In the future, everyone must assist you with all their strength. Do you understand? Yes, Queen. We will definitely assist His Highness Dagon with all our strength. I believe that under the leadership of His Highness, our North Sea Royal Court will surely restore the ancient glory. No. More than that. What is the ancient glory? Our goal is to establish a royal court, lead the Naga clan to the distant sea, and gain a foothold in that vast unknown sea. In the distance, the purple mist palm extended rapidly, and it seemed that there was no concept of space in front of it. No matter how fast the 7th level Blackline Whale was, the purple mist palm instantly reached above its body. In the Jutian market, Song Chi, who was wrapped in the deep purple mist energy, raised his right hand and pressed it down suddenly. Wah 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 wah. A large amount of seawater was pushed to both sides by the majestic energy of the purple mist palm, and endless bubbles were scattered, as if sensing the huge threat brought by the purple mist palm that was slapping down quickly. The Blackline Whale King below stopped fleeing, and the huge blood energy contained in the supergiant body was fully mobilized by him, and finally all gathered at a certain point in his body. If someone was in his body at this moment, he would definitely see the gradually strong golden light. In the sky of Jutian market, Song Chi was slightly surprised. He caught the fleeting golden light in the Blackline Whale King body. It's actually a golden wonder. Interesting. The interest in his heart instantly increased a lot. In the past hundreds of years, I have always thought that the water continent where Dagon was located was at most a 7th level floating land. Now it seems that he has underestimated it. Although there are definitely examples of golden objects being bred on a level 7 floating land, the number is very rare. In this case, the possibility that this sea continent is just a level 7 floating land is very low. Dagon said before that this Blackline Whale King has only been promoted to level 7 for more than 100 years. If this sea continent is really an ordinary level 7 floating land, how could a golden object that is extremely rare on a level 7 floating land be controlled by a dominant creature that has just been promoted to level 7? It would be more reasonable if it were all divided up by the old dominant creatures on the floating land. Right? The gold flashed, and finally formed a special defensive water curtain above the body of the Blackline Whale King. Obviously, this golden object has defensive properties. Song Chi didn't care, and the speed of the purple mist's palm pressing down did not stop at all. Boom! The two collided quickly, and the energy shock wave generated once again rolled up a large amount of water. Although the golden object is not bad, the Blackline Whale King that stimulated it is only level 7 after all, and it only stalemates for a few seconds in the end. However, due to the blessing of the seabed environment, although the water curtain was broken, the purple mist palm also lost a lot of power, and the palm dimmed a lot, which made the final attack on the body of the Black Whale King very limited in power. The black whale itself has a very good physique. It is not a starry sky beast but better than a starry sky beast. In addition, with the blessing of the deep sea, it is easy to defeat it with the power of the quasi-8th level, but it is extremely difficult to kill it. After reaching this conclusion, Song Chi made several moves one after another, and finally, he completely gave up the idea of killing the opponent. Since it is impossible to kill, why not try another way? With a thought, a faint light flashed between his eyebrows. and the Tianqiu, which was far away in the Snake-Tooth River system, was remotely summoned back. After entering the main control room of the battleship, Song Qi activated the time chessboard component on the battleship with telekinesis. To be more precise, it is the time cage feature of the time chessboard. Since it is impossible to kill it directly, then seal it here. With the effect of the time cage, it is no problem to seal the opponent for 10,000 years. If that happens, Song Qi will surely be able to kill it with a wave of his hand. Of course, because of the cover of the purple mist energy, Song Qi active recall of the Tianqiu was not seen by the many alien races below, under the deep sea. As the recondensed purple mist palm pointed out, a trace of extremely condensed time energy shot out. The Blackline Whale King below wanted to use the same trick again and activated a layer of defensive water curtain again. But this time he obviously miscalculated. After touching the defensive water curtain, this time energy light spot was not affected at all and easily penetrated the whole thing. Finally, in the Blackline Whale King's suspicious eyes, this ray of time energy sank into his body. On! No! The high-pitched whale roar resounded through the deep sea. The Blackline Whale King, who felt the suction force from the ancient river of time, had never been so frightened as at this moment. He could feel that the status of this ancient time power was so high that it was unimaginable. Once he was really suppressed by this time power, it would be difficult for him to break free. Almost without thinking, the majestic blood in the whale's body burst out, along with the perfect level of water law, and even blood mist was spreading around the body. The Blackline Whale King even used the means of burning life. However, even so, it only prolonged the stalemate a little, and he still could not change the final outcome. As time went on, the ancient power of time continued to increase. In just a dozen minutes, it had grown to a point that even the 7th-level dominant creatures could not resist. About 20 seconds later, a long groan was heard from the deep sea. After that, the huge body of the Blackline Whale King suddenly disappeared in the sea. What about the Blackline Whale King? My lord. This sudden scene made a large number of creatures hiding in the distance feel confused at the same time. Even Dagon and Luke. In response to Dagon's respectful inquiry, Song Qi gave an indifferent reply with a market projection. I have sealed it here. It will never escape within 10,000 years. After leaving these words, he did not linger. With a change of mind, the projection of the Zhutian market slowly dissipated. In the rockery under the sea, Dagon suppressed his surprise and said goodbye. Half an hour later, with the help of the magic submarine, Dagon successfully reunited with the Queen of the North Sea. This tens of thousands of kilometers of deep sea is not something that it can bear nakedly at the 5th level now. The final result was explained. Hearing this, the Queen of the North Sea thought for a moment, and then said, it has been sealed for 10,000 years. Remember not to make this public. Immediately notify the royal army and start infiltrating the sea area where the Blackline Whale clan belongs. Luke, please ask your Thor family to provide another batch of water-use war god mechas. My North Sea Royal Court will definitely reward you in the future. Queen, do you want to notify the other 3 royal courts? We alone cannot swallow up all the sea areas of the Blackline Whale clan. Yes, although the Blackline Whale King has been sealed, there are many 6th-level Blackline whales. We alone are not enough. Don't worry. We must notify them. But we have to take the best sea area first. After the purple mist energy dissipated, the entire market in Zhutian market has returned to peace. Of course, many alien races are still talking about this in a low voice. I don't know what the result will be. And who is summoning the Lord of the Market before? You have to ask the old people in the market. Song Qi ignored the various discussions in the market. He was not in a good mood at the moment, and sighed secretly in his heart. After the market was promoted to the 6th level, the projection had reached the 8th level. But this was only within the market. After the projection across the boundless starry sky, it was only a quasi-8th level combat power, which was still not enough. Thinking of this, Song Qi took the initiative to comfort himself that he could not ask for too much. Now that he was only at the 6th level, he already had a quasi-8th level combat power trump card. For countless star sea creatures, this was already something they could not get. But what I thought before was indeed true. Although the quasi-8th level combat power was enough to crush the 7th level master, once it was limited to a special environment. Like today, the deep sea area has a considerable limit on the combat power of the market projection. The Black Whale King itself has extraordinary vitality, and has a defensive golden treasure that fits the sea environment. Even if some abilities on the Tianqiu Sanqiong are used remotely, it is still difficult to solve it in a short time. Thinking of this problem, Song Qi thought for a while, and finally shook his head and thought to himself, we can only promote the market as soon as possible. After the 7th level, the combat power of the market projection should be able to increase further. I just don't know if the combat power of the market projection will be promoted to the peak of the 8th level after the 7th level, or directly soar to the beginning of the 9th level? Dagon's summons this time was a small episode. After that, Song Qi daily life returned to peace. Outside, in the Snake Fong River system, each family is still trying their best to plunder every corner of the river system and discuss the final distribution method of the Snake Fong River system. Obviously, it will take some time to discuss it. Of course, this time cannot really last too long. After all, there are 2 inspectors watching on the side. They will not allow the fleet of the Tianpan River system to delay the advancement speed. Time passed, and another 10 years passed. This day happened to be a new market transaction. But unlike the past, Song Qi received a small surprise this time. The market's strange item exchange shop was now crowded with aliens. At the innermost side of the shop, Dagon, who had not participated in the market transaction for a long time, was standing here with his head bent. Behind him were 2 6th-level Nagas acting as bodyguards, and behind them were the market elders, who wanted to watch the show. Among them were not only 4th-level centaurs and night elves, but even the wizard civilization, the half-rat people of the God Realm continent, the ancient dwarves, and other people who had great beginnings, also gathered here curiously. In the past 10 years, they had already known each other about the market summoning. Among all the people who exchanged the market projection order, only Dagon had not received a definite response. Everyone had already determined that the one who summoned the market lord with the market projection order was the North Sea Royal Court behind Dagon. Now it seems that their guess is not wrong. After all, in the past hundreds of years, Dagon has never been treated as a close-fitting 6th-level guard, without paying attention to the probing eyes of the market regulars behind him. Dagon, wearing the crown of the North Sea Royal Court, bowed and saluted, and then he quickly explained his purpose. Dagon, on behalf of the entire North Sea Royal Court, thanks you again for your protection today. I was busy conquering the sea area of the Blackline whale clan in the past 10 years, and was unable to spare time. I hope you will forgive me. As he said that, he gestured to the 2 6th-level Nagas behind him. Then he saw 2 6th-level Nagas step forward, each holding a storage capsule in their hands. Without Song Qi saying anything, Dagon quickly explained, My lord, this is an apology from my North Sea Royal Court. Please accept it. As he spoke, he waved his hand and opened both storage capsules. At the same moment, Song Qi, who was in the freestall area of the market, narrowed his eyes. It's actually titanium crystals. Judging from the number, it should be no less than 50,000. I think the titanium crystal veins were discovered in the sea area of the Black Whale clan. And Dagon happened to remember the several resources he actively acquired, so he took them all. It was a pleasant surprise. With a thought, his reply was quickly transmitted on the projection screen in the middle of the strange item exchange shop. Yes, you are thoughtful. Seeing the reply, Dagon's face was even more joyful. He bowed again and said excitedly, As long as you are satisfied, my lord, with your help, our North Sea Royal Court has occupied the most essential sea area of the Black Whale clan. In the future, we only need to cultivate for a period of time, and our clan's strength will be explosively improved. All this is given by you, and my North Sea Royal Court will remember it for life. After a long time, Dagon and the other 2 walked out of the strange item exchange shop. But soon the market elders surrounded them. Dagon, tell me what happened. What happened 10 years ago? Did you go to war with the Black Whale clan? Over the past hundreds of years, the relationship between the market elders is naturally very good. They have learned about the corresponding situation of the North Sea Royal Court from Dagon a long time ago. If not, the Thor family behind Luke also reached a cooperation with the North Sea Royal Court under this circumstance. After Dagon explained the whole thing, the faces of the market elders were stern, especially when hearing the market projection suppress a 7th-level overlord with one strike. Chapter 612 Immortal Pulse Wave. After a while of discussion, everyone's eyes sparkled, and they were fascinated. Suppressing the dominant creatures with a flip of the hand. What kind of amazing power is this? You should know that in the hearts of these people, the 7th level creatures are already worshipped as gods. It can be said that Dagon's words have a great impact on everyone's hearts. For the Lord of the Market, they have always only had a very general concept of powerful. But they don't know where the power is, and what kind of power it has. Today, after listening to Dagon's explanation, they have a deep understanding of the power of the Lord of the Market of the heavens. And at the same time, this makes them more excited. For the market projection or the enthusiasm, being able to suppress the dominant creatures of the star sea at will. This trump card is something that no one does not want. For this scene, Song-Chi, who appeared in the vest of the Blue Blood clan, shook his head secretly in his heart. At this time, he did not want to see the appearance of new aliens, who exchanged for the market projection order. There are only 3 left of the 5 market projection orders, including the North Sea Royal Court and the Night Elves. Now, he needs to take care of the entire civilization war that will last for an unknown period of time. At this time, if he issues another one, it will not be enough for him. Fortunately, the market projection order he set in the second collapse is difficult to redeem. Multiple silver legendary items, or a golden holy item, are not something that every alien race can bring out. After the market transaction ended, Song-Chi counted the batch of titanium crystals sent by Dagon. The number was not bad, totaling more than 70,000 pieces, enough for him to strengthen several parts later. Speaking of component strengthening, Song-Chi entered the Tianxu Sanqiong again. Well, to be precise, it was the Cultivation secret realm in the Tianxu Sanqiong. Not bad, for 7th level silver apples matured at one time. In the middle of the Cultivation secret realm, standing below the 7th level silver apple mother tree, Song-Chi picked 4 7th level silver apples one after another. 100 years have passed since the silver apple mother tree was promoted to the 7th level, under the effect of the secret realm accelerator feature. Countless tens of thousands of years have passed in the Cultivation secret realm. The first batch of 7th level silver apples have finally matured. As for why the growth is so slow, could it be that the 7th level silver apple really needs hundreds, or even tens of millions of years from fruiting to full maturity? This is naturally impossible. The reason is actually inseparable from the Tianxu Sanqiong. Although the Cultivation secret realm has been strengthened to the 7th level, the Tianxu Sanqiong, which carries the secret realm, is only a dreadnought after all. It is impossible to say that it can really bring the Cultivation secret realm to its full effectiveness. So even though it is accelerated by millions of years, it actually has to be discounted. Without staying on this issue for too long, after leaving the secret realm, Song-Chi's eyes quickly fell on all the red parts of the battleship. Mother-child soul-controlling ring red, LV60. Black gold horn red, LV60. Behemoth's heart red, LV60. Superpowered controller red, LV60. Summoning spirit puppet red, LV60. Oath of pledge red, LV60. God-binding chain red, LV60. Totem soul pillar red, LV60. Long-distance communication disc red, LV60. Master servant contract red, LV60. Sky-breaking cone red, LV60. Plasma guardian red, LV60. Tai soul calming monument red, LV60. Void shadow killing clan soldier tree red, LV60. Battleship transposition device red, LV60. Aurora jump device red, LV60. Proportional zoom device red, LV60. Void membrane red, LV60. Life system medical repair cabin red, LV60. 19 red parts, which 4 to evolve into silver. This obviously needs careful consideration. 2 minutes later, he's successfully locked 4 parts. Master servant contract, plasma guardian, void shadow killing clan soldier tree, void membrane. These 4 parts are the most involved. An early promotion will have the greatest impact on him and the battleship. Master servant contract, needless to say, after evolving into silver and strengthening to LV70, the maximum number of contracts is increased from 4 to 6. And the ability to constrain the servants who sign the contract is also stronger. As for Plasma Guardian, it means that Song-Chi will be able to carry a 7th level single plasma shield with him in the future, which is definitely a qualitative improvement for his personal safety. Speaking of the Void Shadow Killing Clan Soldier Tree part, after the battleship already has the LV80 Flame Elf Soldier Tree part. The reason why Song-Chi still tried his best to evolve it to silver quality as soon as possible is very simple. No matter how good the quality of the Flame Energy Soldier Tree is, No matter how high the combat power of the summoned 8th level flame energy soldier is, it will ultimately affect the pure combat power. But the Void Shadow Killing Clan soldier tree is different. As a rare space-type soldier tree part, the Void Shadow Killing Clan soldier tree can not only perfectly match Song Chi's own space law, but also give full play to its unpredictable ability to travel. Even with the help of brain waves, he could slightly improve his understanding of the laws of the origin of space, which was the most critical. The last void membrane, needless to say, as a rare permanent hidden component, its importance to the Tianxu Sangqiong is self-evident. Mirage Dragon Wanhua Pearl, although it is not bad, its Mirage feature is time-limited after all, and it cannot completely replace a permanent hidden component. Just after strengthening all 4 evolved components to the 7th level, Song Chi's eyes suddenly flashed. The next second, his figure suddenly swept out of the warship, the market configuration area, and the God Kingdom mission platform configuration was right in front. As Song Chi took the initiative to touch this golden special configuration, he quickly entered the God Kingdom mission platform exclusive God Kingdom player trading space. The first time he entered this trading space, Song Chi walked quickly to a trading stall not far away. Nowadays, the number of players under the God Kingdom task platform is far more than before. There are countless God Kingdom players setting up stalls in the trading space, and there are rarely 2 precious items. However, this time is different. The authority of the Lord of the Kingdom of God allowed him to discover an item on the stall here when he was in the market before. An item that was valuable to him. Energy flowed, and without the knowledge of all the alien players around him, Song Chi transformed himself into an ordinary jackal. When he walked to the stall owner, he didn't say much, and pointed directly at the thing and said, "Brother, how much is this orange wonder?" The thing he valued was a Shanghai wonder of orange glory quality. For him now, naturally, he no longer valued the orange quality wonders. What he valued was a characteristic of this orange wonder. Pulse Wave Energy Shield LV0. Quality, orange. What Song Chi values is naturally the Immortal Pulse Wave feature. To put it bluntly, this feature prevents the energy shield from being instantly broken when it is hit by a devastating blow, and it can provide a certain reaction time for the shield loader. Although it is only 1 second, it is enough for Song Chi. With his current means, the only thing he is afraid of is being killed instantly by the enemy when he is unprepared. In this case, he has no time to use other means to save his life. Of course, there is the time chessboard 9 lives life and death chess feature. Even if he is really killed by a sneak attack, this feature will be triggered automatically, and he will be resurrected again. But the 9 lives life and death chess feature is not a permanent feature after all. It can only be used 9 times in a lifetime. It will be used less each time. Song Chi naturally does not want to waste it unless it is absolutely necessary. As for what can be done in 1 second, there are too many. For example, entering the Zhutian market, releasing the master servants, summoning the Angel King True Spirit Shadow to protect himself, and activating the absolutely invincible Black Hole Domain feature. After asking this rich man, it didn't take long for this Pulse Wave Energy Shield to be successfully obtained. Zhutian Market. Origin Improvement Platform of Wonders. Song Chi came to this regular configuration as soon as possible, ready to directly extract the Immortal Pulse Wave feature. However, he stopped his hand again after thinking about it. He thought of a problem. If it is extracted directly, then which part should this feature be integrated into later? Yin Yang Counterattack Annihilation Shield, or Plasma Guardian. Both are possible. But Song Chi obviously doesn't want to make a choice. If it was before, he might be entangled again. But now it is different. Don't forget the Miracle Clone Chamber part he just got. As long as he uses the Miracle Clone Chamber to clone the Pulse Wave Energy Shield, he will be able to get 2 Pulse Wave Energy Shield later. In this way, he can extract 2 Immortal Pulse Wave characteristic entries by himself? Of course, the premise of this is that the Clone Pulse Wave Energy Shield can be effective on the wonderful Object Origin Improvement platform. Song Chi did it without hesitation. Not long after, the Miracle Clone Chamber transformed into the second Pulse Wave Energy Shield. Then Song Chi immediately conducted a characteristic extraction test on it. The result did not disappoint him. The wonderful Object Origin Improvement platform successfully extracted the Immortal Pulse Wave characteristic of this clone component. After that, Song Chi took the initiative to cancel the cloning duration, and the Miracle Clone Chamber immediately returned to its original appearance. However, if he wanted to clone it again, It would not be possible in a short time. He needed to wait for 100 years to cool down. Song Chi was not worried about this, because with the double reduction of time chessboard and Posha's in seal, it would only take 5 years. Then he extracted the immortal pulse wave feature of the original pulse wave energy shield. But when he finally merged it, he only merged the plasma guardian component. Yin Yang shield LV80. Quality, gold. Features, Yin Yang damage reduction. Feature 2, real shield. Feature 3, energy shield value increased by 330%. Feature 4, shield protection value increased by 330%. Feature 5, Yin Yang mutual growth. No way. The 5 features of Yin Yang shield are all good, and replacing any of them is not good. So the second feature entry of Immortal Pulse Wave was saved by him, and he will replace it when he has the chance in the future. After doing this, Song Chi turned his attention back to the Miracle Clone Chamber component. This black component is now in the buffer. But Song Chi is not thinking about cloning at the moment, but paying attention to the situation of its clone template. The Immortal Pulse Wave feature of this Pulse Wave Energy Shield component is very good, and he is thinking whether to keep it. Although he will not be able to use it in the future, he can try to sell this feature entry to the outside world. Outsiders do not have such a heaven-defying configuration as the Origin Improvement Platform of Wonders, and cannot replace the characteristics of components at will. But they have resources such as Silver Apple and Golden Apple. After using these 2 kinds of Starry Sky plant fruits, the evolved components can transfer characteristics from similar components. After thinking about it, Song Chi still left this template in the Miracle Clone Chamber. Even if it is strengthened to the 8th level, the number of templates in the Miracle Clone Chamber is still only 3, and it will not increase with the strengthening of components. Moreover, Song Chi is not sure whether the templates that have been determined can be cancelled or replaced, so he has not made a decision yet. In the end, based on the considerable value of this Immortal Pulse Wave feature, he decided to do it. After all, even if this template cannot be replaced or eliminated in the future, it can continue to provide him with benefits. After leaving the template, because the Immortal Pulse Wave feature was still in his hand, Song Chi had no other concerns. He changed his mind and took the initiative to try to eliminate the template left in the Miracle Clone Pod. As his thoughts flowed, the Pulse Wave Energy Shield template that had been determined in the Miracle Clone Pod slowly dissipated. Seeing this, Song Chi quickly dispelled this idea, and his face was full of joy. All 3 templates can be cancelled by themselves, which is undoubtedly good news, while further improving the value of the Miracle Clone Pod itself. It also increases Song Chi future options. After dealing with all this, Song Chi began to comprehend several laws again. He never relaxed his comprehension of the 3 laws. A few days later, the outside world called the ancestor of the family, and it seemed that the fleet was about to set off again. Under the urging of the 2 imperial inspectors, the forces of the 2 kingdoms of the Tianpan River system finally ended their stay in the Snake Tooth River system, and officially marched further north. However, although this order was given, Song Wujiang's summons was not for this matter. The action of a fleet of hundreds of millions naturally requires preparation time, and it cannot be directly carried out in 1 or 2 days. This time, the ancestor summoned because there was a guest in the fleet. Well, to be more precise, there was a guest in the fleet of the entire Tianpan River system. Chapter 613 8th Level War. After returning to the Snake Tooth River system, Song Chi summoned the Tianxu Sangqiong at the first time. After that, his sight was quickly attracted by a fleet whose number was no less than that of the Tianpan River system. After asking the tribesmen beside him, he knew the origin of this strange fleet. The joint fleet of the Lingua River system in the southern part of the Xianxin Divine Dynasty. While muttering, Song Chi did not delay, and quickly drove the warship to the Dinghai Longxiang not far away. Dinghai Longxiang Magnetic Wave Encryption Channel. Song Xingru, does it mean that these people will act with us later? Song Xuan, it seems so at present, but it is not without benefits. At least in the subsequent advancement process, more people will share the risks for us. Song Xingru, I don't think this is a benefit. Reduced risk also means that our subsequent benefits will also decrease, which will definitely affect our plan to occupy the entire Chipan River system. As soon as he entered the group chat, Song Chi saw the argument between Yuanzu and Ruzu. Before he could say anything, Song Wujiang spoke first. Okay. These have always been within our expectations. Although it is a little early, it will indeed have a certain impact on our pursuit of the Chipan River system. But the problem should not be too big. At most, we and the Luo family will pay some extra costs in the future. I called you here to take you over for a discussion. The Lingua River system is an old river system in the Divine Dynasty. It has been developed for more than 100,000 years. Many immortal families have been passed down for more than 100,000 years. The foundation is not comparable to ours today. It is not a bad thing to communicate more with them. Song Wujiang stopped talking about this. But Song Xuan added a little more. Just now, the Yaoan three families received news that they have agreed to hold a private trade fair with several immortal clans in the Lingua River system. The other party has extraordinary background. And our families have occupied 2 river systems in the past 200 years. We have also looted a lot of good things. We can indeed take this opportunity to trade. Lingua River system, located in the southern part of the Xianxin Divine Dynasty, has been included in the territory of the Divine Dynasty for nearly 150,000 years. After 150,000 years, various resources in the river system, such as the floating land of life, have been developed to the extreme. For this reason, there are now 8 immortal clans in the Lingua River system, among which the Zhao family, who was personally conferred the title of Lingua King by the Divine Dynasty 120,000 years ago, is the most respected. And the most important thing is not this. 20,000 years ago, the first generation of Lingua King officially became the captain of the galaxy. Since then, the Lingua Zhao family palace has been promoted to an immortal giant force. Now, the first generation King Lingua, although he had already accepted the call of the Divine Dynasty, and was not in the fleet, his title, as the captain of the galaxy ship alone, was enough to make the Zhao family suppress the other families. After a brief exchange between the two sides, it was finally a Star Destroyer captain of the Zhao family who took the initiative to propose the transaction. As if they were the masters? And the Tianpan River system families, who had stayed in the Snake Tooth River system for more than 100 years, were the guests. However, the leaders of the immortal families in the Tianpan River system did not express any objections. They looked calm, and their moods could not be seen at all. The younger captains who came with their Star Destroyer captains knew this very well. The reason why the families in the Tianpan River system were so calm was mainly because the distribution of the Snake Tooth River system had already been finalized. And as long as it was not about the substantial interests, these other false names would not cause them to openly fall out with a giant force. When the entire joint communication group chat became quiet, this private trade fair officially began. The first person to speak was not someone from the Lingua Zhao family, but Dao's in-laws, the Ruan family, which is also one of the 8 immortal families in the Lingua River system. My Ruan family has taken out a total of 10 items this time. If you like any of them, you can directly bid in the group chat, and we will choose the most suitable one to trade. The one who spoke was a fearless captain of the Ruan family. He had an old face and turbid eyes. Judging from the exaggerated length of his ship, he was obviously an extreme fearless captain. Song Qi did not pay attention to these. His eyes were moving around the 10 items that the other party took out. 1 100,000-year-old deepwater clam pearl. 1 silver upgraded fire source. 1 fire sacred beast fruit. 10,000 units of eternal stone bricks. After checking the whole circle, he basically glanced at other things. But when his eyes came into contact with the fire sacred beast fruit, Song Qi's eyes finally brightened a lot. Fire holy beast spirit fruit. This is a very high-level spirit fruit, although it is not produced by starry sky plants. It comes from the secret realm of the primitive level or above. It is said that only one can be produced every hundreds of thousands of years. However, its effect is not aimed at Captain Xinhua, but at the fire-attributed life with a higher level of Xinghai Jin. And it is a 6th level fire-attributed life. It can increase the success rate of the 6th level fire-attributed life when impacting the 7th level. As it happens, there is such a fire-type creature, the Flame Giant, in the Tianxu Sangqiong, as an enslaved creature that has been enslaved for a long time. Song Qi still has a lot of feelings for the Flame Giant. He has been ordered to take on many times in times of crisis, and has eliminated many threats for the Tianxu Sangqiong. Now it has already reached the peak of the 6th level. If it can continue to settle for a period of time, plus a fire holy beast spirit fruit, there is still a high success rate for the subsequent impact on the 7th level. Song Qi did not rush to bid, but looked at the bidding information in the group chat. And soon he found a problem. For the 7th level and 8th level floating land origin, there are no factors. Catching the Ruan family fearless captain completely ignoring several captains who bid with the floating land origin. Song Qi tried to bid 2 6th level silver apples, As expected, after seeing the message he sent, the other party's eyes flashed, but still did not speak. Seeing that there seemed to be a chance, Song Chi took the opportunity to bid again. 3 6th-level silver apples. Over the past hundreds of years, he has accumulated a large number of 6th-level silver apples, so it is not a big problem to take out 3 at this moment. Finally, Song Chi successfully got this fire holy beast spirit fruit. As for the other 9 items, they were also exchanged by other captains one after another. After that, several other immortal families in the Lingua River system also opened their mouths one after another, and basically took out multiple items for trading. During this period, several families in the Yaoan Kingdom and the Morning Star Kingdom, including the Chigu Luo family, also traded. During this period, everyone in the Song family traded some things more or less. But Song Chi, after taking the fire holy beast spirit fruit, did not make any moves again. There was no way. There was nothing that satisfied him. Until the end, a fearless captain of the Zhao family, who was the finale, came down. But his opening immediately let the other captains present know what the difference in foundation was. Because the Zhao family surprisingly took out 50 items at one time. Not only are all the items different, but none of them are used to make up the numbers. And they are all of good value. Among these 50 items, the Song family even saw chaos energy, a super strategic resource. Although there were only 3 strands, it was still enough to prove the generosity of the Zhao family. You should know that among ordinary immortal families, this chaos energy that can permanently improve the captain's understanding is not enough for personal use, and they will never take it out for trading. In the end, all 3 strands of chaos energy were taken by the Song family. The Song family was a little surprised by this result, because there were many captains who wanted these 3 strands of chaos energy, and their bids were not dominant among them. It was not until Song Wujiang took the initiative to explain when they left that they suddenly realized it. It turned out that the 2-star destroyer captains of the Zhao family had already reached a secret agreement with the ancestor. They got the news that the Song family had a 6th-level time realm fruit from somewhere, and wanted to buy it. In the end, the ancestor promised them to sell one to him first in the future. So they got these 3 strands of chaos energy. Of course, before that, it was necessary to supply the Yaoan 3 families first. More than 100 years later, the secret realm of the time realm tree had produced a 6th-level time realm fruit, which had been traded to the Yaoan Lu family as early as 20 years ago. Later, the Shen family and the Xiao family needed one each. And then the Zhao family. The arrival of the Lingua River system joint fleet was just a not-so-small episode, and the subsequent fleet's departure would naturally not be affected by it. Time passed, and 3 months later, the fleet officially set out from the north of the Xia River system and officially headed towards another river system further north. On the way, they were naturally ambushed by the 8-armed snake demon army again. Fortunately, the number of fleets increased greatly this time, and they did not suffer too much loss before repelling the ambush of the 8-armed snake demon. 2 years later, after continuous marches, the Tianpan River system and the Lingua River system joint fleet finally successfully entered a new river system under the jurisdiction of the 8-armed snake demon river system community. Dinghai Longxiang encrypted magnetic wave communication group chat. Song Yan, I always feel that something is wrong with the fire snake river system. Even if the number of our fleets has increased significantly, the resistance of the 8-armed snake demon should not be so weak. Song Xuan, I have the same feeling. With the means of the 8-armed snake demon civilization, could it be that they did not discover the Lingua River system joint fleet in advance? But if they discovered it in advance, the 8-armed snake demon side would not be unprepared. Song Qi, in the past 2 years, although the 8-armed snake demon civilization has organized several ambushes, the scale is not too large. It does feel a little wrong. Listening to the discussion of several core clansmen in the group chat, Song Wujiang finally said, it is unavoidable that several families in the Lingua River system do not listen to the dissuasion. We should be careful. Order all clansmen to maintain the 2nd-level alert, and no one should relax their vigilance. Before the voice fell completely, a vast energy wave suddenly surged in the distance. Song Wujiang, who reacted the fastest, suddenly looked depressed. It's an attack of level 8 strength. Everyone be careful. As he said this, he took the lead in activating the Dark Star Black Turtle armor component, linking up the 50,000 most elite Xinhua warships of the family around the Dinghai Longxiang. Because he had already noticed the slight abnormality, This silver strategic level component was transferred to the Dinghai Longxiang in advance. After all, other dreadnoughts could not fully exert the effect of this component. After that, Song Wujiang immediately called out twice. Shao Qi. Shao Yin. Although it was just a simple call, Song Qi and Song Yin immediately understood what the ancestor meant. And they did not hesitate at all. Angel King Wings Angel King True Spirit Guardian. Activated. Flame God Lord's Head Flame God Lord's True Spirit Guardian. Activated. With the simultaneous activation of the group protection characteristics of the two golden parts. The two True Spirit Phantoms covered the hundreds of thousands of warships of the Song family on the left and right. Of course, including some of the Luo family, as well as the dependent Philip family, Bai family and other fire warships. The next second after the two True Spirit Phantoms solidified, a terrifying black blade light slashed across. The speed of this dark blade light was extremely amazing, which meant that several core members of the Song family had been highly vigilant. So they made a simple defensive response in the first time. In addition to them, only the Yao and Lu family and the two immortal families in the Linghui River system made a simple response. Zizizizi. Half light, half fire. Two completely different spirit phantoms, plus the additional energy shield value bonus provided by Dark Star Black Turtle armor, successfully offset more than 90% of the cutting damage for the Song family fleet, making the warships within the protection range very little damaged. However, the price was that the two 8th level Golden Spirit Phantoms that had just been activated were completely wiped out. The energy shields of a large number of low and medium level warships were also completely overloaded, and the hull armor was damaged to a certain extent. This alone can show the horror of the dark blade light just now from the side. You must know that whether it is the Angel King Spirit Phantom or the Flame God Overlord Spirit Phantom, they are all activated by golden components strengthened to the 8th level, and both are enough to withstand the frontal attack of the 7th level Overlord for a long time. However, this is not the most exaggerated. The more amazing thing is still to come. After destroying two True Spirit Phantoms and sinking nearly 10 million warships, this dark blade light still retained a strong power. It flew all the way, and finally landed on a 4th level resource type floating land not far away. The exaggeration is here. This dark blade light, which only has a small half of its power, directly split the 4th level resource type floating land and reached the floating land origin core in the center of the floating land. The 4th level floating land origin core is extremely fragile under this 8th level attack. Finally, under the gaze of countless captains, this 4th level resource type floating land collapsed directly. One blow to shatter a star is nothing more than this. At this moment, everyone has a new understanding of the combat power of 8th level creatures. How dare you! A burst of angry rebuke suddenly came from the starry sky, and the Blood Sui Yang family galaxy ship that had been hiding in the back took action. The sudden attack of the 8th level 8-armed snake demon was really unexpected, and the captain of the galaxy ship did not react immediately, which completely angered him. Millions of warships sank. Strictly speaking, this was already his dereliction of duty. The bow of the blue-brown galaxy ship suddenly turned into a cold light horn emitting thick golden light. In just a flash, the huge body of the galaxy ship was already wrapped in unstoppable impact potential energy, and flew close to the 8th level 8-armed snake demon holding a black long sword in front. Chapter 614 Goodbye Blessings from the Mermaid Queen. All this happened in an instant, just when the captains below thought that the 8th level 8-armed snake demon would not be able to dodge. The next moment, the change occurred again. Before the golden cold light horn carried by the galaxy ship was about to collide with the body of the 8th level 8-armed snake demon that was more than 1 million kilometers long, a large amount of dark energy suddenly emerged from the body of the 8-armed snake demon. These dark energies were extremely overbearing, and they were exactly the energy that stimulated the dark blade light before. Under the cover of this unknown energy, the aura of the 8-armed snake demon continued to surge. The next second, Song Chi's eyes suddenly condensed, as if he saw something incredible. How could it be? The 8 arms of the 8th level 8-armed snake demon stretched out together, all against the black long sword. Clang, clang, clang. A violent metal collision sound was heard, and the cold light horn collided with the black long sword. One is a giant steel ship, the other is just a flesh and blood body. When the two collide, it is obvious who is better, but the final result is beyond everyone's expectations. The 8th level 8-armed snake demon used its own body and a black long sword to resist the galaxy ship that was hit by boundless potential energy. What is that? Until then, many captains noticed the dark shadow faintly emerging on the body of the 8-armed snake demon. Different from the snake magic phase magic power inherited by the 8-armed snake demon clan. Although this dark shadow also presents the appearance of 8 arms, it exudes the extreme coldness and tyranny, which is completely different from the snake magic phase condensed by the power of domination and the law of earth. As if understanding the doubts in everyone's hearts, Song Wujiang explanation soon sounded in the encrypted group chat. This phantom is called 8-armed demon god, and it is an almighty demon god in the bottomless abyss, a peak existence of the mythical rank. After hearing this explanation, everyone was relieved, but soon new doubts arose in their hearts. Since it is a powerful demon god in the bottomless abyss, why is it related to the 8-armed snake demon civilization? Song Wujiang also had some understanding of this, and continued to explain. There is news that the 8-armed snake demon clan is suspected to be a tentacle of the demon god extending from the bottomless abyss, and it wants to spread its influence to the entire boundless star sea. After all, although the abyss is large, it is still far inferior to the boundless broken star sea. While the Song family members were talking, the battlefield ahead had new changes again. With the power of the 8-armed demon god, the 8th level snake demon forcibly shook the Blood Sui Yang's galaxy ship away. At the same time, taking advantage of the moment when the galaxy ship was thrown backwards, its 8 arms further exerted force, and the black long sword was the first to swing and chase the Blood Sui Yang's galaxy ship. Clang, clang, clang. There was another sharp metal collision sound. But the Blood Sui Yang's galaxy ship was not a soft persimmon. Although the hull armor it carried was not as good as the long sword in the hands of the 8-armed snake demon, it could still withstand it for a long time. The key now is to control this black long sword wonder as long as one arm. In this way, the other 7 arms of the 8th level snake demon are completely vacant. As its arms slapped, it was constantly attacking the joint fleet of the 2-star regions. Without the blessing of the black ultimate quality weapons, the power of these attacks was naturally weakened by more than one level. But this was the attack of the 8th level master anyway, which was an unimaginable threat to ordinary Shinho warships, even star destroyers. The first to bear the brunt was undoubtedly the Linghui Xiao team that had been rushing to the front of the fleet. However, as the only 2 forces in the Linghui River system that had made defensive responses, the Linghui Xiao team did not suffer much damage from the previous sword light. At this moment, facing these ordinary 8th level attacks, they were still at ease. However, not everyone has such a deep foundation like the Linghui Xiao family. Under the attack of the snake demon's arm, the damage was more serious. In comparison, the Song family team was obviously much calmer, because before the snake demon's palm power came down, there must be a Master King insect of amazing size to meet it first. And the key is that these Master King insects often have special defensive means attached to them. For example, the UZ scroll in the Flame Secret Agreement played by the special artifact Flame Boiling Sea that increases defense, etc. With the help of various means, these dominant king insects can first dissipate most of the power of the snake demon palm every time. And with the attacks of the Dinghai Longxiang and the ships of the core clansmen such as Song Qi, the aftermath of the attack on the ships of ordinary clansmen will be weakened by more than 99%. At this time, the voice of the ancestor Song Wujiang suddenly came from the encrypted communication group chat. Shao Qi, take a dominant king insect to the fleet of the Yaoan kingdom to see. The Stark family seems to be unable to hold on. Song Xingru, ? Hearing this, Song Xingru was the first to express her confusion. But Song Qi instantly understood the purpose. Ancestor, what do you mean? The arms of the 8-armed snake demon in the sky continued to slap, constantly falling on various parts of the joint fleet of the 2 river systems. If the forces were protected by the Star Destroyer, it would be fine. After all, the Star Destroyer could take the initiative to attack and consume a large part of the attack power. But those ordinary forces without the protection of the Star Destroyer would be miserable once the attack of the 8th level 8-armed snake demon fell. As long as they failed to avoid it, the best outcome would be that the warship would completely lose its ability to move in a short period of time, and more would be completely sunk and die. Boom! The dark arm cut through the starry sky and fell again fiercely. As it slapped and swung, the void cracks with a diameter of thousands of miles followed all the way. And there were also large pieces of space collapsing under this kind of attack, let alone being hit directly by the snake demon's palm. Even if they were lucky enough to escape, Once they fell into this infinitely collapsed and compressed collapse zone, 99% of the Shinhua warships would not be able to escape death. No. This is the second time they have landed on our side. The fleet is so long. Why are they targeting us? Yaoan Kingdom. The joint fleet of the 6th-level clans. And the Stark family group chat. At this moment, the roars of the 4th and 5th level captains of the Stark family echoed in the group chat. No wonder they are so desperate. In the last attack, because there was no Star Destroyer to protect them, more than a quarter of the Stark family fleet sank. If it happens again, they dare not imagine the subsequent outcome. You must know that since Hardy Stark failed to attack the Star Destroyer, the strength of the Stark family has been hit again and again in the past few hundred years. First, the family's only remaining extreme dreadnought was inexplicably destroyed while exploring the alien domain. And then other forces in the kingdom further eroded the few remaining resources and territories of the Stark family. Of course, the most critical factor is the secret instigation of the 3 immortal forces of the Yaoan Kingdom, which has accelerated the decline of the Stark family. Now, the Stark family has only the last dreadnought captain left, and they can no longer afford a big loss. Is it true that God wants to destroy our Stark family? Looking up at the giant palm print that keeps falling in the sky, the few remaining battleships and dreadnought captains of the Stark family shouted in their hearts that it was unfair. But at this moment, a giant figure with an equally oppressive feeling rushed from behind. In the end, this giant figure wrapped in a carapace consumed most of the power of the snake demon's palm print, reducing the casualties of the Stark family to a minimum. Thank you, sir, my friend's help. The Stark family is grateful. Kareem Stark, who was the first to react, quickly turned his sight to the real owner behind him. The owner of a 7th-level Zerg. He originally thought it would be a Star Destroyer. But when his sight fell on the Tianqiu Sangqiong mirror battleship, he changed his tone. Although he was extremely grateful in his heart, the other party was just a dreadnought after all. As the last dreadnought captain of the Stark family, it was obviously inappropriate for Kareem to call a captain of the same level as Sir Kareem. Long time no see. It seems that your Stark family is not in a good situation. In the connected communication channel, Song-Chi spoke first. Hearing the voice coming from the ethereal body, Kareem Stark's face changed slightly. You? Song-Chi from the Longji Song family? His face changed for a while. And finally Kareem Stark thanked him in person. Thank you for this. But what is your purpose for the Song family? The relationship between the two families is not good, which Kareem knows very well. The cooperation between the two sides was very unpleasant at the beginning. So he also knows that Song-Chi move this time is not a sudden kindness, but more likely to have another purpose. Since Mr. Kareem has come straight to the point, I won't beat around the bush. My Song family wants the blessing of the Mermaid Queen part in your hand. That's right. Song Wujiang purpose is the golden part that Hardy Stark took the initiative to reveal in the Tianpan River System Development War. Song Wujiang still values this golden part with extremely high attributes and an active characteristic of triple group combat power. This time, he asked Song-Chi to come over to try whether he could get this part from the Stark family. As expected, after hearing Song-Chi words, Kareem Stark's face suddenly darkened. Although he tried hard not to show his hatred, the coldness in his eyes could not be concealed. This is impossible. Before he could finish his words, Song-Chi interrupted him and said, Don't rush to refuse. It's not too late to make a decision after listening to my subsequent words. He paused and then changed his words. But before that, we have to sign a confidentiality agreement. Even if you still disagree later, you can't tell other people about the information we discussed. Kareem Stark thought about it for a moment and agreed to this request. After he agreed, Flame Boiling Sea also flashed over. Then the three of them signed a gold-level confidentiality agreement with the secret flame agreement component. After doing this, Song-Chi continued to speak. I don't need to say much about your current situation, Stark. Our Song family can make a promise. As long as you are willing to take out the blessing of the Mermaid Queen, our Song family can allocate a star field far away from the Yaoan Kingdom to your Stark family. Hearing this, Kareem Stark narrowed his eyes. Compared with before, he was obviously quite interested at this moment. But there was also a hint of doubt. What does it mean specifically? My Song family has reached a cooperation with the Chiguluo family of the Jinpan River System, and will do its best to seize the entire Jinpan River System in this civilization war. By then, a new kingdom will be established in the Jinpan River System. And as long as you agree, This kingdom will have a foothold for your Stark family. Your Stark territory in the Yaoan kingdom is now almost completely devoured. The more than 20,000 light-year territory of the Morningstar Kingdom that was allocated to you hundreds of years ago is not only barren, but also adjacent to the Yaoan kingdom. It will also be unable to escape the fate of being infiltrated and devoured by hostile forces. Only by jumping out of the Tianpan River system can your Stark family have a chance to rise again. Right? As Song-Chi said this, the brilliance in Kareem Stark's eyes also shone to the extreme. His eyes flickered for a long time, and finally asked, "How can I be sure of the truth of your words? If we really take over the entire Tianpan River system in the future, how much territory can my Stark family be allocated?" Song-Chi had obviously anticipated the two questions he asked. The issue of territory can be discussed in detail later. As for the authenticity of my words, we can sign an agreement. Okay. Finally, Karam Stark agreed. Although he was promoted to the Dreadnought for less than 2,000 years, he is at least a veteran captain of more than 4,000 years old, and he still has some experience. It can be said that the deal proposed by Song-Chi is already the best choice for the Stark family in the future. Once missed, the Stark family will only be gradually eliminated by all parties. Instead of doing so, it is better to take this opportunity to break out of the cage of the Tianpan River system and see if they can create a new foundation in the Tianpan River system. Of course, the most critical thing is that it was the Song family that proposed this deal. If it was just an ordinary 6th level family, Karam Stark would not even think about it, and would definitely refuse it directly. The Stark family is targeted by the 3 immortal families of Yaoan. Without a certain amount of power, there is no possibility of taking the Stark family out of this cage. Only the Song family, which is now powerful, can do this. Just as he was about to arrange the subsequent signing of the agreement, Song-Chi said again, "Can we take a look at the full properties of the Blessing of the Mermaid Queen component first?" The properties revealed by Hardy Stark were not complete at the beginning, and now Song-Chi naturally wants to confirm all the properties of this component first. Of course. Chapter 6:15 Colorful Mythology Zhou Star Tower Blessing of the Mermaid Queen LV70. Quality, Gold. Features, Mermaid Blessing Strength, extra double the firepower of the loaded warship. Feature 2, Mermaid Blessing Speed, extra double the movement speed of the loaded warship. Feature 3, Mermaid Blessing Physique, extra double the defense capability of the loaded warship. Feature 4, Deep Sea Link. Feature 5, Lord of the Deep Sea. Consumption, 2500/S, psionic points. Effect, the loaded warship will gain an invisible and colorless water shield. When moving or fighting in the water environment, the warship will not be affected in any way. No need to charge and buffer. Note, this component needs to occupy 5 slots. Deep Sea Link, consume 500,000 psionic points. Specified to link 15 warships. The linked warships will also gain an additional 200% bonus in firepower, speed, and defense, lasting 24 hours, with a cooling time of 240 hours. Lord of the Deep Sea, if the warship is in a water environment, the combat power will be doubled. After reading the attribute screenshot sent by Karam Stark, Song-Chi and Song-Yen couldn't help but sigh. Even though they had been prepared, they still subconsciously praised it in their hearts. It is not difficult to see from the attribute introduction that once this component is installed, the combat power of the warship will be greatly improved. The key is that the first 3 characteristics are still permanent effects. After that, Song-Chi and the others did not delay any longer, and led Karam Stark to speed up the subsequent signing of the agreement as much as possible. Half an hour later, Karam Stark drove his dreadnought back to the family fleet, and the actions of the Stark family fleet soon attracted the attention of many captains around. What's going on? Is the Stark family preparing to leave the fleet? What are they trying to do? Quick! Go and notify the families above. While discussing, several warships in the corner of the fleet that were specifically monitoring the actions of the Stark family quietly left. But their actions were very obscure and did not attract the attention of outsiders. Compared to the commotion of the warships in the starry sky, the 8th level battlefield in the sky continued. The starship of the Blood Sui Yang family finally made a big move. A circle of strong space energy overflowed from the warship, and in an instant, a special space field took shape. Under this space field that was at least stimulated by golden parts, the 8th level snake demon was quickly enveloped. A mere golden space field can't suppress this emperor. After the horse rebuke, it was accompanied by countless black blade beams. Be careful. A Star Destroyer captain spoke up to remind. And the next second the Starry Sky fleet that could barely maintain its formation suddenly dispersed. And the forces of all parties fled in all directions. Looking up again. The space barrier that had just been activated had dense cracks on it. Under the cutting and ravage of countless blades inside. The space field activated by the Blood Sui Yang's galaxy ship was about to collapse. It was because of this scene that the fleets of various forces fled in all directions. After all, this is an 8th level battlefield. Since the Blood Sui Yang's galaxy ship cannot control the situation, they can only choose to move away from the center of the battlefield as soon as possible. This level of battle aftermath is not something that any warship can withstand. The Song and Luo joint fleets. Because they have 2 Star Destroyers and a dominant King Insect to control the situation. The fleet evacuation is still in good order. In comparison, those seemingly fast-moving, more anxious teams, because of the inevitable bumps and collisions when turning the ship. And everyone is unwilling to give in to each other. The evacuation speed is actually very slow. That is, there are still 2 Star Destroyers responsible for monitoring who are trying their best to command. Otherwise the situation will only be more chaotic. Not long after, the space domain in the sky completely collapsed. And the large amount of dark blade light that had not been completely exhausted was no longer restricted and began to shoot aimlessly in all directions. It is conceivable that once these powerful blade lights fall into the fleet below, what kind of damage will be caused? At this time, the 2 Star Destroyer captains sent by the Divine Dynasty spoke anxiously. All Star Destroyer captains listened to my order. Follow the 2 of us to intercept the blade light in the sky with all our strength. For the words of these 2 inspectors, the Star Destroyer captains of the 2 river systems hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to respond. The reason is that the 2 are inspectors appointed by the Divine Dynasty, and have the right to report the real-time battle situation directly to the Xinhua Zuding. If they really annoy them, the subsequent punishment of the Divine Dynasty will be inevitable. Xiuan. Shaoqi. Xiaoyan. I leave it to you. Song Wujiang only called out in the group chat. And then the Ding Hai Longxiang flew straight up, aiming at one of the blades shooting downwards. Not only the Ding Hai Longxiang, but more than a dozen other Star Destroyers in the fleet also rushed out one after another, blocking the most threatening batch of 8th level blades for the low-level captains. Hurry! The top leaders of the Song and Luo families were trying their best to issue orders in the joint communication group chat. After only a few seconds, panicked voices sounded in the group chat. Look at both sides. There are many Sky Snake warships. And there are also 7th level 8-armed snake demons. This is a trap set by the 8-armed snake demons. Turn on the defense characteristics of the warships and try to dodge. In fact, there is no need for this person to remind, because many people in the fleet have already discovered this first. No, there shouldn't be so many high-level 8-armed snake demons in the Fire Snake River system, even if they have received the defeated fleet from the Snake Tooth River system. Now these are not important. The key is how to lead the team of the clan to avoid collisions with these snake demon armies as much as possible. A 7th level 8-armed snake demon is targeting us. Hurry up! As the fleet was evacuating in a certain direction with all its strength, suddenly a snake demon master with a height of tens of thousands of kilometers took the initiative to fly towards the 2 fleets. For a time, tens of millions of warships in the fleet showed signs of riot for the first time. As if noticing this, Song Xiuan, Song Xingru and others all looked over in the encrypted communication group chat of Tianxiu Sanqiong. Shaoqi. Do it. Song Qi nodded, and the hatch of Tianxiu Sanqiong opened immediately. And the tiger-clawed king worm that had been staying in the cabin flew out, taking advantage of the opportunity when the mini-formed tiger-clawed king worm's body expanded rapidly and recovered its peak size. Song Qi's high-pitched voice also sounded in the joint group chat at the right time. Don't panic. Maintain a good formation. And evacuate in an orderly manner. Seeing the tiger-clawed king worm's body length of tens of thousands of kilometers, coupled with Song Qi comfort, the thought of disturbance in the fleet was finally calmed down. And Song Qi's mind was divided into 3. The master returned to the Tianxiu city, and controlled the actions of the siege ship with the ethereal body that remained in the main body of Tianxiu Sanqiong, and commanded the tiger-clawed king worm with telepathy. Under his control, the tiger-clawed king worm flapped its wings and rushed towards the 7th level snake demon master on the side. With the involvement of the tiger king worm, this snake demon master was blocked tens of millions of kilometers away. Seeing this, Song Qi did not relax at all. While he was extremely alert to the surroundings, he glanced at the Ding Hai Longxiang behind him, and the two 8th level units that were still fighting. The 8th level 8-armed snake demon in the Snake Tooth River system also retreated into the Fire Snake River system. He never forgot this. He did not know whether there was an 8th level 8-armed snake demon in the Fire Snake River system before. But Song Qi was always used to considering the worst side. Because if it was true as he thought, there was also an 8th level snake demon in the Fire Snake River system, which meant that the opponent would have two 8th level combat forces. Now that only one 8th level snake demon appeared, he would be mentally prepared if there were any changes in the future. Song Qi was imagining in his heart at this moment. Imagining that there was another 8th level 8-armed snake demon hiding in the dark waiting to take action. After his eyes moved around and confirmed that the situation on the ancestor's side was not bad, Song Qi turned his eyes to the 8th level battlefield again. After the space domain collapsed, the 8th level 8-armed snake demon and the Blood Sui Yang family's galaxy ship fought many times, but never caused fatal damage to each other. At present, both seemed to be brewing a more powerful attack. There was an infinite white light condensing at the bow of the galaxy ship. It was obviously the most powerful ship gun that was charging the active attack characteristics. Looking at the 8th level 8-armed snake demon again, the power of the 8-armed demon god emanating from him seemed to be more intense. At a certain moment, a dark figure that seemed to be materialized appeared above his body. The 8 arms of this black figure were raised high and closed. Once the dark magic knife, with a length of more than millions of kilometers, slowly appeared above his 8 arms. Angmi Ambuli, 8-armed demon god slash. As the dark magic knife condensed, a soul-stirring ancient magic sound echoed in the starry sky. It was clearly a character that had never been heard before. But when it reached the ears of all the captains, they instinctively understood the meaning. 8-armed demon god slash. Is it the inherited magical power of the 8-armed snake demon clan? Or the method of the abyss demon god far beyond the endless time and space? Song Qi thought to himself. And the ethereal body in the main control room of the Tianxiu Sanqiong in the outside world tightly grasped a market projection order. As long as he noticed something wrong, he would activate this token immediately. In the distance, the two 8th level beings seemed to have completed the energy storage. The first to act was the galaxy ship of the Blood Sui Yang clan. The muzzle of the gun that looked like a small star roared suddenly. The next second, a blazing ball of light pierced through tens of millions of miles and flew straight to the 8th level snake demon with 8 arms raised high. This ball of light, which was wrapped in boundless fiery power, undoubtedly posed an extreme threat to the 8th level snake demon. It was a full-strength attack from a galaxy ship. However, he abnormally ignored it. He raised his 8 knotted arms and swung them out suddenly, controlling the millions of kilometers long black magic knife above his head to chop down vertically. Woo woo woo! The magic knife pressed down, and the boundless energy surged. The whole starry sky seemed to be wailing. The blade of the illusory long knife broke the galaxy all the way, and a large amount of space fragments splashed. Even though they were hundreds of millions of miles apart, Song Qi could still clearly capture the raging wind in the dark cracks. Obviously, this attack directly cut through the void, completely connecting the outer starry sky with the dark side of the virtual sea. From this, we can imagine what kind of power this attack carries. You must know that before ordinary 6th level units or overlords took action, which only caused small space cracks. Under the Supreme Star Sea Law and the rules of the Avenue of the Boundless Star Sea, these cracks will be repaired soon. But now this illusory magic knife directly cuts through the void, which means that this starry sky will be difficult to repair in the future, and it will only form the kind of space fragmentation zone that continues to expand. In the main control room of the galaxy ship, even with the cunning of the man, his face suddenly changed at this moment. Obviously, he felt a threat to his life from this vertical magic knife. His mind was working at high speed, so he immediately made the safest decision. His mind was turning rapidly, trying to control the galaxy ship to dodge. At the same time, the silver flash escape component on the warship that had been activated once before was activated again. But the next second, the man's face suddenly became extremely ugly. The ship cannot be turned around, and even the silver flash escape component is ineffective. This is not the petrification ray of the 8-armed snake demon clan. What kind of control method is it? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. But in the end, they were all dispelled, leaving only another backup response method. The giant magic knife in the sky was already within reach, and his intuition told him that the black energy shield strengthened to the 8th level could never block this attack, even with the protective characteristics of the golden ship armor. No. This is the 8-armed demon god in the bottomless abyss that transmitted a trace of demon god power? The man suddenly had this idea in his mind, and soon became more and more certain. He knew very well that the 8th level 8-armed snake demon and the black supreme long sword on the opposite side could not pose a fatal threat to him. After all, the energy shield on his ship was also of black supreme quality, and it had the protection characteristics of the golden ship armor that was strengthened to the 8th level limit. Only the mythical existence of the bottomless abyss intervened to achieve this. After confirming this, the man did not hesitate to sink a trace of phantom energy into the Shinhua Zuchiao, and the next second a mark deep in the chaotic space between his eyebrows was activated. Buzz buzz buzz. I saw that the phantom light suddenly became bright between his eyebrows. If there were outsiders here, they would definitely be able to capture the fleeting colorful light between his eyebrows. The rich colorful light enveloped the entire control room of the warship. And this was not over yet. In the end, the colorful light was transmitted to the outside of the galaxy ship. When the colorful light gathered above the galaxy ship, it finally turned into a white jade tower. This white jade tower is extremely gorgeous. As soon as it condensed, it attracted the attention of all those who were paying attention to the 8th level battlefield. Showdown Xingqian Tower, the legendary treasure of the royal family of the blood Sui Yang family. Showdown Xingqian Tower. In a communication group chat between the Song and Luo families, a fearless captain of the Chigu Luo family revealed the foundation of the White Jade Tower. As an old-fashioned family with a heritage of more than 20,000 years, the family database of the Chigu Luo family is certainly not comparable to that of Song Qi. After the other party's explanation, Song Qi also basically knew some information about this White Jade Tower. As a giant family with a heritage of more than 100,000 years, the Blood Sui Yang family naturally has its own treasure. This Showdown Xingqian Tower is one of them. It is said that this Showdown Xingqian Tower is a colorful lower-level treasure with all kinds of incredible abilities. Chapter 616 Battle at the 7th level. It is rumored that the Showdown Star Tower of the Blood Sui Yang clan has a heaven-defying defensive power, and when fully activated, it is enough to withstand the attacks of mythical creatures. Of course, this refers to the Showdown Star Tower in its heyday, and the rumor should also be exaggerated, not to mention anything else. Just this Showdown Star Tower is the same as the Song family's Dragon Whale Hull. It is not a shipborne component, but is fused with the core of the origin of the Blood Sui Yang clan's ancestral land, and is activated with the power of a whole floating land. Now the Blood Sui Yang clan's ancestral land is only ranked as an 8th level floating land. Just relying on the power of an 8th level floating land is not enough to activate the full power of this Showdown Star Tower. In addition, the White Jade Star Tower that appears above the galaxy ship at this moment is not a physical entity, but only a phantom of the Showdown Star Tower projected across the starry sky. Its defensive power must have been weakened a lot. All the captains who recognized the White Jade Tower in the surrounding starry sky were extremely confused at the moment. But no matter what, everyone kept a trace of expectation and curiosity in their hearts. Colorful mythical wonders. How many captains can hardly reach this life? Now that they witnessed it with their own eyes, they were naturally full of curiosity, and they all wanted to see with their own eyes what kind of power this so-called mythical wonder had. Buzz buzz buzz. The giant magic knife, wrapped in a magnificent power, suddenly chopped the illusory White Jade Tower above the galaxy ship. At this moment, the void was exploding, and the energy shock wave with an intensity of the 9th level was centered on the contact point between the two, and began to sweep around at a high speed. The first to be involved was naturally the Blood Sui Yang's galaxy ship, which was the closest, followed by the 8th level 8-armed snake demon not far from the battlefield, and then a dozen star destroyers. Quick! Activate all those with defensive characteristics. The roars almost sounded at the same time in the communication group chat of the fleets that were evacuating in all directions. Some low-ranking captains chose to obey orders and activated the defensive features of their own ships at the first time. But most captains chose to wait and see. This is not their fault, because each Shinhua warship will not have many defensive features, and the cooling time is not short. They will not use them recklessly before they have confirmed the crisis with their own eyes. In comparison, those clan forces that still maintain order are completely different. They are all ordered by the most prestigious ancestors in the clan. With the greatest trust, most captains will instinctively activate the protective features. The Song family is the most typical one among them, as the Lord Song Xuan reminded in the group chat. Those clan members who still retained the defensive features all chose to activate them without hesitation. However, even so, it is still not alright, because the Xinhua warships in the fleet are after all a minority, and most of them are ordinary starships. They cannot carry various components, and there are no defensive features to rely on. The energy storm swept all the way, and along the way, whether it was the Xinhua warship, the ordinary starship, or the Sky Snake warship, as long as they did not use special protective measures, they all suffered heavy casualties under the ravages of this energy storm with a power of up to the 9th level. Flame Domain. In Flame Boiling Sea, Song Yan activated a special flame domain feature, and as a large number of fire seeds spread from the warship hull, most of the Song family warships were soon covered. However, this was only a silver quality domain feature. Even if it had been strengthened to the 7th level by Song Yan, it could not resist the energy impact close to the 9th level. After the two came into contact, the flame domain lasted only a few seconds before it collapsed. Just as the hearts of the Song family's senior executives were tightening, the violent energy storm that began to spread again was suddenly blocked. They were like being completely blocked by an invisible isolation curtain and could not take a step forward. This is when all the Song family members raised their heads. They saw the illusory chessboard floating above their heads. This illusory chessboard continued to emit a large amount of time power, and a special time domain was constructed under the chessboard. It was precisely because of the barrier of this time domain that the violent energy storm from the outside world could not cross the line. Who is it? Which elder of the clan did this? Who knows? But what is certain is that it must be someone from my Song family. Otherwise, it would not be possible for him to protect my Song family fleet alone. On the side and back, the Tianqiu Sangqiong was also covered by this illusory chessboard. In the main control room of the warship, Song Qi did not make a sound. Looking at his face, he seemed to be in pain. In order to cover all the family fleets this time, he used a full 108 chess pieces to construct this time chessboard. Although it successfully protected the family fleet, the subsequent cooling time required a full 108 years. Even with the effect of Poshazin seal, it would take more than 20 years. Boom boom boom. Explosions sounded from all over the starry sky. Looking sideways, the entire starry sky was in ruins, with the wreckage of warships floating everywhere. A rough calculation showed that the number of warships affected and sunk by the aftermath of this bombardment alone would not be less than tens of millions. But now no one has time to care about these. All the survivors have only one thought in their minds. That is, to do their best to get away from this star field as soon as possible. Hurry. Don't stay. The Song family team was the same. At a certain moment, a golden light suddenly shot out from the Tianqiu Sangqiong, which was following the last of the fleet. The speed of this golden light was extremely fast. In an instant, it crossed hundreds of thousands of kilometers and accurately sank into the body of the 7th level 8-armed snake demon. Taking this opportunity, Song Qi immediately recalled the dominant king worm. When the tiger-eared king worm successfully entered the cabin, the hatch of the Tianqiu Sangqiong was immediately closed, and at the same time, a circle of subtle space fluctuations appeared around the warship. When the dominant snake demon came back from the state of time stagnation, the Tianqiu Sangqiong had already disappeared in front of it, and the illusory chessboard above its head also disappeared. Xian Song. Another group of Sky Serpent warships are catching up. You take 20 Zhulu warships to intercept them. Yes. Yuanzu? As the order was issued in the group chat, a fleet with a very good captain broke away from the team and swept to the rear. This is the joint fleet of Song and Luo. It has been many days since they evacuated the 8th level battlefield. The distance the fleet has sailed is not short. But there are too many Sky Serpent warships to search, and a wave will be found every few hours. Fortunately, there has been no 7th level snake demon overlord yet, and the Song family is able to deal with it. Suddenly, a communication component in the Aquila was triggered, and then a message popped out. Song Xuan looked sideways, and found that the message came from one of the clansmen who was detecting the situation in the direction of the fleet. Reporting to the original ancestor, a battle point was found thousands of miles away from the side and front. Song Xuan's reply was very familiar, and he quickly said, "Is it possible to confirm the identity? At present, it is very likely that the Stark family from the Yaoan kingdom is fighting with 2 large Sky Serpent motherships." Hearing this, Several senior executives in the family's encrypted communication group chat looked at each other. Song Xiuan, go ahead. The blessing of the mermaid queen part has not yet reached our hands. As he said, Song Qi, Song Tianhao, Song Tianshu and other 3 warships, plus hundreds of Hellfire mechas, rushed all the way to the direction of the Stark family, with the Tianshu Songqiong mirror warship taking action, and the 8-armed snake demon side, without the 7th level snake demon master. The final result can be imagined. After helping the Stark family sink all the Sky Serpent warships, the Stark family gave an unexpected surprise. They delivered the blessing of the Mermaid Queen component to the Song family in advance. But the premise was that their family team must be immediately incorporated into the Song family fleet. After this experience, they had a deep understanding of the danger of this civilization war, and knew that without protection, it would be difficult for their family to gain any benefits in future wars. It would be better to join the Song family first, so that their safety would undoubtedly be greatly improved. Several core members of the Song family high-level communication group chat discussed this blessing of the Mermaid Queen component. Originally, they all agreed that this component was most suitable to be loaded on the Dinghai Longxiang. 1 Star Destroyer doubles its combat power, and 1 Dreadnought doubles its combat power. It is obvious which one to choose. However, the ancestor is currently being held back in the 8th level battlefield, and it is not known when he can reunite with them. So it is necessary to redetermine the ownership of this component. After a discussion, the blessing of the Mermaid Queen was finally assigned to the Tianshu Songqiong. Song Qi did not have much emotion. After all, it would be unloaded later, just after strengthening this component to level 70. Bad news followed. 3 level 7 8-armed snake demons were approaching at a high speed. What do you mean? Fight or delay? After discovering this, several core members discussed it slowly. Compared with the past, their confidence is obviously completely different now. Don't forget, in addition to the dominant king worm taken away by Dinghai Longxiang, they still have 2 in their hands, plus a dominant level star dragon shark. Under this premise, the Song family members will naturally not be too scared. At this time, Song Qi suddenly spoke. Original ancestor, you take the 2 dominant king worms and hold back 2 of the snake demon masters, and give me the last one. Song Xiuan didn't say much. He and Song Xingru and Song Yin took the 2 dominant king worms and left quickly. In the dark starry sky, the snake demon master held a silver halberd in his hand. After seeing the oncoming Tianshu Songqiong, he waved the halberd without hesitation to meet it. In the main control room of Tianshu Songqiong, Song Qi's eyes flashed with brilliance. The next second, the mirror warship hidden in the void also showed up on its own. The 2 warships hovered side by side, and Song Qi stared directly at the flying snake demon master in front of him, and he used all his strength to operate his mind. Emperor's Tomb of Virtual Sea Projection 4-fold projection. Activated. Not only the main body of Tianshu Songqiong, but also the outer starry sky, accompanied by a change in space. The main body of Tianshu Songqiong and the mirror battleship successively condensed 4 warship projections. The original 2 warships turned into 10 in an instant. This is far from over. After summoning 8 warship projections, Song Qi activated several parts one after another. Pajuo Zen Seal Pajuo Time Realm. Pajuo Zen Seal Outer Time Stop. Blood Spear Weakness Mark of the Hunting God. Blood Spear Blood Judgment All Souls Destruction Bow Life Annihilation Arrow Black Hole Evolution Layer Black Hole Singularity Explosion Pajuo Zen Seal Inner Speed. The activation of these parts is not only for the main body of Tianshu Songqiong, but also for the mirror battleship. In front, the snake demon master immediately sensed the fatal threat, and his flying figure suddenly paused, and at the same time, a thick gray light condensed in his vertical pupils. Swish! The inherited magical power of the 8-armed snake demon alien race petrification ray was shot out. Song Qi had no intention of dodging it. The fact also proved that the 7th level petrification ray could not have any effect on the Tianshu Songqiong, which was loaded with the Golden Blood Battle Monument. Seeing that his own petrification ray did not play any role, knowing that he could not interrupt Song Qi attack energy storage, the snake demon master's power surged around him, and he wanted to dodge. However, at this time, the time-stopping golden light activated by the Tianshu Songqiong was already rushing over. Buzz buzz buzz. The space was shaking, and 2 time-stopping golden lights successively sank into the body of the snake demon master. But he seemed to have a good time resistance. And the 2 Zen Seal external time stop. characteristics could not completely freeze him. Seeing that the opponent was about to break free from the control of the time stop, Song-Chi eyes turned cold. The attack of the blood spear has been through the effect of Zen meditation seal internal speed, eliminating the long charging time. As long as the opponent is controlled for a moment, the blood judgment can hit. This thought flashed through his mind. And at the same time, another component on the warship was activated. Fixing consolidation in heaven prisoner chain. A special chain shot out from the void and entangled the snake demon overlord at a very fast speed. This fixing consolidation in is a silver component. Although the quality is not as good as Pajuo's Zen meditation seal, it can still block the snake demon overlord for a moment. Snake magic phase. The 7th level snake demon overlord activated the second inherited magical power. With the blessing of the snake magic phase, his whole body aura has been greatly improved, coupled with his already strong physique. Crack! In almost an instant, the heavenly prisoner chain was forcibly shattered, and it could not lock the terrifying body of the 8-armed snake demon at all. However, this was enough, because after this moment of delay, the blood judgment spear condensed by blood spear had already shot to the snake demon overlord. Bang! The spear of judgment pierced the head of the snake demon overlord fiercely, and the sound of explosion came soon. How strong the flesh of the snake demon overlord was a moment ago. How embarrassed it was at this moment. Under the extreme penetrating power of the blood spear, coupled with the subsequent micro black hole that exploded immediately, it is conceivable what kind of pain this 7th level 8-armed snake demon is enduring at this moment. The key is that this is not the end. After this, the weakness mark of the hunting god also exploded, and soon he was covered by secondary damage. The pale silver blood was sprinkled all over the starry sky. Chapter 6:17 Superdimensional Delivery. Under the extremely rapid explosion of the micro black hole, when the energy storm in the starry sky completely subsided, the snake demon master, who had almost lost half of his head, also reappeared in Song-Chi's eyes. Obviously, although this series of attacks caused serious damage to him, it did not completely make him lose his combat power. Perhaps he was completely enraged by this series of attacks. This 7th level snake demon master did not intend to turn around and flee. Instead, his whole body was steaming with blood, and his pair of snake eyes were scarlet, and he was completely in a violent state. The blood-colored steam and the power of the master were intertwined, and the strong energy was constantly erupting, enveloping the snake demon master's body of tens of thousands of kilometers, and bursting towards the Tianxu Sangqiong. Antimatter Energy Evolution Engine High Overload Explosion. The black engine installed on the Tianxu Sangqiong suddenly erupted, and the speed of the battleship suddenly increased several times, and the mirror battleship on one side was the same. With the help of this skyrocketing speed, the two warships, one main and one deputy, turned their bodies at the same time, trying to distance themselves from the snake demon overlord in front as much as possible. As for the other 8 warship projections, their reactions were completely different. Under Song-Chi control, they rushed straight towards the snake demon overlord without hesitation. The blood-colored steam around the snake demon overlord boiled, turning into a circle of energy torrents rushing towards the 8 warship projections that were rushing towards him. But the change that occurred in the next second made his crazy scarlet vertical pupils tremble suddenly. Before the 8 warship projections were about to touch the blood-colored torrent, a faint light appeared on the warship projections one after another. At first, the snake demon overlord didn't care. All his anger was activated on the physical Tianxu Sangqiong main body and the mirror clone. But when these 8 lights became increasingly blazing and the heat emitted was also skyrocketing, he finally realized that something was wrong. The blood-colored energy around him surged, and he wanted to stop his forward figure, but it was too late. The next moment, the 8 micro-neutron stars were completely transformed, and the scorching heat that was enough to melt high-level alloys almost enveloped his entire upper body, because they were just virtual projections. These 8 micro-neutron stars were also virtual forms, and the high temperature they produced could not reach the real Tianxu Sangqiong. But because there were 8 of them superimposed, the scorching heat that the snake demon master was enduring at this moment was only stronger. This is not over yet. Buzz! There was only a buzzing sound, and a touch of eternal darkness black light came swiftly, piercing the remaining half of the snake demon master's head along with a gradually weakening neutron high temperature, until the black light penetrated the snake demon master's head. Its body was revealed. It was a spear emitting eternal darkness. The tip of the spear also contained a light of Guishu. When the spear pierced the remaining half of the snake demon master's head, this light of Guishu just exploded inside his head. If it's not meteoric spear, then what is it? Millions of miles away. Seeing that the result has not been confirmed yet, Song Chi was about to activate another component, when a prompt sound suddenly rang in his ear. Kill the 7th level 8-armed snake demon and obtain 1 strand of the 6th level floating land origin. Hearing this, Song Chi turned his head and glanced at the soul-devouring altar component. When he saw that its soul-devouring progress had directly reached the 3rd stage 19%, he was sure that the snake demon master in front of him was really dead. In the dark star field, a giant corpse floated in the starry sky, and a large amount of light silver blood and charred limbs could be seen around it. A warship with a length of more than 160,000 meters was quietly hovering on one side. At a certain moment, a silver beam shot out from the warship. When the beam sank into the giant 8-armed corpse, its body began to shrink rapidly. When the 8-armed corpse shrank to less than 1 kilometer, a traction beam was shot out from the warship again, slowly pulling the corpse closer to the warship cabin. In the battleship's main control room, Song Chi quietly watched the step-by-step operation of the Sky Intelligence brain. Although he didn't say anything, he could tell from his constantly changing eyes that he was not calm at the moment. This was indeed the case. Song Chi felt a lot at the moment. Once upon a time, the existence of the Zulu ship and the 4th-level creatures of the Star Sea were powerful beings that were difficult to touch in his eyes. However, only a few hundred years later, the Tianshu Sky can now kill even the 7th-level master head-on. How could he not sigh about this? However, after sighing, he soon felt that it was natural. With the support of the Shutian market, how many rare items has he obtained in the past 600 years? Not to mention the time chessboard, this colorful and high-level mythical item. Just the Yin-Yang counterattack annihilation shield, black hole evolution layer, MTC projection emperor's tomb, antimatter energy evolution engine, and so on. All these high-level black or golden items are gathered in one body. Is it strange that the Tianshu Songqiong has such combat power? Moreover, the Snake Demon Overlord just now is just the most common 7th level unit. It is estimated that it will not take more than 3,000 years to enter the 7th level. In addition, he seems to be injured. It is likely that he is one of the ones who evacuated from the battlefield of the Snake Fong River system before. Just as he was thinking, a space fluctuation came from the starry sky behind him. It was Akala. Flame boiling sea, they were coming. With the help of the 2 Overlord King insects, Song Xuan and his companions also successfully killed a 7th level 8-armed snake demon. But the other one ran away because the situation was not good, and they failed to stop it. After several warships were connected to the communication, Song Xingru's question soon rang out in the group chat. Chi boy, how are you doing here? Where is the snake demon master? I have solved it, Song Chi said simply. And after hearing this answer, Song Xuan and his companions did not show any surprise on their faces, but only happiness on their faces. In their opinion, the reason why Song Chi was able to successfully kill the Snake Demon Master must be with the assistance of the Star Dragon Shark. And he may even have used the market projection order. Song Chi saw this, but he did not explain it in detail. After returning to the fleet, they began to wander around the Fire Snake River system according to the rough star map of the Fire Snake River system around them. Compared to the Song family fleet being basically out of danger, the battlefield where the Blood Sui Yang family's galaxy ship and several star destroyers were located at this moment was facing the biggest crisis. Crack, crack, crack. Above the galaxy ship, the collision between the Demon Sword and the White Jade Tower continued. The endless energy shock continued to spread outward. But at this moment, the warships in the surrounding starry sky had either sunk or fled far away. And no matter how strong the energy shock wave was, the threat was no longer that great. However, as time went on, the violent energy on the blade of the demon sword was still raging. But the projection of the Blood Sui Yang family's Shoutian Xingchen Tower above the galaxy ship had gradually emerged with cracks. No matter how impressive the Shoutian Xingchen Tower was, it failed to unleash its full power after all. Now it was a projection again. After persisting for nearly 2 minutes, it finally ran out of steam and would soon be completely shattered. About 10 more seconds later, the cracks on the body of the illusory White Jade Xingchen Tower had reached their limit. The next second, the virtual Star Tower was completely dimmed. After the collision between the Magic Knife and the Star Tower, the Magic Knife of the 8-armed demon god was still stronger. The only consolation might be that after the virtual showdown Star Tower's resistance, the light on the blade of the virtual magic knife also dimmed a lot. Inside the galaxy ship, the man's face was not good, and the reminder sound in his ear kept ringing. Please note that the warship was attacked by external energy, and the energy shield was damaged by 18%. Please repair it in time. Please note that the warship was attacked by external energy, and the energy shield was damaged by 46%. Please repair it in time. Please note. The continuous reminders of the shipborne intelligent brain showed that the black quality energy shield strengthened to the 8th level had already consumed more than 80% of the shield value. Even if he saw the opportunity and activated the 2 warship repair parts on the warship in time, he still failed to prevent the energy shield from being completely overloaded. Finally, the magic knife, which had dimmed by more than 80%, chopped on the ship armor that had activated the protective characteristics. Fortunately, most of the power has been consumed. At this moment, with the armor protection characteristics of the hull activated, the galaxy ship's hull was not seriously damaged. No! Suddenly, the man's pupils shrank suddenly, and his sight quickly turned to the rear of the warship. There, he just sensed a very weak space fluctuation. Before he could turn his sight, a violent tremor came first. Then, there was a violent explosion. Then, there was the emergency prompt of the ship's intelligent brain. The second 8th level snake demon. It was not until this time that the man spoke in a low voice. The attack on the stern just came from the second 8th level snake demon. He held a giant axe thousands of kilometers long, and the axe almost split the tail of the galaxy ship. Even so, the galaxy ship's hull armor was still damaged by more than 50% under this attack, and the hull shrank by 30%. As soon as he found the second 8th level snake demon, the man activated another golden component on the battleship, and then a giant spirit shadow appeared above the galaxy ship. It was a special group spirit protection component. After the giant spirit shadow condensed, the 8th level snake demon behind was pushed away for a distance. This spirit shadow is a protection component. Although it is also an energy form, it is different from the battleship energy shield and can also resist physical attacks. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the man issued instructions to more than 10 Star Destroyers not far away, asking all Star Destroyer captains to assist in attacking the 2 8th level snake demons. At the same time, he quickly divided a part of his mind and sank it into the Shinhua Zuchu deep in his eyebrows. Hundreds of millions of light years away, Xianxin continent, Xianxin Shinhua Zuding. Inside the majestic hall, the colorful light continued to shine. If there were outsiders here, they would definitely find that every time the colorful light flashed, an unknown message popped up. At this moment in this majestic hall, countless figures are recording, forwarding, and summarizing this information one by one. Deep in the hall, a flame-emitting chaotic light was constantly jumping and burning. When the chaotic flame approached, there was no energy fluctuation on his body. The old man stood quietly like an ordinary person. At this time, a figure quickly walked behind him. Sir, Level 2 communication. 2 8th level 8-armed snake demons appeared in the Fire Snake River system, one of which even summoned a trace of energy from the bottomless abyss 8-armed demon god. The Blood Sui Yang family Yang Song, who is responsible for guarding the Fire Snake River system, is urgently asking for help. Hearing this, the old man did not open his closed eyes, but replied in an ordinary old voice, "Send a message to the frontline command." At the same time, another starfield hundreds of millions of light years away, the vast starry sky is gathering a large number of warships. In the core area of the fleet, surrounded by multiple galaxy ships, there is a supergiant warship with a length of hundreds of millions of kilometers. Inside the supergiant warship, the Shinhua communication cabin. Beep, beep. A series of urgent reminders suddenly sounded from the communication cabin. Received the latest level 2 communication from Shinhua Zuding. 2 level 8-armed snake demons appeared in the Fire Snake River system. Yang Song the Lord is urgently seeking help. After receiving this message, the staff of the Shinhua communication cabin quickly forwarded the message to another cabin. At the same time, one of the galaxy ships surrounding the outside world seemed to have received an order. This galaxy ship quickly started its engine and approached the supergiant battleship with a length of hundreds of millions of kilometers. After approaching the supergiant battleship for a certain distance, it seemed to be affected by some characteristics of the supergiant battleship. This million-kilometer-long galaxy ship was directly reduced by 10,000 times. until it swept into the interior of the supergiant battleship. The captain was only hundreds of kilometers away, flying all the way into a hatch of the supergiant battleship. The miniaturized galaxy ship quickly rushed to a special cabin along the passage. This cabin was very large, with a special platform standing in the middle of the cabin, and a line of words engraved above the cabin door. Superdimensional drop room. After the galaxy ship in mini form flew into this superdimensional drop room, it actually landed directly on the high platform in the middle of the cabin. Not long after, the high platform in the middle of the superdimensional drop room began to emit dazzling light, which gradually became stronger, and finally illuminated the entire superdimensional drop room. When the light reached its peak, violent spatial fluctuations also spread out, until the light finally dissipated, and the galaxy ship in the superdimensional drop room had disappeared. Until then, a mechanical prompt sounded in the superdimensional drop room. Drop completed. This drop room is temporarily closed. After the mechanical prompt sound, this cabin that occupies a large area began to emit bursts of strange noises until all the doors of the cabin were closed. But it is obvious that this superdimensional drop room is not all. There are other superdimensional drop rooms in this supergiant battleship. Of course, the number will never be too many. In the Fire Snake River system, above the Blood Sui Yang clan galaxy ship, under the continuous attack of two 8th level snake demons, the giant clan's true spirit shadow has dimmed by half. In the battleship's main control room, Yang Song's face was gloomy, and he had already made preparations in his heart before the true spirit shadow was completely exhausted. If support still did not arrive, he could only choose to evacuate the battlefield first. Even if this would put the dozens of star destroyers present in greater danger, he would also be criticized by the Xinhua Zuding later. But in order to ensure his own safety, he could not consider so much. Just at this time, a violent space fluctuation suddenly came from the side. Chapter 6:18 Thrilling. Finally here. Fortunately, not too bad. In the main control room of the galaxy ship, Yang Song breathed a sigh of relief. As the first-generation Jinyuan king of the Blood Sui dynasty, his ship Shui Sui Jinyuan has been promoted to a galaxy ship for tens of thousands of years, and is considered an old galaxy ship. But this does not mean that the combat power of Shui Sui Jinyuan is so strong. The simplest point is that his biggest flaw is that he has not yet been promoted to the Black Fire Seed. The limitation of the Golden Fire Seed makes it impossible for the shipborne components on Shui Sui Jinyuan to be strengthened to the 9th level forever. This also means that no matter how long it has been on the galaxy ship, Shui Sui Jinyuan will never be able to enter the level of the top galaxy ship. Under this premise, facing two 8th level 8-armed snake demons, one of which was a mythical existence that had communicated with the bottomless abyss, they were really in a great disadvantage before. If the support had come 1 or 2 minutes later, the idea of running away that had just flashed through their minds would not be just talk. As their thoughts turned rapidly, the spatial fluctuations on the side became stronger and stronger, which also made all the creatures present cast their peripheral vision over a brand new galaxy ship. This is the support from the command center of the Divine Dynasty fleet. The captains of the Star Destroyers were delighted. This time the support came too timely. In the previous situation, although no one chose to leave the battlefield, which of the Star Destroyer captains present had not lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years, and which one was not a smart person? In the situation just now, everyone knew that the Shui Sui Jinyuan of the Blood Sui Yang family would not be able to hold on for too long. The reason why no one fled first was just because they were afraid of the subsequent punishment from the Xinhua Zuding and the fleet of the Divine Dynasty headquarters. The arrival of the second galaxy ship has undoubtedly restored the balance of the battle situation that was doomed to fail. But the time of overturning was sooner or later. At this time, one of the Star Destroyer captains of the Linghui Zhao clan suddenly said in the group chat, "The Blood River Totem is Blood River King." This sudden sentence immediately made the group chat, which had not been spoken for a long time, lively again. Rosetta Morningstar, but the Blood River King of the Blood River system of the Divine Dynasty? Xiaochen, yes. That's the one. Xiao Chongqing, it's actually this one. I heard that this Blood River King rose to power with the help of the special starry sky wonder Blood Sea Galaxy. After integrating the origin of Blood Sea Galaxy, his ship has extremely strong defense and self-healing power. When he first entered the 7th level Star Destroyer, he faced the 8th level 8-armed snake demon directly. Just when everyone was talking about the glorious past of this Blood River King, The blood-colored warship engraved with the Blood River totem in the distance had already appeared. After appearing in the void, the ship body of more than 100 kilometers suddenly expanded, and soon recovered to a length of 1 million kilometers. Roar! 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 The two 8th level 8-armed snake demons suddenly let out sharp roars. The human civilization and the 8-armed snake demon civilization have been confronting each other for more than 100,000 years, and both sides have long understood each other beyond imagination. At the moment of hearing this roar, all the Shinhua captains present understood the other party's intention. They are summoning the 7th level 8-armed snake demons in the surrounding starry sky. Jinyuan, fight quickly and decisively. Upon hearing this, Yang Song's reply was quickly transmitted from the Shui Sui Jinyuan. Okay. The one on the left. Its talent is far inferior to the other one. Without the power of the 8-armed demon god, we have a good chance of killing it with our full strength. As he said this, Yang Song's mind changed, and he activated another component almost at the same time. Not far away, one of the two Divine Dynasty monitoring star destroyers received a special message. Try to hold back the 8th level snake demon on the right as much as possible. Remember, don't hold back. Otherwise don't blame me if the battleship sinks in the end. This message came from the Shui Sui Jinyuan. Yang Song's words were obviously not a discussion, but an order. After seeing the content of this message, the captain of the Star Destroyer looked a little ugly. As a Star Destroyer captain from the Xianqin Divine Dynasty, he had a good background and had always been in a high position for a long time. How could he have been ordered so strongly? The key is that this is an extremely dangerous order. That is an 8th level snake demon that summoned a trace of the power of the Abyss demon god. If they are not careful, their Star Destroyer, which is already one level lower, will be at risk of sinking. But although he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, what is Yang Song's identity? Captain of the Galaxy. Even if he is only the captain of the galaxy of a dynasty under the Divine Dynasty, he is definitely not someone he can disobey. After a short silence, this person still sent this order to the Star Destroyer Captain group chat. Are you sure you heard it right? Let us hold back an 8th level 8-armed snake demon, or the 8th level snake demon that attracted a trace of the power of the mythical demon? After a burst of raised voices, the group chat soon became silent again, or it would be more appropriate to say that it was heavy. At this moment, the atmosphere in the group chat was already extremely heavy, because the first problem before them was who would get close to hold back the 8th level 8-armed snake demon. For this, none of the more than 10 people present were willing. However, before anyone could break the silence in the group chat, the 8th level battlefield in front had already changed. In a flash, the newly appeared Blood River King warship and Blood Sui Jinyuan almost simultaneously flashed to the same 8th level 8-armed snake demon. Without waiting for the other 8th level snake demon to react, the two galaxy warships had already used special means to pull themselves and the 8th level snake demon into a very special dimensional space. Seeing this, the 8th level snake demon with the power of the 8-armed demon quickly swung its 8 arms and bombarded the dimensional space barrier again and again. However, the components that generated this dimensional space seemed to be very good. At least they were all black ultimate level components. And no matter how the 8-armed snake demon bombarded, there was no sign of fragmentation at all. In contrast, the three inside the dimensional space have already started a war. The two galaxy ships are working together to hunt down the 8th level 8-armed snake demon. Seeing this scene, the 8th level snake demon left outside finally reacted. He stopped attacking the dimensional space barrier and turned his body suddenly to look at the more than 10 star destroyers not far away. At this time, don't hold back. Everyone, use all your means. In the group chat, the first to break the silence was one of the 2 star destroyers of the Linghui Zhao family. This person is the current head of the Linghui Zhao family. He has been a star destroyer captain for 30,000 years, so his experience is naturally much better than other captains. Regardless of what others think, the head of the Linghui Zhao family directly activated multiple parts on the ship after he finished speaking. The next moment, a frostwhite beam of light shot out from the bow of the ship and headed towards the 8th level snake demon in the distance at a very fast speed. With this person's first move, the surrounding star destroyers also activated various parts of the warships one after another, and various beams were shot out at once. A lot of things can be seen from the colors of these beams. First of all, the frostwhite ray activated by the head of the Linghui Zhao family is obviously a special ice-type confinement ray. Once it successfully hits the 8th level snake demon, It is likely to bind the opponent for a period of time. Most of the other captains are the same. As for the Dinghai Longxiang, knowing that most of the surrounding captains will activate control abilities, Song Wujiang is different. He activated a powerful ship gun attack. Originally, it was thought that with all these means superimposed, the 8th level Snake Demon could always be controlled for a period of time. But the Star Destroyer captain still underestimated the opponent and the mythical demon power on the opponent. When all the attacks were shot to him, this 8th level 8-armed Snake Demon activated another bloodline magical power that he had never used before. 8-armed Snake Prison. Swish. 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 A large amount of violent energy spread out from its body, mixed with a trace of the power of the 8-armed demon god, which made the activated 8-armed Snake Prison even more domineering. All the attacks were suppressed silently after entering the 8-armed Snake Prison, and then wiped out one by the violent energy in the Snake Prison. Continue. The faces of the Star Destroyers changed drastically, and they wanted to attack again. But the reaction of the 8th level 8-armed Snake Demon on the opposite side was obviously faster. After the sudden emergence of the 8-armed Snake Prison wiped out all the attack methods, a gray-white ray with an astonishing diameter suddenly shot out from the Snake Prison in the next second. It was the petrification ray ability of the 8-armed Snake Demon clan. The diameter of this petrification ray was terrifying. For Song Wujiang and others, it was more appropriate to describe it as a light column. And the most direct impact caused by this was that many Star Destroyers were within the opponent's attack range. In a flash, the captains of the Star Destroyers responded in completely different ways. Some wanted to activate the flash escape parts. Some wanted to deal with the effects of control-free, domineering, etc. Some chose to activate the active burst characteristics of the shipborne engine to control the warship's deviation. However, what made them more terrified was still to come. They saw that the 8-armed Snake Prison, which originally only covered the 8th-level Snake Demon itself, suddenly expanded and instantly covered more than 10 Star Destroyers. The 8-armed Snake Prison activated by the 8th-level Snake Demon was blessed with a trace of the power of the mythical demon god. The power of this 8-armed Snake Prison can be imagined. Multiple effects such as air ban, magic ban, deceleration, and time slowing were applied to all Star Destroyers. Not to mention flash escape. Even the energy shields on the outside of a group of warships were directly overloaded at this moment, and collapsed directly under the suppression of the magic ban Snake Prison rule. After that, the unaffected light column like petrifying rays roared in, instantly petrifying most of the Star Destroyers. And Dinghai Longxiang was not spared. This is not the most terrifying thing for all Star Destroyer captains. At this moment, their pupils are staring forward in horror. The 8th level 8-armed Snake Demon did not give the Star Destroyers any chance to breathe. After the 8-armed Snake Prison and petrification ray, his 8 arms were raised again, and a black magic knife condensed from his head for the second time. It was the 8-armed demon god slash that he had used before against the Shui Jin Yuan. Of course, this second hastily condensed magic knife was much shorter than the first one, and its power was far less. But no matter what, this was a full-strength attack condensed by an 8th level unit with the help of a wisp of demon god power. The power was not close to the 9th level, but at least it was extremely strong among the 8th levels. It can be imagined that once hit by this magic knife, what kind of damage will be suffered. What's more, at this moment, the energy shields on the surface of the Star Destroyers were extinguished first, which was undoubtedly a double blow to them. However, no matter how frightened the Star Destroyer captains were, they could only watch the magic knife slashing at them, as their ships were petrified. The few Star Destroyers that were lucky enough not to be petrified were now turning their hulls with all their strength, trying to distance themselves to the side. However, apart from this, the captains were not completely sitting there waiting for death. The warships could not move, and their energy could not be displayed. But at least the defensive characteristics of the warships themselves were not restricted. At this moment, more than a dozen Star Destroyers all activated the protective characteristics of the hull armor. There were more than a dozen Star Destroyers, and each Star Destroyer was equipped with different hull armor. Some of them were covered with a layer of special alloy outside the hull. Some temporarily added a second layer of armor, and some transformed themselves into other special forms. Dinghai Longxiang inside, Song Wujiang's face also had a trace of panic. He forced himself to calm down, and took the lead in activating the Death Star Shell Armor Death Star Shell Guard. After the outer layer of Dinghai Longxiang was completely wrapped by the special Death Star Shell, he looked down at the golden token in his hand, with a slightly struggling look. It was the market projection order that Song Chi had deliberately handed to him before he left. In addition to being unsure whether the market projection order could be successfully activated in this forbidden demon snake prison, he was also worried about the exposure of the Zhutian market. At this point, even if Song Chi never said it clearly, several core members of the family basically knew it and guessed that the relationship between Zhutian market and Song Chi was not as simple as that of an ordinary market guest. It was also for this reason that Zhutian market was too involved. Once the Zhutian market projection was successfully summoned, the Song family would definitely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, which would bring great danger to Song Chi. Just as Song Wujiang was struggling, the petrified state of Dinghai Longxiang was suddenly broken free. He turned his sight suddenly and looked at the silver blood battle monument on the side. Obviously, it was because of this component that the Dinghai Longxiang was able to break free from the petrified state in advance. Song Wujiang no longer had any worries about this change. He put away the market projection order again, and at the same time, his mind was racing. Under his control, a hissing sound came from the hatch of the battleship, and the hatch was opened a little. Then the mini Tiger King worm in the cabin received a signal and rushed out through the gap in the hatch. When the Tiger King worm rushed out of the battleship, the gap on the shell of the Death Star quickly closed. Looking ahead, after such an operation, the black magic knife that was slashing across had already arrived. Swish! The dark light flashed, and the blade slashed through the hulls of many star destroyers along the way. However, it was slightly different from other star destroyers. Before the blade of this magic knife cut into the Dinghai Longxiang, it first slashed on the giant king worm carapace that was blocking the battleship directly in front of it. Boom! An explosion sounded in the distance, followed by the all-too-familiar energy storm. Chapter 619, The Fall of the Star Destroyer. Boom! The blade of the magic knife cut through the super alloy carapace of the Overlord King Worm, and the energy continued to explode. This time, the King Worm did not have the defense of the U-Scroll of the Secret of Fire, and under the terrifying cutting force, the carapace of the Tiger Turtle King Worm, which was not weak even among the 7th level defenses, only lasted less than 10 seconds, and then it was completely cut apart. Not only the carapace, but also the flesh and blood inside it were cut in half within the next few breaths. After splitting the Tiger Turtle King Worm into two, the magic knife's blade power, which was dimmed by half, then fell on the outer layer of the Death Star shell of the Dinghai Longxiang. For a while, Song Wujiang in the main control room of the battleship only heard bursts of cracking sounds in his ears, which were caused by the star shell layer on the Death Star shell constantly breaking under the strong cutting force. Fortunately, with the previous resistance of the Tiger King Worm at the cost of its life, the Dinghai Longxiang had already replaced the black quality Death Star shell armor, and had been strengthened to level 80, with a defense far beyond the ordinary, plus the Death Star shell Guardian's top-grade defense characteristics. Although it was still difficult to completely withstand the frontal cutting of the magic knife's blade, it was at least enough to last for a long time. If it was still the gold quality Yanshin Star hull armor, it would probably be at the end of its strength at this moment. Compared to the Dinghai Longxiang's tenacity, the state of the other star destroyers around was much worse. As long as they did not dominate the slave creatures to first wear down the power of the magic knife's blade, many warships were only equipped with gold hull armor. And even worse, they were equipped with silver hull armor. Even if the protective characteristics of the hull armor were activated, they were already on the verge of collapse at this moment. After all, not everyone is like Song Wujiang, who got the extremely rare golden upgrade fire sword shortly after being promoted to a star destroyer, and successfully turned his own fire seed into gold. Among the more than 10 star destroyer captains present, even though nearly half of them have been promoted for more than 10,000 years, they are still only silver fire seeds. The worst one is naturally the Morningstar Zhongheng. Rosetta Morningstar was indeed promoted to the 7th level hundreds of years earlier than Song Wujiang, but the Morningstar family behind her has only been passed down for thousands of years. The family's foundation is not even as good as the Song family, which has encountered many adventures, let alone those immortal families that have been immortal for 10,000 years. Until now, the ship Morningstar Zhongheng is equipped with only a piece of silver hull armor. Under the cutting of the magic knife's blade force, the protective characteristics of its hull armor have completely collapsed a few seconds ago. At this moment, the violent blade force has already directly acted on the Morningstar Zhongheng hull armor. Even though the silver quality ship armor had been strengthened to the limit of level 79, it was still too fragile in front of the 8-armed demon Slash, with a peak energy level of level 8. In just a few seconds, the ship armor of Morningstar was completely shattered, and the damage to its hull exceeded 70%, just a little short of the 80% that would cause the warship to shut down. Fortunately, Rosetta Morningstar remained calm enough and activated a silver repair component on the warship at the right time, allowing both the warship hull and the hull armor to be restored to their peak state immediately. However, this was obviously only a temporary solution, and the hull armor that had just been fully restored was still being cut at a rapid speed, and it would soon be broken again. In the final analysis, the silver quality ship armor had too poor defensive capabilities. Seeing this, Rosetta Morningstar's face turned pale, and her heart was full of fear. Crack! Please note that the ship's armor has been damaged by 80%, and the ship's hull has been damaged by 54% due to a strong attack from the outside world. Please repair it as soon as possible. When the reminder that the ship's hull was damaged by more than 50% came again, Rosetta Morningstar suppressed the fear in her heart and forced herself to calm down. Morningstar, there was no second silver repair part on the Morningstar, and Rosetta knew that she had to calm down at the moment. As his mind raced, his eyes suddenly lit up at a certain moment. Ask for help. Yes. I can only ask for help from outsiders at this moment. Thinking of this, his eyes began to turn quickly again, since he was asking for help from outsiders, and it was related to his own life. He naturally had to come up with something that would interest outsiders enough. Thinking of this, Rosetta Morningstar seemed to have thought of something. He quickly glanced to the side, and when he saw the Ding Hai Longxiang, the still strong hull, his eyes suddenly narrowed. Beep beep. Ding Hai Longxiang inside? Song Wujiang exclaimed, wondering who would contact him at this time, and whether it was through private encrypted magnetic wave communication. Song Wujiang, save me. Morningstar Zonlin can't hold on any longer. If you don't make a move within 5 seconds, I will immediately make public the news of Time Realm Tree's secret realm. After reading this encrypted communication, Song Wujiang's eyes darkened. Before he could reply, the market projection order in his hand trembled. Song Wujiang, who had thought of something, immediately threw the market projection order to a 6th level Jiexing slave behind him. Then the 6th level Jiexing figure suddenly disappeared. 1 second later, when the 6th level Jiexing figure reappeared, it had 2 more parts in its hand. One was the blessing of the Mermaid Queen that Song Qi had just received. The second was the Posha Zen meditation seal. The Tiger Turtle King Worm was under the command of the Zerg Queen, enslaved by the Heavenly Power Control Ring. When the Tiger Turtle King Worm died, Song Qi naturally received a reminder from the Zerg Queen. That's why he took the initiative to send these 2 parts to ensure the safety of his ancestors. After receiving the 2 parts and the supporting strengthening resources, Song Wujiang loaded them at the fastest speed and strengthened them all the way to LV80. He had not ignored Rosetta Morningstar. Even though he was full of anger, Rosetta Morningstar threatened anyone with this, and anyone would be unhappy. But there was no way. Ignoring was impossible. Time Realm Fruit's secret realm was too involved. Even though Song Qi had transplanted the 7th level Time Realm tree, there were still 2 6th level Time Realm trees, 4th level and 5th level Time Realm trees in the secret realm. If they were really exposed, even with the current strength of the Song family, there would still be a lot of trouble. Fortunately, a single 6th level Time Realm tree was different from 2 6th level trees plus multiple 4th and 5th level Time Realm trees. The strength shown by the Song family was not enough. Rosetta, you are cruel. Remember not to resist. I will send you a binding invitation. As he said that, Song Wujiang sent the 3rd message. But this time it was a screenshot of the attributes. It was the introduction of the Deep Sea Link feature of the Blessing of the Mermaid Queen component. The Blessing of the Mermaid Queen of the Stark family? You actually got this part quietly. What a trick. Heh. Same here. Seeing Song Wujiang admitted himself, Rosetta's face lit up. Haughty Stark had used this part before, and he was very clear about its effect, which greatly improved the defense of the warship. Coupled with the other red repair part on the Morning Star, he saw hope of saving his life. This also made him pause instinctively when he had already started editing and was ready to ask for help from other Star Destroyers. As a man who has lived for 6,000 or 7,000 years, he would naturally not be stupid enough to put all his hopes on Song Wujiang. Not to mention that the relationship between the 2 families was already very tense. This threat obviously offended Song Wujiang completely. But after only a pause of 1 second, Rosetta continued to edit the information again. Being suspicious by nature, he still did not trust Song Wujiang, and was ready to continue sending messages for help to the 3 families of the Yaoan Kingdom as a backup. As for the secret realm of the time tree, people are going to die. So why would they care so much? He is the captain of a star destroyer, and he still has a long life ahead of him. Rosetta Morningstar will never allow himself to die here. However, what he didn't know was that this short second of hesitation made him lose his last chance. Dozens of golden lights suddenly shot out from the Dinghai Longxiang, and each of these golden lights pointed to a different star destroyer. The star destroyer captains didn't understand why at first, but when the golden lights sank into the ship and a prompt sounded in their ears, they suddenly understood. While showing joy on their faces, their eyes looking at Song Wujiang were all full of gratitude. After receiving the deep-sea link from the Dinghai Longxiang, the current firepower, speed, and defense of the warship have doubled. It seems like a random prompt, but the amplification effect on the warship itself is real, enough to greatly improve the safety of each warship in the future. What everyone didn't notice was that although they also received a golden light, the Morning Star among the star destroyers was a little different. In the main control room of Morning Star, although Rosetta Morningstar also had a happy expression on her face, her happiness seemed to be solidified on her face. Song Wujiang. This was indeed the case. At this moment, Rosetta Morningstar was completely fixed in place. What just sank into the hull of Morningstar was not the light of Deep Sea Link, but the time-stopping golden light of Pajuo Zin Seal. Not long after, the surface of Morningstar was cracked again, and the hull armor that had just been repaired was completely shattered again. As for the hull itself, it was soon torn apart by the magic knife. In the communication group chat, a Star Destroyer captain exclaimed, "The number of members has been reduced." The group chat originally had 14 people, but now only has 13 people. Who sank? It seems to be the Morningstar Cross of the Morningstar Kingdom. What about Rosetta Morningstar? Did he leave the ship in advance? It seems not. He died along with the ship. The captains all looked very heavy as they exclaimed. After all, no one knew if they would be the next one to fail. Dinghai Longxiang in the control room. Song Wujiang's face was also full of solemnity. There was no abnormality on his face. As for what he was thinking, only he knew it at this moment. Rosetta, you are asking for death. But you can't blame me. The death of Rosetta Morningstar was more like a beginning. In the next 2 minutes, the captains of the Star Destroyer suffered multiple attacks from the 8th level 8-armed snake demon. Several warships that barely survived the first attack naturally could not withstand the pressure, and sank one after another. Buzz! Above the starry sky, the snake demon's arm swung again, and one of its arms locked onto the Dinghai Longxiang. Song Wujiang gritted his teeth. He glanced at the special dimensional space on the side. His face was extremely ugly. Why hasn't it been resolved yet? The Zen Seal Inner Speed feature has been used, and the secondary Death Star Shell Guardian duration has expired. Dinghai Longxiang can't stand it anymore. Do we really have to use this market projection order? Just thinking about it, there was finally movement from the dimensional space barrier on the side. The space barrier that was difficult for the 8th level snake demon to destroy was rapidly showing a large number of cracks. In the blink of an eye, the dimensional space barrier shattered by itself, and the situation inside the space was completely presented to the captains of the Star Destroyers. The original 2 galaxy ships and an 8th level 8-armed snake demon. At this moment, only 2 galaxy ships with slightly damaged hulls were left. On the other hand, the 8th level snake demon was already floating powerlessly in the starry sky, and had long lost its breath of life. As the dimensional space barrier was broken, the 2 galaxy ships turned quickly, and quickly shifted their target to the last 8th level 8-armed snake demon. They had already seen the 4 Star Destroyers that had turned into wreckage on the side. For Star Destroyers were lost in a war, which was definitely a very serious war loss. Even if they successfully hunted down an 8th level 8-armed snake demon, they would not be punished for it. But if more Star Destroyers sank, even if they had the merit of hunting down the 8th level snake demon, they would not be able to resist the guilt. The law force field of the 2 galaxy ships spread rapidly, and all the attack methods of the remaining 8th level snake demon were completely eliminated at this moment. Afterwards, the severely damaged Star Destroyers received the messages from the 2 galaxy ships almost at the same time. Your mission has been completed. Just leave it to us next. As they said, The two galaxy ships chased the 8th level 8-armed snake demon that had turned around and fled, leaving only 10 star destroyers here. In the battleship group chat, the captains did not speak. Their eyes were on the wreckage of the 4-star destroyers around them, and the atmosphere was quite heavy. In just a few minutes, the 4-star destroyers sank. This is the cruelty of civilized war. At this time, no one can relax. At this time, the head of the Lingwei Zhao family spoke first. There is good news. 2 captains of the 4 sunken star destroyers teleported away in advance and saved their lives. No one was surprised to hear this news. After all, they have lived for thousands of years, and there are naturally many people who know how to make choices. After all, they are all 7th level creatures who have undergone 7 life baptisms. Even if there is no assistance from the battleship psionic training platform in the future, it will be difficult to break through the psionic guidance technique. But at least the 7th level life level is enough for them to continue to live worry-free for tens of thousands of years. Under this premise, it is naturally best to be able to save their lives before everyone can communicate more. Waves of space fluctuations have been heard in the surrounding star fields. Those 7th level 8-armed snake demons who have received the summons are coming. Chapter 620 Level 9 Floating Land of Demonic Snakes. This sudden change made the 10-star destroyer captains present change their previous heavy mood. They were tense and entered a state of high alert again. However, the final result was quite surprising. Although these level 7 snake demon overlords came quickly, they also ran fast. The cold corpses were not far behind the star destroyers. These level 7 8-armed snake demons were not fools. They saw the bad situation at the first glance, seeing that their own level 8 snake demons had died here, and there were no wreckage of the galaxy ship of Xinhua civilization in the surrounding area. So after a brief hesitation, all the level 7 8-armed snake demons who came fled far away, and even the sky serpent fleet that was still chasing the fleets in the depths of the starry sky also received the order to retreat one after another, billions of kilometers away. The Song Luo Joint Fleet. Song Xiuan's voice sounded in the fleet's highest command channel. All dreadnought captains and battleship captains, listen to the order conveyed by the inspector. Each lead their fleet to attack freely, and do their best to pursue the fleeing sky serpent warships around. The Song family's first fleet received it. The Luo family's first fleet received it. The Stark family's first fleet received it. The Philip family's Golden Lion Guards fleet received it. As the dreadnoughts and battleships received the order one after another, the tens of millions of warships of the combined fleet began to quickly split into medium-sized fleets of 100,000 or hundreds of thousands, and under the command of high-level warships, each of them swept in different directions and began to pursue the scattered sky serpent fleets around. And in this case, it is not just the Song Luo combined fleet that is doing this at the moment, but all fleets are doing the same. Just now, the 2 inspectors of the Divine Dynasty issued the pursuit order to all the dreadnought captains through the special Xinhua communication, wanting to take this opportunity to cause as much damage as possible to the 8-armed snake demon army of the Fire Snake River system. Time passed. The war spread to a large area of the star field, and in the blink of an eye, it was 10 days later. A group of star destroyers gathered again. Just now, 2 galaxy ships that had disappeared for 10 days finally returned, although no one took the initiative to ask about the final results. Seeing the unhappy faces of the 2 people in the communication group chat, Song Wujiang and others actually had the answer in their hearts. Obviously, the other 8th level 8-armed snake demon had a high probability of running away. Even though there were guesses in their hearts, no one took the initiative to expose them. Instead, the head of the Lingwei Zhao family took the lead in changing the subject. Everyone, the preliminary statistics of this battle report have been completed, based on the full-scale attack of the Tianbian fleet in the past 10 days. This time we sank more than 10 million sky serpent warships, killed more than 5 million 8-armed snake demons below the 4th level, nearly 10,000 8-armed snake demons of the 4th level and above, 7 7th level 8-armed snake demons, and 1 8th level 8-armed snake demon. It can be said that we won a great victory. Listening to the words of the head of the Lingwei Zhao family in the group chat, everyone did not show much excitement, and the atmosphere was still heavy. At this time, Blood Sui Dynasty Jinyuan King Yang Song suddenly asked, "How is our war loss?" These 6 short words made the Lingwei Zhao family head, who was still passionate a moment ago, pause suddenly. After a few breaths of silence, he spoke in a deep voice. "My lord, this time our warship sank more than 50 million. most of which were destroyed by the aftermath of the attack of the 8th level snake demon. Among them, 328 4th level chasing ships sank, 37 5th level battleships, 12 6th level dreadnoughts, and 4 7th level star destroyers. The release of this series of data was visibly heavy in the group chat. These are not ordinary numbers, but lives. More than 50 million warships were sunk, and it is conceivable that the number of Xinhui human citizens who died would be far more than this number. Even more than 1 billion. You should know that not all of these sunken warships are Xinhui warships, but more of them are ordinary starships. These ordinary starships are different from Xinhui warships. They are far less efficient than Xinhui warships. An ordinary starship often requires hundreds or thousands of people to operate normally, and some even more. However, at this time, Song Wujiang in the main control room of Dinghai Longxiang keenly caught the flash of strange color in Yang Song's eyes. It was not a grief or sigh, but more like a long sigh of relief that was still within the controllable range of war damage, and even a hint of joy. Yes, it was joy, because this time he killed an 8th level snake demon, and compared with these inevitable war losses, this time he was likely to get a considerable amount of military merit from the divine dynasty. In this regard, Song Wujiang did not show any abnormality, but he was sure that this was not his illusion, but that the first generation of the Blood Sui dynasty Zhenyuan king had indeed flashed such a glimmer of joy in his eyes before. Maybe the other party thinks that he has hidden himself well and is difficult for outsiders to detect. But don't forget that Song Wujiang has a 6th level Chongming divine bird, and under the Chongming blood covenant, he also has a pair of double pupils. Even though the Chongming divine bird he contracted could only reach the 6th level due to the limitation of the law, the 6th level double pupil power was enough to make his vision far superior to that of captains of the same level. After confirming this, Song Wujiang felt a chill in his heart. The other party's indifference was far beyond his expectations. However, this emotion only lasted for a moment and was soon dispelled by him, because at the beginning, he had a certain psychological preparation. No matter how good these Star Destroyer captains are, they all have their family members in the joint fleet. But this Zhenyuan king of the Blood Sui dynasty is different. He is just a transcendent combat force sent by the divine dynasty. Before this, he had no connection with the Tianban river system or even the Linghui river system. Under this premise, the other party will only handle things impartially, and there is no possibility of considering things from the perspective of the two major river system fleets. It is precisely because he had considered this point long ago that Song Wujiang quickly turned around. After all, it's still not strong enough. First, he witnessed 4 star destroyers sinking in just a few minutes. And then he went through the first generation of Zhenyuan king after this. The word cruel has been deeply engraved in Song Wujiang's heart. If the Song family is now an immortal giant, how could these 2 galaxy captains be so tough to put the almost death-seeking mission on their heads? If Dinghai Longxiang is already a galaxy ship, what does it matter even if it faces the 8th level snake demon that summoned a trace of the power of the bottomless abyss demon? Just thinking about it, Yang Song's voice has been heard in the group chat. This battle suffered heavy casualties, which no one wants to see. However, after this battle, the 8-armed snake demon army of the Fire Snake River system has lost most of its combat power. The subsequent advancement process should be much easier. In addition, I will also ask for credit for everyone from the Divine Dynasty. This time, you have held back the 8th level snake demon, which is a great credit. Listening to the other party's words, the Star Destroyer captain smiled and agreed. The other party's previous actions clearly treated them as cannon fodder. No one could be happy when they thought that they might have to stay under the other party's command for hundreds or thousands of years in the future. Yang Song naturally knew what the Star Destroyer captains thought, but he didn't care. He was the highest combat power guarantee of this advancement fleet appointed by the Divine Dynasty. As long as they didn't do too much and avoid causing too serious losses to the fleet, the Star Destroyer captains would not be able to turn the tables. As the saying goes, war is not without its casualties. Moreover, this is a full-scale war between 2 top advanced civilizations. If the warships below are not allowed to bear the main pressure, can it be that Captain Xinghe is not afraid of life and death and rushes to the front for these irrelevant people? After a few words, Yang Song turned his eyes and looked at the starry-skied Blood River, who was silent and regarded himself as an outsider. Blood River, thanks to your timely arrival this time. By the way, how is the battle situation of other propulsion fleets under the Divine Dynasty? After finishing the discussion with a group of Star Destroyer captains, Yang Song and Blood River King started chatting on their own. As a well-known captain of Xinghe, Yang Song had naturally been to Xianqin Divine Dynasty and had had an intersection with this orthodox Xinghe captain of the Divine Dynasty. So he could still talk at this moment. Although the Blood River King did not have much desire to answer Yang Song's question, he was deployed from the Divine Dynasty's General Command Center. Now that his mission has been completed, he is in a hurry to return and report. However, Yang Song is a galaxy ship after all, even if he is only from the dynasty. But given his status, it is not easy to offend him directly. It's not much different from yours. But the main fleet has already pushed through nearly 10 river systems, and is now approaching the only 9th level floating land of life in the eastern cantilever of the 8-armed snake demon river system. Hearing the words 9th level floating land of life, Yang Song's eyes flashed, and he quickly said, 9 level floating land of life. But that demon snake floating land? Yes, it is the demon snake floating land. This floating land is the center of the eastern part of the 8-armed snake demon river system community, and the base camp of the 8-armed snake demon in the east. There are a large number of high-level combat forces deployed in it. It shouldn't take long for the main fleet to launch an attack on the demon snake floating land. After listening to what Blood River King said, Yang Song's eyes became more and more brilliant. There is a lot of information about the demon snake floating land in the records of their Yang family royal family. Although this floating land has only been promoted to the 9th level for more than 100,000 years, it is considered a late-stage floating land among the 9th level floating lands in the Sea of Stars. As for the 9th level floating land in the Xinghe, which one does not have a history of tens or even millions of years, the 9th level floating land of more than 100,000 years can only be regarded as the most ordinary 9th level floating land. But this is not the point. Although this demon snake floating land has not been promoted to the 9th level for a long time, it can't withstand the full cultivation of the 8-armed snake demon civilization. With the investment of a large amount of resources by the 8-armed snake demon civilization, the diameter of this demon snake floating land has already exceeded 2.5 million light-years, and it has bred a large number of extremely rare resources. As far as he knew, there were many legendary resources, or creatures such as the demonic snake nine-shedding fruit, the golden-scaled snakefish, and the abyss hydra on the demon snake floating land, each of which could drive the 7th and 8th level dominant creatures crazy. Even this was only the second thing. As the first floating land in the eastern part of the 8-armed snake demon river system, the demon snake floating land had gathered a large number of high-level 8-armed snake demons for hundreds of thousands of years. Since these high-level 8-armed snake demons had gathered on this 9th level floating land, they naturally brought their own assets with them. In this way, with the accumulation of layers, the resources accumulated on the demon snake floating land were already incalculable. Even a high-level captain once said that the number of colorful mythical objects on the demon snake floating land would never be less than 5. Seeing this, Yang Song's heart became more and more excited. But he soon sighed again. No matter how tempting the demonic snake land was, and no matter how many resources were hidden in it, it was already divided internally by the Xianqin Divine Dynasty. It was not something that a captain like him, who came from a dynasty, could have a plan for. Of course, there might be people with great connections, who could bring some younger generations in, but he was definitely not one of them. Thinking of this, Yang Song shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Now his only goal was to gain as much benefit as possible from the advancement of his fleet under the premise of ensuring that he would not be punished. If he could finally get a wisp of black upgraded fire source, he would be satisfied. Okay, no more words. I have to go back and report. After saying that, Blood River King directly controlled his ship to start the warship jump, and soon disappeared in front of Blood Sui Jinyuan. Watching Blood River King leave, Yang Song quickly turned his attention back to the communication group chat. Okay, the next task for each fleet is to speed up the occupation of the Fire Snake River system. The main fleet of the Divine Dynasty has already advanced nearly 10 river systems, so we have to speed up. Hearing his words, the Star Destroyer captains in the group chat all looked embarrassed. After this battle, each fleet was seriously damaged. No matter what, they should have rested for a while. It was obviously inappropriate to speed up the plan in such a hurry. However, facing the pressure of a Star River captain, no matter how reluctant they were, they had no choice but to do it. In the next few decades, each fleet began to continue the previous action plan, and each of them began to clear all corners of the Fire Snake River system at full speed. striving to complete the occupation of the Fire Snake River system in the shortest time. Song Family Fleet. Dinghai Longxiang encrypted group chat. Song Wujiang, 1 good news. 1 bad news. The good news is that Rosetta Morningstar has died. And the news of Time Realm Tree Secret Realm has not been leaked. So we have a chance to completely control this secret realm in our own hands. The bad news is that Yang Song is extremely cold-blooded. And he may do whatever it takes to get what he wants in the future. So we have to be careful in the future. Hearing this news, the core members of the Song family were excited at the first time. The death of Rosetta Morningstar was too manipulable. Not to mention anything else. Time Realm Tree Secret Realm is of great relevance. Right? And now, as long as they handle it well, it is not impossible to completely take over this secret realm. Secondly, with the death of Rosetta, the Morningstar family will fall from the Immortal family, which means that they are more likely to seek the entire Cheepan River system in the future. Chapter 621 Black Double Differentiation Fire Snake Galaxy. Southeastern Barren Star Field. A large fleet is wandering around in this star field, plundering, looking at the iconic paint on the hull of its main battleship. It is the Morningstar family and the Golden Horn Lu family, the Dusk family, the Eagle family, and other joint fleets. In a hidden encrypted group chat, a captain is secretly communicating. Oh, they have come to this day. Over the past few hundred years, relying on Rosetta, the Morningstar family has embezzled a lot of our assets openly and secretly. What do you think? Should we unite with the other two families and give them a hard blow in secret? No. Although Rosetta Morningstar is gone. Don't forget that over the past few hundred years, the Morningstar family has cultivated 3 more dreadnought captains, with the resources seized in the Tianpan River System Development War. Although one of them sank before, they still have 3 dreadnought captains, including Angel Morningstar. If they really provoke the other party, no one can bear the backlash, compared to the other families with different thoughts. The atmosphere in the encrypted communication group chat built by the 3 dreadnoughts of the Morningstar family is much heavier. Angel Morningstar, don't worry about them. No matter how many tricks these families have in their minds, they will never dare to cause trouble in secret. The only thing we need to worry about now is the Longji Song family. As Angel Morningstar, the ancestor who has been promoted to the captain of the fearless ship for 2,000 years, spoke. Various opinions began to be heard in the group chat of only a dozen people. Ancestor, our relationship with the Longji Song family has always been very tense. The Time Realm Tree Secret Realm is likely to be lost. Instead of doing this, it is better to go with the flow and hand over the other half of the ownership of this secret realm to the other party, to ease the relationship between the two families. In the past few hundred years, we have accumulated 2 6th-level Time Realm fruits. As long as the Song family does not make trouble, we may be able to produce another Star Destroyer and return to the ranks of immortal families in thousands of years. Foolish. Hand it over to the Song family? Will they definitely appreciate it? I think it's better. Spread the message to one of the 3 Yaoan families. Bring someone in to compete with the Song family, so that our Morningstar family can win a chance to breathe. Old third. You think too simply. The 3 Yaoan families are immortal families, with a heritage of more than 10,000 years. They are much smarter than us. Bring them in? I'm afraid that before we fight the Song family, the 2 6th-level Time Realm fruits in our secret vault will be targeted first. Okay. Seeing the core members of the group chat arguing endlessly, Angel Morningstar finally spoke. But before he could make a decision, a strange communication request suddenly came from the White Knight Morningstar. Angel Morningstar hesitated for 2 seconds, and finally answered the call to verify his guess. Sir Angeli. Long time no see. Song Chi. It's you. I always thought it would be Song Xuan who came this time. After the communication was connected, Song Chi ethereal body condensed by the law of space appeared in the communication projection. The original ancestor is busy dealing with the clan fleet. Song Chi was about to exchange pleasantries, but was interrupted by Angeli Chinching. Forget the polite words. Just state the conditions directly. Hearing this, Song Chi stopped wasting time. Sir Angeli is indeed quick to speak. In this case, I will just speak directly. The secret realm of the Time Realm Tree will belong to my Song family from now on. All members of your clan who know the information of the secret realm must sign a confidentiality agreement to ensure that they will never disclose any information about the secret realm of the Time Realm Tree in the future. Hearing this, Angeli Chinching's eyes narrowed, and it can be seen that he has been furious. After all, Song Chi words were too strong, and he was clearly determined to take over the Qingqing family. It was not until Song Chi spoke again that the fire in his heart subsided again. Of course, as a concession, my Song family will leave the Morning Star Kingdom and stay away from the Tianpan River system in the future, so that you will no longer have to worry about our Song family's spying. In addition, we will not ask about the 2 6th level time realm fruits in your hands, so as to keep the possibility of returning to the Immortal clan in the future. At this point, the ethereal body stopped talking and quietly waited for Angeli Morningstar's reply. Compared to the pensive look revealed by Angeli Morningstar, Song Chi ethereal body's face was more calm, not anxious or impatient. Song Chi believed that Angeli Morningstar would make the correct decision. Sure enough, after a few seconds of silence, Angeli Morningstar quickly gave a reply. Since the Song family is so sincere, my Morningstar family will not be ungrateful. But I have another plan. You listen first. As he said, he changed his tone. You said that your Song family wants to leave the Tianpan River system, which means you must want to seek a completely new river system without any constraints. But even if you unite with the Chigu Luo family, it should be quite difficult. Before he could continue, Song Chi interrupted him and said, Sir Angeli, just get to the point. Not upset by the sudden interruption, Angeli said again, our Morning Star family has more than 120,000 light-years of star territory in the Tianpan galaxy. How about exchanging it for the 100,000 light-years of territory in the galaxy you are seeking? Don't rush to refuse. You also know that seeking a galaxy is only the first step. The subsequent interstellar migration is the most troublesome. With only the manpower of your two families, it will take at least 1,000 years to complete the migration of an entire galaxy. Bringing some affiliated forces can greatly shorten this time. You should understand this. Hundreds of thousands of light-years away, Song Chi mouth slightly raised inside the main body of the Tianshu Sangqiong, which was attacking a 7th-level floating land with the family fleet. Although the other party's words seemed quite reasonable, he would not be easily bluffed. With a change of mind, he remotely controlled the ethereal body to start replying. Sir Angeli, please don't say such things. It is not our Song family that wants to break free from the cage of the Tianpan River system. The Morning Star family has fallen in status. If our Song family leaves in the future, the Morning Star Kingdom will inevitably be difficult to survive. The probability of attracting the 3 families of the Yaoan Kingdom is not small. Only by following our Song family to leave the Tianpan River system is the best choice, said Song Chi. The voice turned back to the topic. 100,000 light-years is impossible. 40,000 light-years is the highest. Add 1 heavenly jade spirit marrow. How about 60,000 light-years? Angel Qingqing's eyes condensed, as if 60,000 light-years was his bottom line. On the opposite side, Song Chi's eyes flashed, and then made another suggestion. Just 1 drop of heavenly jade spirit marrow is not enough. Our Song family needs high-level components, at least gold-quality components. After that, Angeli Qingqing's face was uncertain for a while, and he seemed to be in extreme struggle. Song Chi did not show any impatience. He was just saying it casually, and did not have high expectations. After all, from the very ordinary component configuration of Morning Star Zongheng, it can be seen that the Morning Star family has limited resources, and the number of high-end components is very small. Looking at the other party's appearance, it seems that there is really a chance. After struggling for a long time, Angel Morningstar took the initiative to send a screenshot of the attributes. Double differentiation LV60. Quality, black. Features, battleship clone. Feature 2, cross-star control. Feature 3, star transposition. Feature 4, the slot required for component loading is always 1. Feature 5, double differentiation. Consumption, 3000/S, psionic points. Effect, the loaded battleship can freely communicate with the battleship where the other differentiated component is located. No need for charging and buffering. Battleship clone, consume 500,000 psionic points to replicate a physical battleship clone with the same attributes as the loaded battleship, except for parts with quality exceeding black quality. The battleship clone can continue to exist if the captain has not actively cancelled it or the battleship clone has not sunk. After active cancellation or sinking, it takes a constant 50 years to be activated again. Cross-star control, the captain can control the battleship clone regardless of distance. Starry sky position change, consume 300,000 psionic points to switch the positions of the main battleship and the battleship clone regardless of distance. If this ability is activated again within 60 minutes, the main battleship will switch positions with the battleship clone for the second time and return to the original position. After 60 minutes, this feature will fall into cooling and can be activated again after 24 hours. Dual differentiation. Consume 1 million psionic points to split the second dual differentiation part. The two parts can be loaded on different warships. If one part is destroyed, the other will immediately transform into a real dual differentiation part. The current cooldown time is 49 years and 5 months. After reading the properties of the part in front of him, Song-Chi suddenly realized. Obviously, the Morning Star Zongheng was also loaded with this part, and it was destroyed along with the sinking of the warship. It was only because of the dual differentiation property of the part that the part was preserved. I said, Rosetta Morningstar is not the kind of person who respects the family and is willing to sacrifice herself. While thinking in his heart, Angel Morningstar's voice sounded again. One heavenly jade spirit, plus this dual differentiation component. My Morningstar family wants a medium to high 80,000 light-year star field. In the main control room of the Tianxu Sanqiong, Song-Chi did not rush to let the ethereal body reply, but asked in the family's core encrypted group chat. Song Wujiang, promise him. It's just an 80,000 light-year star field. The Chipan River system stretches for nearly 1 million light-years. We and the Luo family can only occupy half of it at most. The other star fields have to be given up in exchange for a top-quality black component. It is a big profit. And looking at the properties of this dual differentiation component, including the mirror component on your battleship, Shaoqi, we can dispatch 3 powerful battleship clones to search for resources freely in the future, without worrying about danger. The operability is very great. After that, Song-Chi successfully reached a deal with Angeline Morningstar. After a period of time, the two families signed several confidentiality agreements. After all this was done, the Time Realm Tree Secret Realm completely belonged to the Song family, and Song-Chi also successfully obtained the dual differentiation part. Time passed, and another 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this 100 years, the Song family successfully took over the only 7th level life floating land in the designated area, and while earning a large amount of income, they also continued to clean up other floating lands in the designated area. Compared to the progress of the Song family, the progress of more than 10 other fleets was also similar. On this day, the Dinghai Longxiang encrypted group chat. Song Wujiang, just got a message. There is a cosmic secret realm on the Fire Snake floating land in the middle of the Fire Snake River system. Although it is only the lowest level of cosmic secret realm, it is said to have existed for millions of years, and it is likely to have a lot of chaotic energy. Song Xiuan, Fire Snake floating land? That is a level 7 peak life floating land. Now the Lingwei Zhao family is joining forces with several clans to conquer this floating land. I heard that they just broke through its floating land shield not long ago. Song Tianshu, Lingwei Zhao family is an immortal giant force. Are we sure we want to get involved? Once discovered, they will not give up. Song Yin, isn't there that? As for the dual differentiation parts, it shouldn't be a big problem to try using the clone. The worst case scenario is to wait another 50 years. No. With the cooling reduction parts, it will only be 20 to 30 years at most. Song Qi, I think we can try it too. We have seen the effect of mythical artifacts before. The illusory Zhou Tian Xingchen Tower can resist the Abyss Demon Sword. If the Dragon Whale Hall can be repaired again, it may also have such an effect. By then, the foundation of my Song family will be able to rise again. Everyone expressed their ideas one after another, and Song Wujiang finally made the decision. Since most people agree, let's use the warship clone to explore. As for the specific personnel, just Dinghai Longxiang, Tianxu Sangqiong and Lian Zhuhai. No one in the group chat expressed any objection to this choice. After all, everyone knew that the 3 warships with the strongest combat power in the clan were now Shaoqi, Xiaoyan. We will set off in 3 days. Remember to be prepared. Yes. Understood. The next day, the Zutian market. Song-Chi stood in front of the ultra-long-range space gate random placement platform and quickly started a new market transaction. Today happened to be the day when the ultra-long-range space gate random placement platform completed its cooling. So there was just enough time. When a large number of space portals appeared outside the market gate, Song-Chi also looked towards the Wonder Exchange shop. First he passed by the Yen Shen clan inheritance site. And then the starry sky intestine. Not long ago, he took over the entire Jishin clan's assets, including the harvest from 2 7th-level floating lands. Now the number of high-level wonders in the Wonder Exchange shop exceeds the number of hands. Black, Light and Shadow Tomb. Star Spirit Soil Gold, Starlight Compass. Fire Glass Armor. Red Wheel Flame. True Dragon Scale. Star Spirit Gem. Pregnant Sky Stone. 8-Armed Snake Shed. Silver Snake Skeleton. Looking at these golden or black light-emitting strange objects, Song-Chi's eyes were filled with satisfaction. These were all the assets he had accumulated over hundreds of years. In addition, there were more than 40 silver strange objects that could not be transformed into shipboard parts. Just as his eyes were constantly moving around the shops, a figure hurriedly walking out of the 4th floor and attracted Song-Chi's attention. Who else could it be but Zhou Ping? Chapter 622 Samadhi True Fire. Song-Chi's heart suddenly condensed. Could it be that a high-level rare item was found from the suspected exiled fairyland continent? This time, are you going to exchange for market projection order? Thinking of this, Song-Chi frowned subconsciously. At present, he has only 3 market projection orders in his hand. Among them, the Song family and Shinjuren often use one as insurance. If another one is exchanged, it will not be enough. Soon, Zhou Ping walked into the rare item exchange shop quickly, just as Song-Chi expected. After entering the shop, Zhou Ping opened his storage bag immediately. However, Song-Chi finally found that there were no rare items of the Golden Holy Land or above in the other party's storage bag. Only a few items emitting silver light. Moving his sight, Song-Chi's sight finally fell on a wisp of fire emitting silver light. Could it be? As if he had thought of something, he moved his mind and mobilized a wisp of market power to brush over the wisp of fire. When he saw the properties of this wisp of silver fire, Song-Chi felt a surprise in his heart. Originally, he only thought that this was a wisp of silver fire that could be transformed into an upgraded fire source. In this way, it was indeed worth as much as an ordinary golden holy domain wonder. But the fact gave him a bigger surprise. Wonder, fire and stone. Quality, silver. Transformable, none. Remarks, a part of the Samadhi True Fire, and the other 2 wisp of fire, can be fused into the strongest Samadhi True Fire. This is a wisp of fire in stone. Song-Chi did not forget that he still had a wisp of air fire in his hand, which he had obtained from the life-chasing immortal. If he got this fire in stone, he only needed to get another wisp of fire in wood, and he could try to synthesize the legendary Samadhi True Fire. Sure enough, Zhou Ping's goal was indeed this strand of stone fire. However, his request was whether he could exchange it for a market projection order. After all, Song-Chi had been buying various qualities of fire-related objects at high prices in the market for the past few hundred years. This object does not meet the requirements, and can only be exchanged for any object of the same quality in the shop. Song-Chi naturally rejected his request without hesitation. Although the stone fire involved Samadhi True Fire, it was true that it could not be transformed into an upgraded fire source. Under this premise, he would naturally not agree to Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping seemed to have expected this, and he did not hesitate much. He directly exchanged this strand of stone fire for a silver object of the same level in the shop, and a silver flying sword-like object. After he left, the market transaction soon ended, and Song-Chi turned his attention back to the strand of stone fire. He took out the air fire and deliberately let the 2 fires touch each other. No. With the blessing of the market rules, Song-Chi soon found something wrong. The 2 fires are trying to merge, but without the wood fire, the fusion is very difficult. After coming to the conclusion, he didn't think much about it. Under the influence of the 8th level dominance of the market, he continued to promote the fusion of the 2 fires. This process lasted for about half an hour. When Song-Chi was about to give up, this trial fusion was successful. The 2 fires merged into one, and the original silver turned into gold. When his eyes fell on it again, Song-Chi quickly got the introduction of its new attributes. Wonderful item, Samadhi True Fire Remnant. Quality, gold. Transformable, fire seed upgraded to fire source. Note, an incomplete Samadhi True Fire, forcibly fused by special means. But it is undeniable that it does have some of the power of Samadhi True Fire. It was actually forcibly fused into Samadhi True Fire, and it can also be transformed into a seed of fire to upgrade the source of fire. This is really a big surprise. In addition to being happy, another thought flashed through Song-Chi's mind. This is still a broken samadhi true fire. If I get another wood fire in the future, what quality will it evolve to? Black or color? Carefully putting away this incomplete samadhi true fire, Song Chi did not dwell on this issue anymore. Whether it is black or color, it is still a bit far away at the moment, and the remaining wood fire is not that easy to search for. But if we can leave a space anchor point on the exiled fairyland continent and send the Tianxu Sanqiong there, then we can try to use the heavenly fate compass plate to trace the source. The next day, 2 space fluctuations were heard in the most central area of the Song family fleet. 2 warships of considerable size suddenly appeared and quickly disappeared. Except for the fleeting space fluctuations, they did not attract any attention at all. In an unnoticed corner, 3 warships hidden in the void sailed away from the fleet. When they were far away from the team, the 3 warships started the warship jump one after another. A star destroyer and 2 dreadnoughts left the fleet together, but strangely did not attract any attention. The reason is that all 3 warships are equipped with the void membrane, which has evolved into a red quality void membrane with the help of the 5th and 6th level silver apples. Of course, the most critical thing is the star destroyer in the Song family fleet, including the 2 dreadnoughts. What just left is just the warship clones of the 3. In the middle of the Fire Snake River system, the Fire Snake floating land. As a peak level 7 floating land, the Fire Snake floating land has a diameter of nearly 30,000 light years, which also makes the number of 8-armed snake demons stationed on this floating land extremely large. Even though many of them died in the floating land shield attack and defense battles over the past 100 years, they still have the ability to resist now. In the starry sky outside the Fire Snake floating land, 3 ships hidden in the void were quietly hovering. We can basically limit the scope to the northwest of the floating land. Let's move. There are not many high-level snake demons left on the floating land. We have limited time. Just as Song Wujiang finished speaking, Song Yan activated a new component. The group concealment component group hidden river. This is to facilitate this operation. Song Yan deliberately got this group concealment component from Song Xiuan before summoning the battleship clone, and loaded it on the flame-boiling sea. Of course, at this moment, the group hidden river is still on the flame-boiling sea, not the battleship clone. With the concealment light curtain covering the 3 warships, coupled with the permanent concealment state of the void membrane, the 3 warships headed all the way to the Fire Snake floating land in front. Under the double concealment effect, even though there were no less than 4 star destroyers on the Fire Snake floating land, and even the Blood Sui Yang Song might be paying attention, the 3 warships were never discovered. Under the cover of the hidden river components, even if the 3 warships activated the jump power supply, they did not emit any fluctuations, which allowed them to successfully reach the northwest area of the Fire Snake floating land at the fastest speed. Spread out and search for the location of the universe secret realm with all your strength. Once you find it, be sure to notify the other 2 as soon as possible. Suddenly, the 3 warships split into 3, each rushing in one direction. Originally, the 3 thought that this would be a rather long process, but the fact caught them off guard. In the southern part of the Fire Snake River system, the core of the Song family fleet encrypted the group chat, and Song Yan's voice soon sounded. Ancestor, 7th brother, there is a situation here. When Song Chi and the others arrived with the warships, they found that many warships had gathered in the distance. It turned out that the entrance to the secret universe had been exposed. At this moment, dozens of warships had gathered at the entrance of the secret realm, including battleships, dreadnoughts, and even 2 star destroyers. Fortunately, these warships did not belong to one company, but came from many different forces. Their final discussion resulted in a joint exploration of the secret realm, which gave Song Chi and the other 2 the opportunity to join. A few hours later, dozens of warships arrived one after another. At this time, more than 100 warships had gathered at the entrance of the secret realm, and the lowest of them were battleships. Song Wujiang, let them go in first. A secret universe. Those star destroyers can't resist the temptation. After they go in, we will force our way in. Half an hour later, more than 100 warships gathered in front began to enter the secret realm through the entrance of the secret realm in an orderly manner. This process lasted for nearly 10 minutes. In the end, only 3 dreadnoughts were left at the entrance of the secret realm. They were the personnel left by the 3 parties to guard the entrance of the secret realm. Song Chi and the other 2 waited for another 10 minutes, until the people who entered the secret realm had most likely dispersed. And then Song Wujiang ordered to act. Go! After saying that, the 3 warships rushed out one after another, all the way to the entrance of the secret realm in front. Because the concealment effect was still continuing, the 3 dreadnoughts did not notice the abnormality at first, until the distance between the Dinghai Longxiang the 3 of them was getting closer. But it was too late. Without waiting for the 3 dreadnoughts to react, several rays of light were shot out from the clones of the 3 warships, which hit the 3 dreadnoughts one after another, freezing them directly in place, until Song Qi and the other 3 warships rushed into the entrance of the secret realm. The 3 dreadnoughts turned back again. Ancestor, 3 foreign warships have entered the secret realm. 1 star destroyer and 2 dreadnoughts. The reaction is fast. You don't have to worry about it. Just continue to guard the entrance to the secret realm. Song Qi only felt a change in front of his eyes. And when he turned around, he found that his mirror warship had appeared in a dark starry sky. And it was obvious that he had successfully entered this unknown universe secret realm. Before he could think about it, the voice of the ancestor rang in his ears. It's still the same as before. Dispersed actions. Once you get various resources, directly send them to the market through the market walking order first. Buzz buzz buzz. As soon as the voice fell, 3 engine roars sounded one after another. And then the 3 warships disappeared in different directions. This secret realm is very similar to the previous bloody battle secret realm. The secret realm is very large, with a large number of floating lands distributed in it. And there are also indigenous species of the secret realm itself. Chapter 623 New Secret Realm Specialty Resources. In the dark starry sky, a blood-red spear that was hundreds of thousands of meters long completely condensed and took shape, and suddenly shot out in the next second, pointing directly in front of the mirror battleship, and looking hundreds of thousands of kilometers ahead. A giant gray shadow was quietly suspended in the starry sky. It seemed harmless, but in fact Song Qi had already felt the opponent's power before. It was unknown what this gray shadow was. Not only could it block the detection of the Eye of Heaven, it quietly approached the mirror battleship, and the gray light that pointed directly at the soul not long ago almost made the empty body collapse directly. Empty body as one of the space secrets inherited by the Song family. It actually uses the space law as the body and the differentiated divine thoughts as the soul, so as to achieve independent action and have the effect of ultra-long distance control. This also makes the mind of the empty clone connected to the main body from beginning to end. This kind of attack that directly hits the soul will also cause the same damage to Song Qi main body, no matter how far away it is. That is to say, his mind was protected by the Dragon Whale Hall Spirit Hall, so he was not hurt. At present, Song Qi only hoped that the blood judgment could cause damage to the gray shadow in the distance. At the very least, he had to force the opponent to use some means to see what it was. As the strongest attack characteristic of the 8th level golden main gun, the power carried by the blood-colored spear phantom is beyond doubt. But Song Qi always felt something was wrong at the moment, because the gray figure in front of him did not dodge from beginning to end. Is he fearless? Or is he not smart? 2 different guesses arose in his heart. But before he could think about it anymore, everything that happened in front of him had given the answer. There was no expected energy explosion. After the blood-colored spear phantom came into contact with the gray shadow, it actually went through it without any hindrance, and finally shot towards the starry sky farther away. Sure enough, a spirit creature without a physical body. Song Qi was not surprised to come to this conclusion. In fact, when the other party sent out that soul-stealing beam, he had already guessed it in his heart. Although the broken star sea is vast, species that are good at soul attacks basically have the following 2 characteristics. Either they are weak and their body and soul are unbalanced, or they simply have no physical body and exist in the form of a spirit. The giant gray shadow in front is obviously the second type. After confirming this, Song Qi no longer has to worry, since he has a preliminary understanding. He can deal with it in a targeted manner. Blood Spear. All Souls Destruction Bow. Tai Quantum Sword Light Forth. These commonly used naval guns were quickly put aside by him, and his sight turned to the Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon and Soul-Destroying Pupil Light Cannon. Swish. When the Purple Lightning and the Soul-Destroying Pupil Light were both fired at the same time, the giant gray shadow in front of him that was approaching at a high speed suddenly stopped. Zzz. Although it was just an ordinary bombardment from the Purple Sky Divine Thunder Cannon and the attack characteristics of the Soul-Destroying Pupil Light Cannon, this red main gun caused great damage to the giant gray shadow. Even though they were hundreds of thousands of kilometers apart, Song Qi could still clearly see the black smoke rising from the gray shadow's body due to continuous burning and corrosion. Seeing this, Song-Chi did not stay behind, and the 10,000 symbols purple sky thunder prison. This characteristic was activated. A large number of thunder symbols completely enveloped the gray shadow, and finally a faintly audible scream was heard in the terrifying thunderstorm energy wave. But this roar was mostly covered by the roar of thunder, and it continued to weaken as time went by. And soon there was no movement at all. 2 minutes later, the main body of the Fire Snake River System Tianxu Sangxiong was located. The mirror battleship killed the 6th level Nightmare Soul body, and obtained a strand of the 5th level Floating Land origin. Nightmare Soul body? A trace of confusion appeared in Song-Chi's eyes, and he had no impression of it at all. Intelligent brain. Query Nightmare Soul body related information. Please wait. Querying. Comparing the database. No Nightmare Soul body related information found. Seeing that there was no record in the battleship database, Song-Chi had the answer instead. A special species bred by the secret realm. As he thought, the mirror battleship began to slowly move forward under his control. After the bombing of thousands of purple thunder talismans, not much was left in the center of the battlefield. The giant gray shadow was originally an invisible spirit body. After being completely annihilated by the extremely strong and young purple thunder, only a fist-sized strange gray crystal was left on the spot. This is... Staring at the gray crystal, Song-Chi seemed to have a guess. Through the market projection order in the ethereal body, the gray crystal was quickly delivered to him. After looking at it for a while, in order to verify his guess, Song-Chi directly threw the gray crystal to a 6-star ancient monster behind him, and ordered it to try to absorb the energy in the gray crystal. How is it? Master, this energy can indeed enhance the power of the soul. After receiving the confirmation from his subordinate Guyao, Song-Chi took back the gray crystal again, and then his mind was fully mobilized. The next second, 160 threads of divine thoughts that were imperceptible to the naked eye quietly penetrated into the gray crystal, and the energy contained in the gray crystal began to decrease visibly. When the energy in this 6th level gray crystal was completely absorbed, Song-Chi found that he was stuck at 160 threads of divine thoughts. That is, the power of the mind used with 160. And there was a breakthrough, and the number of divine thoughts had reached 161 threads. Although only one thread was added, the meaning represented was completely different. The divine thoughts of ordinary 6th level fearless captains are generally around 100 threads. He could reach 160 threads before, which was actually far beyond the same level Xinhua captain. But it also made it extremely difficult for him to improve his mental power. Now this special gray crystal obviously made him see the possibility of continuing to quickly improve his mental power. Song-Chi was immediately very interested in this. And at the same time, he raised the importance of this gray crystal to the same level as Chaos Chi. The strength of the mind has always been extremely important. It not only affects the efficiency of controlling the warship, the real-time reaction speed of the battlefield, and the duration of the warship's transformation into the mythical mecha form, but also directly affects the efficiency and speed of searching and understanding the origin of the star sea after the creature is promoted to the 7th level. It is the key to whether the dominant creature can successfully complete the leap to the mythical level. After sending this information to the family group chat as soon as possible, and making sure that the ancestor and the eldest brother Song-Yin received it, Song-Chi began to turn most of his mind to the mirror battleship. He was ready to do his best to search for this gray crystal. After that, the mirror battleship began to wander around various areas of this secret realm, hunting these nightmare souls with all its strength. Time passed, and 2 years passed quickly. In the past 2 years, Song-Chi has gained a lot of money. He has obtained more than 36th level gray crystals, nearly 1,000 4th and 5th level gray crystals, and countless 4th level and below. Even after consuming a mid-level thunder attribute law crystal that he had just acquired a few years ago, he successfully killed a 7th level nightmare soul body with the characteristic of 9-layered purple sky world destroying tribulation thunder, and obtained a 7th level gray crystal. That was half a month ago. Through that 7th level gray crystal, he successfully increased the number of his own divine thoughts to 182, which is a huge improvement. Fire Snake River System. Tianxu Sangxiong main control room. Grinding the completely dried up 6th order gray crystal in his hand into powder, Song-Chi took back all the threads of his divine thoughts and shook his head, saying, "In the past 2 years, I have absorbed more than 36th order gray crystals. Now these 6th order gray crystals are basically useless to me. It seems that I still have to try to hunt the 7th order nightmare soul body. It just so happens that after the cooling of the Pajuo Zen meditation seal and a differentiated time chess, the 9-layer purple sky world-destroying tribulation thunder has completed cooling. Thinking of this, he changed his mind, and the Star Sea market order in the Xinhua acupoint was triggered. After a few breaths, his figure appeared in the Dragon Ridge continent millions of light years away. Yaguang Xingling group chat number 32 Jingjia at everyone. You need a thunder attribute law crystal. Regardless of quality, you can exchange it with high-level divine soul resources. As he said, he sent a picture of the gray crystal and its specific effects to the group chat. Not long after, a reply came from the group chat. Number 17. Yulong, Jingjia. Sister has 3 primary lightning attribute law crystals and 1 intermediate one. My Xiaoyu's weakness now is the power of mind. Number 32. Jingjia, okay. How about this? 3 6th level gray crystals, plus 35th level gray crystals. Number 17. Yulong, Jingjia. Thank you. Song Qi offer was obviously much more, and Cui Yulong was naturally grateful for it. The Xiaoyu she mentioned is her legitimate son, and he was once the first sequence of the Chan Sun family. His full name is Chan Sun Yu. He is now more than 600 years old, under the hard training of the immortal giant Chan Sun family. It is said that he has been the captain of the extreme battleship for more than 100 years, and is close to the captain of the fearless ship. He has unlimited potential. The reason why Song Qi is so generous is that in addition to Cui Yulong helping him many times, he actually wants to make friends with Chan Sun Yu. After all, as long as the other party does not die in the middle of the journey, he will definitely be a powerful figure in the Chan Sun family in the future. So it is always good to make friends in advance. It is not to say how much return you must receive from the other party in the future, but it is never a bad thing to keep a favor. After Cui Yulong, Song Qi traded a few thunder attribute law crystals from other members of the Star Tower. Finally, he had 6 orange quality primary lightning attribute law crystals, 2 red intermediate law crystals, and the silver advanced lightning attribute law crystal that he had exchanged for points in the Star Tower Mall but had never used. After making these preparations, Song Qi quickly returned to the Fire Snake River system, and at the same time, the mirror battleship also took action again. Red Sky Jump Device activated. As the silver jump device on the battleship was activated, the mirror battleship quickly disappeared in the dark starry sky, and when it reappeared, it was already outside a large floating land. Nightmare Soul Continent. The main continent of this Nightmare Soul secret realm is basically similar in area to the 5th or 6th level floating land in the outside world, with a diameter of less than 100 light years. Having been in this low-level universe secret realm for 2 years, Song Qi naturally had already figured out all the information about the secret realm. He was not confused by the not-so-large floating land in front of him, because he knew very well that, just like the Blood Battle secret realm, there was an 8th level Nightmare Soul on this floating land in front of him. This was also the fundamental reason why he had never tried to enter this floating land for more than 2 years. However, for the 7th level Gray Crystal, he could not care so much. Of course, the most important thing was that only the mirror warship entered this nightmare secret realm, and the Dragon Whale Hall was protecting the mind. Even if an accident really happened, it would not affect the original body hundreds of thousands of light years away, because of the characteristics of the Nightmare Soul itself. The Eye of Heaven could not directly detect its existence, and even the spiritual detection characteristic was useless to them. However, Song Qi was not worried about this. In the past 2 years, many of the captains who first entered the secret realm have entered this nightmare continent. Song Qi didn't need to deliberately track those dominant level nightmare souls at this moment. He only needed to search for the movements of those Xinhua warships on the floating land. Although these Xinhua warships also have a certain concealment ability, they are far inferior to a Golden Air Patrol radar that has been strengthened to level 8. They have no way to escape the detection of Eye of Heaven. In addition, they have been on this floating land for a long time, and have already figured out the locations of those high-level nightmare souls on the floating land. So as long as they find them, they will not be far away from those high-level nightmare souls. 5 days later, Song Qi successfully determined the location of a level 7 nightmare soul by targeting the Xinhua warship stranded on the floating land. After making all preparations on this day, he directly controlled the mirror warship to the location of a level 7 nightmare soul. The mirror warship was quietly suspended at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters above the floating land. It can be clearly seen that a 7th level nightmare soul is lurking on the ground below. no more than 1,000,000 meters away. Even though they are so close, the other party still has not noticed the existence of the mirror battleship. It must be said that the Mirage Dragon 1 Wa Pearl combined with the silver quality void membrane is powerful. However, Song-Chi obviously has no time to pay attention to these at the moment. At the bow of the mirror battleship, the 9-layer purple sky world-destroying tribulation thunder and the soul-destroying pupil light are already continuously charging. After a few seconds, when the two rays of light have converged to the extreme, a whistling sound soon sounded. However, before the two main guns exploded, Song-Chi took the lead in activating the Pajuo Time Realm feature of the Pajuo Zen Meditation Seal. After all, this is the opponent's base camp, and Fulu itself has a lot of blessings on these nightmare souls. In order to ensure that they can hit, Song-Chi can only do this. The Pajuo Time Realm is a time domain. As one of the most powerful laws, the power of time does not care whether you have a physical body or not. As long as you are covered by the domain, you will inevitably be suppressed by the domain's time power. Under the tenfold time slowing effect of the Pajuo Zen Seal, the two attacks quickly shot to the 7th level Nightmare Soul body. Chapter 624 Market Projection attacks again without any surprise. The Purple Sky Thunder Punishment and the soul-destroying pupil light almost fell on the 7th level Nightmare Soul body at the same time. Song-Chi narrowed his eyes and focused on the battle below. He was nervous, and once he noticed something was wrong, he would activate the Zen Meditation Seal Inner Speed without hesitation to activate the second soul-destroying pupil light again. But his heart soon trembled when the Purple Sky Thunder Punishment and the soul-destroying pupil light fell on the 7th level Nightmare Soul body. A golden light suddenly flashed through the gray fog on its body, and then an ancient secret pattern appeared around him, and a circle of golden secret pattern light shield was formed on his body in an instant. Golden defensive wonder. Song-Chi's face remained calm after seeing the origin of the golden secret pattern light shield, but his heart sank, because the high-level thunder attribute law crystal is extremely rare, and he also used the intermediate thunder attribute law crystal to kill the 7th level Nightmare Soul last time. So this time is no exception. But now an unknown golden defensive artifact has appeared, which is completely different. The 7th level master holding the golden artifact cannot fully exert its power, but the 9-layer purple sky world-destroying tribulation thunder activated by the intermediate thunder attribute law crystal is obviously not enough to quickly kill the opponent. The same is true in reality. The first to run out of power is naturally the soul-destroying pupil light, which only wears away a few secret patterns on the golden secret pattern light shield, and then completely dims. In comparison, the power of the purple sky thunder is obviously far superior. Boom boom boom. Continuous extremely young purple thunderbolt struck down, one layer stronger than the other. Each time the thunderbolt struck, it could wear away about 1.5 minutes of the secret pattern on the golden secret pattern shield. After 7 thunderbolts, the golden secret pattern shield was completely shattered. The subsequent 8th and 9th thunderbolts finally struck directly on the 7th level Nightmare Soul body. But it was obvious that the last 2 thunderbolts alone were not enough to kill this 7th level Nightmare Soul body, and even its injuries were not too fatal. Seeing this, Song-Chi's mind turned rapidly. At this moment, he could follow up with many attacks. For example, he could use the characteristics of Zen Meditation Seal Inner Speed to activate the second soul-destroying pupil light. Another example is to let the mirror battleship flash down and then activate neutron star fission. Souls and spirits are mostly EM-oriented after all, and the extreme heat and flames emitted when transforming microneutron stars can also cause considerable damage to them. For example, activating the second attack feature of Purple Thunder Cannon 10,000 Symbols Purple Thunder Prison. However, although there were many thoughts flashing through his mind, Song-Chi quickly eliminated them one by one. For no other reason. Time did not allow it. The corner of the ethereal body's eyes turned to the right, and through the holographic exterior of the mirror warship, he could clearly see the giant phantom that suddenly appeared in the sky dozens of light years away. At a glance, the height of this phantom is probably not less than 10 light years, and the pressure it emits is even more amazing. Even though it is dozens of light years away, Song-Chi can still feel a vague sense of suffocation. This giant phantom was the one that appeared a moment ago, which was the point where the mirror battleship officially attacked. If his guess was correct, this phantom was most likely an 8th level Nightmare Soul body, something similar to the Dharma image stimulated by the original will of the Nightmare Soul continent. Before he could think about it anymore, the giant phantom in the distance had opened its mouth. It was like a medium-sized black hole, And the next second, a scream that seemed to shatter the void burst out of its mouth. Song-Chi's reaction was not slow. When he realized that other means were no longer in time, he controlled his ethereal body to activate the market projection order in his hand before the giant was completely condensed. This time, he not only concealed his identity, but also the body of the mirror battleship. Under this premise, he could naturally activate the market projection order without any scruples. Soon, the purple mist energy began to gather rapidly above the mirror battleship, and the projection of the market of the heavens condensed and formed at a very fast speed. Before the shrieking sound waves arrived in the distance, the projection of the Showdown market was the first to condense, and the next second, a giant illusory palm stretched out from the purple mist projection. It seemed that the illusory palm was not extending very fast, but in the blink of an eye, it had already appeared above the 7th level nightmare soul body in front. Although the projection of the market projected across the starry sky was only quasi-8th level combat power, it was already difficult for the 7th level nightmare soul body to generate a great force to resist. Without any surprise, the illusory palm condensed by the 4 energies of time, space, light, and purple mist, just casually slapped it, and completely wiped out the 7th level nightmare soul body that had already suffered some injuries. Woo woo woo. On the right, a vast sound wave like a torrent swept over, submerging the mirror warship in an instant. Even with the protection of the projection of the Showdown market, Song-Chi still felt that there was a constant stream of screams entering the warship. And then through the wisp of spirit in the ethereal body, it was transmitted all the way to his original mind. Fortunately, after the double reduction of the market projection and the absolute isolation of the warship itself, the screams have been weakened by nearly 80%. In addition, Song-Chi is now in the Showdown market, with the power of the 8th level, and the Dragon Whale Palace protecting his mind. Except for a little drowsiness, there is no other impact. Suppressing the swelling pain in his head, he forcibly controlled the mirror warship to fly downwards. Soon, the warship successfully pulled the things left behind by the 7th level nightmare soul into the cabin. This time, it was a little different. In addition to a 7th level gray crystal, there was also a golden star sea wonder, and there were also 5 strands of chaos chi. Seeing this harvest, Song-Chi was quite satisfied. It was worth his risk of destroying the mirror battleship. His sight fell back on the giant phantom on the right. During the short period of time when the mirror battleship collected the spoils, the other party was approaching at a very fast speed. It was only about 10 seconds, but it had already arrived from dozens of light years away to less than 1 light year away from the mirror battleship. However, Song-Chi had no worries in his eyes at this moment. He controlled the ethereal body to quickly activate a jump component on the mirror battleship. The reason why the escape bead, starry sky flashing stone talisman, and angel kingship wings and other components were not used was that the distance of the flash escape was still too short, and it was not enough for the mirror battleship to pull away enough distance and completely get rid of the opponent's pursuit. Swish! Before the warp charging was about to end, the unknown 8th level nightmare soul body seemed to have seen Song-Chi's intention, and its giant Dharma image spit out another gray seal. The gray seal flew at an extremely fast speed, and Song-Chi even guessed that it might have a special space energy blessing. In an instant, it crossed a distance of nearly 1 light year and directly hit the right side of the mirror battleship. This seal ignored the multi-layer energy shield on the surface of the battleship and directly acted on the hull of the mirror battleship. If you look from the outside, you will definitely find that this gray light seal is an ancient Shin character. After it came into contact with the hull of the mirror battleship, Song-Chi soon found that the warship's warp charging, which was about to be completed, was forcibly interrupted. Afterwards, he tried to let the ethereal body try to activate the 3 parts of escape orb, starlight flashing stone talisman and angel kingship wings in succession, trying to escape by flashing, but in the end they all ended in failure. Although the 3 parts were activated one by one, the mirror battleship itself remained motionless. In the blink of an eye, the giant phantom of the Dharma image on the right side moved a long distance closer, and it was less than 10 million kilometers away from the mirror battleship. At this time, Song-Chi's heart finally stirred up a certain wave, and he was no longer calm before. After all, it was a real 8th level unit, and it was also blessed by the original will of the bottom floating land. If the quasi-8th level means of the Showdown market projection really fought against the opponent directly, it would not last long. At this time, Song-Chi remembered a part that he had just used not long ago. Starlight Flashing Spirit Stone Talisman. However, this time he no longer used the ordinary flash escape ability of Starlight Flashing Spirit Stone Talisman, but activated its Starlight Flashing Spirit Escape feature. Starlight Flash Spirit Escape. Consume 600,000 psionic points, including but not limited to ignoring space blockade, worship confinement, forbidden magic field, time freeze and other control effects, and flashes in the specified direction. The current maximum flash distance is 1 light year, and the cooling time is constant at 50 years. This feature can ignore multiple control effects, such as space blockade. Intuition tells him that the unknown sealing ability exerted by the 8th level Nightmare Soul body is likely to be included. In the distance, the giant Dharma shadow flew at high speed. Every time he blinked, he could travel a long distance. With another step, he came directly to the mirror battleship. The Dharma palm covering the sky and the earth suddenly slapped out, and the air wave it raised was enough to blow away even the weakest 7th level master. As the palm pressed down, space cracks, space collapse and other strange phenomena followed all the way. It can be imagined that if this illusory palm really hit the mirror battleship, even with the mirror battleship's double-layer energy, double-layer hull armor, and none of them is less than the luxurious configuration of gold quality, there would be no chance of survival. However, just when the Dharma palm was about to contact the mirror battleship that was tightly restricted by the Jin character suddenly disappeared, leaving only a shallow space fluctuation at the original place. Outside the Nightmare Soul continent, the mirror battleship appeared in the quiet starry sky. After confirming that the mirror battleship had successfully escaped from danger, the market projection still suspended above the battleship slowly dissipated. However, this does not mean that Song-Chi was completely relieved. For the 8th level creatures, as long as they wanted, they could easily escape directly from the floating land, and the current distance was far from safe. So Song-Chi activated the red sky jump device again, and he was completely relieved when the battleship escaped tens of thousands of light years twice in a row. Chapter 625 Universe Secret Pattern Energy Shield. Confirming that everything was completely safe, Song-Chi turned his attention to the few spoils that he had not had time to examine carefully before. Level 7 Gray Crystal. Needless to say, he was mainly looking at the Golden Wonder. Secret Pattern Guardian. Quality, Gold. Convertible, Universe Secret Pattern Energy Shield. Note, a special wonder bred in a low-level Universe Secret realm, engraved with a trace of the origin of the ancient universe, which has a good defense effect against most mysterious side attacks. Universe Secret Pattern Energy Shield LV0. Quality, Gold. Features, Energy Shield. Shield value increased by 140%. Feature 2. Energy Shield protection value increased by 140%. Feature 3. Universe Origin Energy Cycle. Feature 4. Real Shield. Feature 5. Universe Secret Pattern. Universe Secret Pattern. A fragmentary secret pattern left over from the multiverse era. It has a strong defensive effect against most mysterious attacks, and the power of all mysterious attacks on the loaded warship will be reduced by 70%. Song-Chi quickly scanned the first 4 features, and he almost ignored them, and finally landed on the last one. The Universe Secret Pattern feature. This feature is obviously very good, and it can reduce the power of mysterious attacks by more than 70% at the beginning. If it is strengthened to LV80, it can reach at least 90%, which is definitely an extremely exaggerated value. As for what is the attack of the mysterious side, this covers a wide range, such as the mental attacks of the Nightmare Souls, and magic, curses, bad luck, etc., all of which are means of the mysterious side. Song-Chi attached great importance to this feature, and was considering whether to use the Origin Improvement platform of Strange Objects to replace this feature with the Yin-Yang Shield component. However, after thinking about it, he still did not take action. Feature, Yin-Yang Damage Reduction. Feature 2, Real Shield. Feature 3, Energy Shield. Shield value increased by 320%. Feature 4, Shield Protection value increased by 320%. Feature 5, Yin-Yang Mutual Growth. All 5 features of Yin-Yang Shield are good. At least, he has not yet decided which one to replace. The only one that can be considered is Feature 3, but it is not easy to replace. Even if there is a layer of Holy Light Shield as a supplement, it can slightly make up for the problem of the thickness of the energy shield. But the amount of shield value is also related to the shield recovery amount of the Yin-Yang Mutual Growth feature, and the effect of the neutron star core pulse is the same. Song-Chi finally put this component into the closed storage room of the market as a temporary response in the future. As for now, he still has to return to the Nightmare Soul continent and continue to try to hunt those 7th level Nightmare Souls. There is no shortage of silver wonders in his hands at present, so there is no need to be stingy with the use of market projection order. After all, the wonders can continue to be collected in the future. But if this Nightmare Soul secret realm is missed, there will be no chance to obtain this kind of gray crystal in the future. 5 years have passed in a flash. In these 5 years, Song-Chi has used the market projection order more than 10 times. After consuming more than 10 silver wonders, he has 5 7th level gray crystals, more than 100 6th level gray crystals, and thousands of 4th and 5th level gray crystals in his hands, with remarkable results. In addition, half a year ago, he suddenly had an idea and wanted to try to enslave them. Not long ago, the death of the tiger-torn king worm in the hands of the ancestor caused the dominant level slave combat power they could use to drop to 3, leaving only 2 king worms and a star dragon shark. For this, Song-Chi has always felt that it is not enough. Although the civilization war has lasted for more than 300 years, it is common for a full-scale war between 2 top advanced civilizations to last for thousands of years. Now it is just the beginning of the war. Thinking of this, Song-Chi naturally has a serious fear of insufficient combat power. He has long wanted to enslave as many dominant combat forces as possible. But unfortunately, the 8-armed snake demon clan is too special and almost difficult to be enslaved by enslaved parts. Therefore, if he can enslave a few of these Nightmare Souls as a substitute, it would be great. Even before Song-Chi boarded the Star Destroyer captain, these Nightmare Souls cannot be directly and openly deployed on the battlefield. But they are not affected when the battleship clone is in action. But the fact is that he took it for granted. Although he successfully enslaved a 7th level Nightmare Soul that time, it was at the cost of hundreds of attempts by the Heavenly Power Control Ring parts. For this reason, he charged the Phantom Projection Order 5 times just that time. 5 silver legendary items were only exchanged for a 7th level Nightmare Soul body, which was a complete loss. Since then, Song-Chi no longer had the idea of enslaving a Nightmare Soul body. In the Jutian market, Song-Chi closed his eyes tightly, and more than 200 threads of divine thought spread out from his mind and penetrated into the 7th level gray crystal in his hand. Before he absorbed all the energy in the 7th level gray crystal, the voice of Queen Mother Iris suddenly sounded in his heart. Master, the ancestor and Song Yen sent a communication, asking you to rush to the Nightmare Mountains in the central floating land of the secret realm as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Song-Chi quickly stopped his actions. However, he did not return to the main body of the Tianqiu Sangqiong in the Fire Snake River system, but directly turned his mind to the mirror battleship in this market. In the past few years, the Zutian market projection has frequently appeared on the Nightmare continent. The ancestor and the eldest brother Song Yen are very clear about this. In this case, they still actively summon themselves. Obviously, there is something extremely important. According to the coordinates given by Iris, the hidden mirror battleship directly started the battleship jump. After the charging was completed, the mirror warship directly jumped to the middle of the Nightmare Soul Mountains. The Nightmare Soul Mountains are the largest mountain range on the Nightmare Soul continent. It stretches from north to south across the floating land and stretches for more than 10 light years. Especially in the central area, there are dense primitive forests with a height of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of kilometers. If an ordinary dreadnought is immersed in it, with the help of the concealing parts, it is difficult to find a trace. This is also the hiding place of the various Xinhua warships stranded on this central floating land in recent years. After the mirror warship arrived, Song-Chi quickly successfully reunited with the warship clones controlled by the ancestors, and Song Yen through the coordinates given by the ancestors. The two used the good combat power of the warship clones, and also gained a lot in the past few years. The two of them did not use such overbearing means as directly summoning the market projection. The two warship clones have always been acting together, and with a flame-boiling sea, which is quite restraining against the good fire attack of the Yin-type soul body. The two also got a 7th level gray crystal each, and there are also many gray crystals of the 6th level and below. However, this time the summoning of the Tianqiu Sangqing mirror warship was not for the 7th level Nightmare Soul body. Shaoqi, the Star Destroyer of the Lingwar Wan family, took the lead in us not long ago to seize the nest of the 8th level Nightmare Soul body and obtained a lot of good things. Just what we saw included rare time and space mineral resources, 7th level gray crystal, and at least more than 10 strands of chaotic energy. Hearing this, Song-Chi already understood. Knowing that the target of the ancestor and the eldest brother Song-Yin was the 10 strands of chaotic energy. In the past few years since entering the secret realm, the three of them have harvested chaos chi several times. Now they are not far from collecting the chaos chi for the third repair of Dragon Whale Hall. If they can get these 10 strands, Dragon Whale Hall will be able to try the third repair immediately. By then, it is very likely to be a colorful mythical quality artifact. The three of them discussed for a while, and finally decided to launch a comprehensive search for the Ruan family Star Destroyer hidden in this primitive dense forest. When it was searching the nest of the 8th level Nightmare Soul body, it was also marked with the secret pattern of Jin by the 8th level Nightmare Soul body. Now the warship has lost the ability to evade and jump. It will take at least a month to get rid of this state. So far, it has not even reached half of the time. In other words, the other party must still be hiding somewhere in the middle of the Nightmare Soul Mountains. After confirming this, the three warships of the Song family began to search separately. They all turned on the strongest detection characteristics of the warship's air patrol radars in order to find the location of the Ruan family Star Destroyer in the shortest time. However, after all, they are from an old immortal force. Although the Ruan family is not very powerful, they have been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and the clan has collected a large number of various parts. As the only Star Destroyer in the Ruan family, its configuration naturally gathers the essence of the Ruan family's tens of thousands of years of heritage, including high-quality hidden parts. This also made the three warships of the Song family like headless flies, and they have never found the other party's hiding place. On this day, Song-Chi released 3 7th level Void Shadow Killing Clan soldier figurines again. Void Shadow Killing Clan soldier figurines are space attribute terracotta warriors, which have a strong ability to sense space fluctuations. Now it has been strengthened to the 7th level. If it really gets close to the hidden One Star Destroyer within a certain range, it will definitely be able to detect its existence. This is why he has released it again and again in the past few days. However, the puppet soldiers have a flaw. As long as they are far away from the captain of the warship, they will completely lose control and lose their ability to move, even with the assistance of the brainwave remote control system parts. At most, they can remotely control 3 soldiers, and the search range is limited. In the Jutian market, Song-Chi figure suddenly disappeared, and he reappeared a second later, but he already had an extra part in his hand. Orange quality brainwave remote control system. Well, it is the main body of the Tianshu Sangqiong from the Fire Snake River system, not the mirror warship from the Nightmare Secret Realm. Although the mirror warship can perfectly replicate black and lower quality parts, it is impossible to uninstall these replica parts separately. Otherwise mirror image will not be a golden part. At least it must be a lower level color, or even a higher level color wonder to do it. Holding the brainwave remote control system in one hand, Song-Chi took out another 6th level silver apple. Soon, this part evolved to red quality, but it also had an extra blank feature, which required him to select a feature from the same type of parts to supplement it. Song-Chi seemed to have been prepared for a long time, and he quickly took out another part emitting purple light from the closed storage room in the market. This purple part is also a remote control part, and it has only one feature, which is double remote control mark. Soon, this characteristic was successfully transferred to the red quality brainwave remote control system component, becoming its third characteristic, which also increased the number of brainwave imprints that the brainwave remote control system component could differentiate at a time from the previous 3 to 6. At the same time, Song-Chi eyebrows flashed with light, and the main body of the Tianshu Sangqiong was summoned. 6 7th level Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers were summoned. And then, the reloaded brainwave remote control system components produced 6 brainwave imprints, which were integrated into the 6 soldiers. After completing this step, Song-Chi put the 6 soldiers into the dimensional space stone, and then sent the 6 Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers over with the space anchor point left in the mirror battleship. In this way, including the 3 soldiers in the mirror battleship itself, the number of Void Shadow Killing Clan soldiers that can be remotely controlled has reached 9, and the search range has been expanded 3 times. Maybe this did have a good effect. Just 2 days later, one of the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers noticed something unusual. Through the perception of the Void Shadow Killer Clan soldiers, there was something unusual in the low-altitude space of a dense forest. Although it looked the same to the naked eye, the Void Shadow Killer clan soldiers could sense the slight vibrations from time to time in the void. Song Chi speculated that it might be the fluctuations from the shipborne engine of the Xinhua warship hidden in the void. After discovering this, Song Chi did not act rashly, but directly called the ancestor and Song Yen. When the three warships met, the three immediately took action. The first thing the three warship clones activated was naturally the charging of the ship guns. And during the charging of the ship gun attack characteristics, they activated 3 space blockade components one after another. After a few seconds, with the low-altitude abnormal point in front as the center, 3 layers of space blockade light curtains gathered one after another. The only drawback is that, for various reasons, the Song family does not have very good space blockade components now. And these 3 space blockade light curtains are all only silver level. The 3 space blockade light curtains were formed almost at the same time. And this was not over yet. Song Chi and the other 2 had very accurate control of the timing. When the 3 blockade light curtains condensed, the unknown warship hidden in the void in front also noticed this change at the first time. But before it could react, the guns of the 3 Song family warships had completed the final charging at the same time. Swish, swish, swish. Multiple kinetic energy beams shot out, aiming directly at the low altitude where the space was different. Waves of explosion sounded one after another. At this time, the unknown warship could no longer hide, and slowly showed up under the impact of circles of energy. Sure enough, it was the Lingwei Wan family star destroyer. The moment they saw the other party's ship body of tens of thousands of kilometers, Song Chi and the other 2 immediately had the answer in their hearts, and basically determined that the other party was the target they were looking for. Chapter 626 Combination Components. For symbols, we'll see a looking at the hull of this star destroyer again. Under this series of naval gun bombardment, the energy light shield on the surface of the star destroyer has dimmed by half. The Jin secret pattern of the 8th level Nightmare Soul body not only seals its ability to jump and dodge, but also weakens the law field of the star destroyer to the extreme. Without the blessing of the law field, the defensibility of this Lingwei Wan star destroyer is obviously not as strong as imagined. You must know that Song Chi and the other 2 held back in their previous attacks for fear of accidentally sinking the opponent. Take the Tianqiu Songqiong mirror warship as an example. Not to mention the 9-layered purple sky world-destroying tribulation thunder of the purple sky divine thunder cannon. Even the blood judgment of the blood spear, the weakness mark of the hunting god, and the 10,000 symbols purple sky thunder prison of the purple sky divine thunder cannon. Song Chi has not activated any of them. Beep beep. Suddenly, a communication request came from the battleship clone of the Dinghai Longxiang. Song Wujiang did not hesitate and connected directly. Of course, the person who was far away in the Fire Snake River system did not show up. What appeared in the eyes of the Wan family star destroyer captain was just a most ordinary 4th level slave creature. Who are you exactly? Which family are you from? Internal consumption during wartime? It is forbidden by the divine dynasty. Once it is spread out, do you really think that the Ying clan will not pursue it? Faced with this, Song Wujiang commanded his slave creatures through telepathy to reply, internal consumption? It is called internal consumption if there are casualties. Otherwise, King of Guangnan, do you think that warships without the protection of the law force field can really withstand our full-scale attack? This King of Guangnan looked slightly gloomy. Knowing that Song Wujiang was not exaggerating, he looked up at the overlapping 3-layer space blocking light curtain in the sky again. And after thinking for a moment, he said again, "What do you want?" After saying this, he seemed to be afraid that Song Wujiang would ask for too much. So he added another sentence. My Wan family and the immortal giant Lingwei Zhao family are relatives for thousands of years. When I was sealed by the 8th level Nightmare Soul body, I had already informed Lingwei Zhao family. I advise you to think before you speak. Song Wujiang would not be threatened by him. Without thinking, he blurted out the words he had been brewing for a long time. It's very simple. All the chaos chi on your warship at the moment, plus a piece of your Wan family's unique 4 symbols will seal component. This is impossible. As soon as Song Wujiang finished speaking, the King of Guangnan on the opposite side suddenly looked stern and refused without hesitation. Who knew that at this time? The 4th level slave creature in the clone of the Dinghai Longxiang warship spoke again. Red quality will do. King of Guangnan, his expression suddenly eased. Everyone knew that there was a primitive secret realm on the ancestral land of the Wan family in Guangnan. It was the most valuable secret realm that could continuously produce similar star sea wonders. And this 4-elephant wheel seal was its special product. After tens of thousands of years of careful support from the Ruan family, this secret realm has now been ranked among the top primitive secret realms. The highest secret realm that can produce golden quality 4-elephant wheel seal. However, the level of the primitive secret realm is still too low. Even if it is cultivated to the extreme, the speed of producing golden wonders is still very slow. Even if the Ruan family has continuously invested high-level void crystals for tens of thousands of years to accelerate, it still only breeds one piece. Even if it is a silver quality 4-elephant wheel seal, it takes nearly 10,000 years to produce one piece. And the quantity is very small. However, the red quality 4-elephant wheel seal is much more common. And the number is not small after tens of thousands of years. Seeing that Song Wujiang only wants the red quality 4-elephant wheel seal, it is actually acceptable. But after thinking for dozens of seconds, the king of Guangnan finally shook his head and refused. Even if he did not explain the reason, Song Qi and the other two were blessed with double pupils, and they could see the general reason from his eyes. The other party was just relying on their unwillingness, or even fearlessness. So they were fearless. And what he was reluctant to give up was not the red 4-elephant wheel seal, but the considerable amount of chaos chi in his hands. The super strategic resources that permanently improve the comprehension are extremely important for the captain of the Star Destroyer. Fire Snake River System. Dinghai Longxiang encrypted group chat. Song Wujiang voice sounded. Do it. After that, the three of them had no scruples. And the high-level gold and black cannons on the battleship were quickly activated. Not long after, the energy shield on the surface of the Ruan Star Destroyer was completely shattered, followed by the hull armor. Even though the opponent repaired it twice with repair parts, it still could not withstand the continuous attack of a Black Star Destroyer, multiple golden main guns and super main guns. With its abilities such as jump and evasion sealed, it can only be regarded as a living target. In just over 10 minutes, when the opponent actively sent a communication request again, the energy shield and hull armor on the surface of its warship had been completely shattered, and even the damage to the hull itself was at least 50%. Stop. 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 I agree. Just all the chaos energy and a red 4 symbols will seal. But at this time, Song Qi and the other two were unhappy again. And Song Wujiang's reply was simple. That was just the previous price. Now, you have to pay more. You, this king of Guangnan, has a gloomy face. As a veteran Star Destroyer captain, he is obviously a little embarrassed. Song Wujiang didn't care about the other party's thoughts and continued to state new conditions. In addition to the 2 items mentioned above, there is also a black ultimate component and 2 7th-level gray crystals. The king of Guangnan of the Ruan family was about to continue bargaining, but Song Wujiang took the lead and said, "We dare not sink you directly, but it is very simple to make your ship lose its ability to move. Do you want to gamble with your life and see if the Zhao family can find you before the 8th-level Nightmare Soul body?" Hearing this blatant threat, the king of Guangnan of the Ruan family chose to remain silent. Song Wujiang's words touched his heart. As the only Star Destroyer captain of the Guangnan Ruan family, he is only tens of thousands of years old. He has the endless resources of the Ruan family and has long been a golden seed. His worship is also extremely luxurious. In the future, he still has a great possibility of impacting the galaxy ship. In this case, he naturally dares not and is unwilling to gamble with his life. The two sides remained in a stalemate for 2 minutes. Just when the 3 Song family members were impatient and were about to ask again, the Ruan family Star Destroyer in front finally opened the battleship hatch. And then several items were thrown out of the battleship one after another, which were exactly what Song Wujiang had asked for before. The Tianqiu Songqing mirror battleship flew forward and quickly took all the things into the battleship one by one. No, there is still a black component missing. The 3 people's eyes suddenly turned to the opposite side. But King Guangnan explained first. The black component will have to wait, and I have to let the hull armor and energy shield of my ship recover first. Half an hour later, the hull armor and energy shield of the other party's ship were cooled, and the 3 Song family members successfully got the black ultimate component. After doing this, the 3 people had no intention of staying any longer. Although they changed their minds, and the 3 layers of space blockade-like curtains above their heads were successively removed. When the sky of the Nightmare Continent appeared before their eyes again, the faces of the 4 people changed. Song Qi and the other 2 were all shocked at the same time. On the other hand, the king of Guangnan on the Ruan family Star Destroyer was the opposite. with an unconcealable joy in his eyes. It turned out that 3 familiar star destroyers had been suspended in the sky at some point. At the same time, 2 larger blockade-like curtains quietly covered the top of their heads. It turned out that the Lingwei Zhao family had arrived in advance. Friend, it's okay to hide your head and show your tail. But it's too much to bring 2 juniors to bully my Zhao family allies. As he said, the 3 star destroyers in the sky simultaneously released their own law force fields. Suddenly, the terrifying pressure enveloped the 3 warship clones. Song Qi and the other 2 reacted quickly. They quickly turned their sights and looked at the Yuan family star destroyer not far away. If they could destroy this star destroyer again in the shortest time, then they might be able to use this as a threat to try to get the other party to cancel the space blockade-like curtain that was obviously of a higher quality than silver. However, the situation on the field had changed again in the blink of an eye. The Yuan family star destroyer had already shot out 3 golden rays of light at this moment. These 3 golden rays of light were not directed at the 3 of them, but at the 3 star destroyers in the sky. When the 3 golden rays of light successfully sank into the 3 star destroyers, golden threads suddenly appeared between the 4 warships. These golden threads were connected in series, and the 4 star destroyers were combined as a whole. The phantoms of the 4 mythical beasts, dragon, tiger, bird, and turtle, were looming above them. At this moment, Song Qi and the other 2 could clearly feel that the intensity of the pressure emitted by the opposite warship was skyrocketing. Under this extremely suffocating pressure, the energy shields on the surface of the 3 warships began to ripple. The light of the energy shields was continuously dimming, and the shield value was also visibly decreasing. Fire Snake River System. Song Family Encrypted Group Chat. Grandfather, what do you mean? Should I let my 7th brother summon the projection of the Zutian market to try to break the situation? Or should I just give up? After Song Yin asked, he quickly got a reply from Song Wujiang. He just shook his head. Forget it. This is the golden quality 4 elephant wheel seal of the Yuan family, with a combination of 4 star destroyers. Even a late-stage 8th order creature can resist for a while. There is no need to waste a silver wonder. Since Song Wujiang has made a decision, Song Qi and the others will not object. The 3 of them looked at each other, and then they simultaneously retracted their spirits that were hundreds of thousands of light years away. At the same time, on the Nightmare Soul continent, under the eyes of the 4 star destroyer captains, the 3 warships of the Song family all started the self-destruction program. Boom boom boom! Accompanied by 3 strong explosions, the 3 warships turned into wreckage one after another, leaving no trace. In the sky, the head of the Lingwei Zhao family had an extremely gloomy face. This is not their real body. The Star Destroyer will never choose to self-destruct so decisively. Chapter 627 4 Elephant Wheel Seal and Moon Wheel Cold Shadow Cannon compared to the dissatisfaction of the 4 star destroyer captains such as the Zhao family and the Yuan family. The Song family was completely the opposite. Easily escaped from the eyes of the 4 star destroyers without being noticed. And the key was to forcibly get real benefits from the king of Guangnan. And the price paid was only the subsequent cooling of the components for more than 20 years. This feeling is simply too comfortable. By the way, Shaoqi, take a look at the properties of the 4 elephant wheel seal and the black ultimate component. In the encrypted group chat of Dinghai Longxiang, the eldest brother Song Yan's tone was full of curiosity. In fact, it was not just him. At this moment, the other core members of the family in the group chat all attracted the attention of the 2 sensitive words 4 elephant wheel seal and black ultimate. It has been quite a while since they have been operating with the Lingwei River System joint fleet. Naturally, everyone has a lot of knowledge about the forces of the Lingwei Zhao family, including the signature component of the Guangnan Yuan family, the 4 elephant wheel seal. Song Xiuan, ancestor, you actually got a piece of the 4 elephant wheel seal this time. Did you fight against the Yuan family? Without Song Wujiang speaking, Song Yan quickly explained the whole thing in the group chat, and everyone suddenly understood. It can be seen that after listening to the 3 of them's wonderful experience, Song Xiuan, Song Xingru, Song Tianhao, Song Tianshu, Song Xuansong and others all had extremely bright eyes, and they were obviously very excited about it. Think about it. This kind of component that allows the warship clone to go out freely for adventure without taking any risks is indeed amazing in value, especially with the market walking order provided by Song Qi. All kinds of items collected by the warship clone can be sent back to their original body in real time, which is too convenient and perfect. Song Qi understood the eagerness in the eyes of other tribesmen in the group chat. At the same time, he rolled his eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. So much so that the matter of returning to the market to get those spoils was put aside at the moment. After pondering for about 10 seconds, Song Qi's eyes were determined, and he made a decision in his heart. He suddenly said in the group chat, "Ancestor, you should first unload the dual differentiation part." As he said that, he turned his eyes and looked at Song Yin again. "Brother." Needless to say, Song Yin understood what Song Qi meant when he heard the call. Without hesitation, he directly activated the high-level lossless unloading part on the flame-boiling sea. The next second, a golden light shot out from the flame-boiling sea and rushed straight to the Dinghai Longxiang. Song Wujiang was somewhat puzzled. Temporarily unloaded components would not reset the component cooling time after reloading. He believed that Song Qi was absolutely aware of this. So he was somewhat puzzled by Song Qi's actions. Although he was puzzled, he did not block the golden light that shot out of trust. Soon, as the golden light sank in, the dual differentiation component was unloaded intact. Watching this component being pulled into the cabin by the Tianxu Sangqiong, everyone began to wait quietly. With their understanding of Song Qi, everyone knew that Song Qi would never do it without a purpose. And there must be a reason for this operation. Inside the Tianxu Sangqiong, after Song Qi got the dual differentiation component, he went directly to the miracle clone cabin component. That's right. He wanted to clone this dual differentiation component. In this way, there would be 2 dual differentiation components. Then, using the dual differentiation feature of the component itself, there would be 4 components, which could be loaded on 4 warships at the same time, splitting into 4 warship clones. Together with the mirror warship of Tianxu Sangqiong, there would be 5 warships. Apart from anything else, at least Yuanzhu and Ruzu could also temporarily load this dual differentiation, so that they could also freely split warship clones to go out for exploration later. As for why this decision was made, actually, it's very simple. There are 2 reasons. First, after killing multiple 7th level nightmare souls, the soul-swallowing progress of the soul-swallowing altar is still just entering the 4th stage, and it will take a long time to accumulate it later. So this miracle clone chamber will not be used in the short term. Second, now is the early stage of the civilization war, and large-scale wars are taking place in all star regions. This is also the easiest and most suitable time to pick up leaks. If we don't take this opportunity to let Yuanzhu, Ruzu, Xingzhu and others accumulate as many resources and foundation as possible, they will miss this opportunity. Xiaoqi. Could this be? When they saw 2 pieces of dual differentiation components that looked exactly the same were sent out from the Tianxu Sangqiong, everyone in the group chat was stunned. It was not until they saw Song Qi nod his head to confirm that they believed that these were really 2 complete dual differentiation components. Not dual differentiation. The 2 separate parts after the characteristics are activated. After that, everyone checked the detailed properties of the 2 parts with their own eyes. After they were completely sure, Song Xingru's voice soon sounded in the group chat. "Qi, you are awesome. How did you do it? If you want to say who is the most excited at this moment, it must be Song Xingru. When she first saw the properties of dual differentiation, she was eager to try it. But the combat power of her ship was not as good as Song Yin, so she had to give up the opportunity. Now that there are 2 more places, don't say how excited they are." On the Tianxu Sangqiong, Song Qi replied, "It's just the special effect of a part." After him, Song Wujiang's voice sounded in the group chat again. "Okay, Ru girl. This part is obviously very important to Xiaoqi. And the part itself is also very special. Don't ask if you shouldn't ask. And you must be careful to control your careless temper. Although the battleship clone will not affect your personal safety, the entire family is involved behind it. If you accidentally reveal your identity, it may push the family to the forefront." Song Wujiang said this very seriously, which made the group chat solemn. But there is no way. They all know Song Xingru's temper. If they let her do whatever she wants, her identity may be leaked at any time. Fortunately, these words still have a considerable effect. Song Xingru has put away her previous hot temper, and her face is full of seriousness. Please rest assured, granddaughter will remember this. The second dual differentiation component was quickly distributed and loaded by Akala and Purple Moon Song. As for Song Shirxing, he will rotate with Song Xiuan and Song Xingru. After dealing with this, Song Qi quickly took out the spoils from the market. 2 7th level gray crystals, 1 red 4 elephant wheel seal, 1 black extreme cold moon wheel cannon, 18 strands of chaos, 2 7th level gray crystals. After everyone discussed, they were distributed to Song Xiuan and Song Xingru, while Song Qi took out one and sent it to Song Shixing. As compensation, all the remaining chaos after repairing Dragon Whale Hall will belong to him. As for the properties of the two components, everyone looked at them very carefully. 4 elephant wheel seal LV0. Quality, red. Feature, 4 elephant azure dragon seal. Feature 2, 4 elephant white tiger seal. Feature 3, 4 elephant vermilion bird seal. Consumption, 30/S, phantom energy points, no need to charge or buffer. Effect, the loaded warship has the power of the 4 elephant guardian, and can complete the 4 elephant binding with the designated warship. When the ability to return the components is activated, all bound warships will also obtain the same effect. Due to the quality of the components, the current 4 elephants are incomplete, and only 2 additional alien warships can be bound. Note, this component requires 3 slots for efficiency. 4 elephant azure dragon seal, consume 20,000 phantom energy points. Summon the holy beast azure dragon true spirit shadow to descend. The warship's movement speed, firepower, and defense are slightly improved, and the warship's hull armor, and energy shield are instantly repaired by 20% of the damage. The duration is 30 minutes, and the cooling time is 24 hours. For symbols white tiger seal, consume 20,000 psionic points. Summon the shadow of the sacred beast white tiger to descend. The warship's movement speed, defense, and self-healing are slightly improved, and the warship's firepower damage is temporarily increased by 40%, lasting for 30 minutes, and the cooling time is 24 hours. For symbols vermilion bird seal, consume 20,000 psionic points. Summon the shadow of the sacred beast vermilion bird to descend. The warship's firepower, defense, and self-healing are slightly improved, and the warship's movement speed is temporarily increased by 40%, lasting for 30 minutes, and the cooling time is 24 hours. After reading the properties of the first 4 symbols will seal, everyone in the Song family raised their eyebrows. This seems to be a little different from what they imagined. No matter how you look at it, this component does not seem to be as top-notch as the legend says, let alone compared with the same level strategic level components. Even compared with the truly top-notch components of the same level, there is a big difference. Not to mention the useless things. The key is the number of bound warships, which is better than nothing, and the not so much attribute increase, which makes it at most a fine component. And it really can't be more. Especially for you Songqi and the other two. Their feelings are particularly obvious, compared with the amazing combination scene of the 4-star destroyers of Ling Weixiao and Ruan. The attribute introduction in front of them is simply not the same kind of component. At least they can be sure that when the 4-star destroyers completed the 4-elephant combination with special golden light, the attribute increase of the 4-star destroyers was definitely not as simple as a few tens of percent. That is a true geometric multiplication, an all-round improvement in speed, firepower, defense and other aspects, and even a super gain that pulls the Star Destroyer to confront the 8th level creature head-on. Isn't this amplification wrong? Isn't it said that Guangnan Ruan's 4 symbols will seal is a super quality component? It seems to be just like that. I heard that this 4 symbols will seal has another alias cross-level will seal, and it is said that once this component is installed, many warships can achieve cross-level killing. Could it be that it relies on these ordinary amplification characteristics? During the discussion, Song Wujiang also gave his own guess. Is it possible that the problem lies in the fact that the 4 symbols are incomplete? Song Yin also has a different opinion. The Star Destroyer of the Ruan family is equipped with the golden 4 symbols will seal, and it may also be due to its 5th characteristic. As they said, everyone's eyes intertwined and finally fell on Song Qi. Or it was precisely because he knew that Song Qi could stably obtain the 7th level silver apple that Song Wujiang took the initiative to ask for the red 4 symbols will seal. Song Qi nodded gently and said, "We have to wait for a few months. The new batch of 7th level silver apples are not yet mature. It has been more than 100 years since the last batch of silver apples matured. Now the new round of 7th level silver apples in the Cultivation secret realm is almost mature." Song Qi estimated that it should be almost mature after this round of secret realm acceleration is over. Hearing this, everyone could only turn their attention to the black component. This Moonwheel Cold Shadow Cannon is neither a main gun, nor a super main gun, nor a Star Destroyer, but a secondary gun. No one was surprised by this. Being threatened and blackmailed by the Song family, the king of Guangnan would not take out any rare parts. Secondary guns, which have the least impact on warships, are the first choice. Moonwheel Cold Shadow Cannon LV0. Quality, black. Features, power increased by 170%. Feature 2, True Armor Break. Feature 3, 3 Wheels of Cold Moon. Feature 4, each attack of the cannon will complete additional freezing damage. Feature 5, each time the Cold Moon wheel hits an enemy unit, there is a 3% chance of causing a frost imprisonment effect, causing the enemy unit to fall into a frozen state for 1 to 3 seconds. Feature 6, 10,000 Wheels of Moon. Consumption, 80/shot, psionic points, attack, 1045. Charge, 10 seconds. Buffer, 20 seconds. Upgrade requirements, 100 strands of floating land origin, 0 order, 10,000 psionic points. 10 kilograms of ice crystal or true armor break. The Cold Moon wheel has the attribute of true armor break, which is not affected by ordinary armor, scale armor, shield and other protections, and can slightly penetrate the protection of true defense, true shield and other attributes. 3 wheels of Cold Moon, each time the cannon attacks. 3 Cold Moon wheels will be shot out. 10,000 moon wheels. Consume 200,000 psionic points. Activate 10,000 Cold Moon wheels at once, and launch a large-scale attack on the designated area. After reading the properties of this Moonwheel Cold Shadow Cannon, Song Chi eyes lit up. Until now, the 8 secondary gun positions on the Tianqiu Sanqiong have not been filled, and there are still 2 missing. In addition, the quality and properties of this Moonwheel Cold Shadow Cannon are quite good, which is really suitable for the Tianqiu Sanqiong, although the power of the secondary gun is limited. Is this what Song Chi is concerned about? What he values is obviously the characteristic 5, which is that each attack has a certain chance of freezing the enemy unit. Although the current probability is only 3%, it will not be less than 20% when its enhancement level is increased. If the projection of the 10,000-fold secondary gun module of the 6th Order Dreadnought is added, once it is loaded, it will be 10,000 Moonwheel Cold Light Cannons. A round of ordinary firepower bombardment will have 30,000 Cold Moon wheels, which can easily cause a large-scale control effect. If the 10,000 moons were used, it would be even more unimaginable. As if he had seen Song Chi envy, Song Wujian quickly said, "Let Xiaoqi take this secondary gun. Do you have any objections?" Everyone would have no objection. Song Chi's contribution to the family was obvious to all. It can be said that the rise of the Song family today is directly related to Song Chi. Besides, don't forget that Song Chi had just taken out a special black component for the family members to use not long ago. Chapter 628 Colorful Mythology Dragon Whale Haul. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, several months had passed. On this day, Song Chi entered Chi Song's number 004 Cultivation Secret Realm again, and when he came out again, he had 3 more 7th level silver apples in his hand. This time, his luck was average, and only 3 silver apples were produced. But no matter how small the number was, one had to be used on the 4 symbols wheel seal. As early as several months ago, the 4 symbols wheel seal had been loaded on the Tianqiu Sanqiong, and was directly enhanced to LV69. At this moment, Song Chi did not need to do anything else. He walked straight to the 4 symbols wheel seal, and handed over a 7th level silver apple. Soon, the red light and silver light inside the battleship began to interweave continuously. When the light faded, the 4 symbols wheel seal had successfully evolved into silver quality, and without Song Chi adding characteristics, it automatically generated the 4th characteristic. He casually strengthened the evolved 4 elephant wheel seal to level 70. And then Song Chi took a screenshot of its attributes and sent it to the family encrypted group chat. 4 elephant wheel seal level 70. Quality, silver. Feature 4, 4 elephant Xuan Wu seal. Effect, the loaded warship has the power of the 4 elephant guardian, and can complete the 4 elephant binding with the designated warship when the component activates a certain feature of itself. All bound warships will also obtain the same effect. Up to 3 alien warships can be bound to form a complete 4 elephant cycle with a loaded warship. Note, this component requires 3 slots for efficiency. 4 elephant Azure Dragon seal consumes 200,000 psionic points. Summons the holy beast Azure Dragon's true spirit phantom to descend. And the warship's movement speed, firepower, and defense are moderately improved. Instantly repairs the warship's hull armor, an energy shield by 60% of the damage, lasts for 70 minutes, and has a cooling time of 24 hours. For symbols, white tiger seal, consumes 200,000 psionic points, summons the shadow of the sacred beast white tiger to descend. The warship's speed, defense, and self-healing are moderately improved, and the warship's firepower damage is temporarily increased by 120%, which lasts for 70 minutes, and has a cooling time of 24 hours. For symbols, vermilion bird seal, consumes 200,000 psionic points, summons the shadow of the sacred beast vermilion bird to descend. The warship's firepower, defense, and self-healing are moderately improved, and the warship's speed is temporarily increased by 120%, which lasts for 70 minutes, and has a cooling time of 24 hours. For symbols, black tortoise seal, consumes 200,000 psionic points, summons the shadow of the sacred beast black tortoise to descend. The warship's speed, firepower, and self-healing are moderately improved, and the warship's defense attributes are temporarily increased by 120%, which lasts for 70 minutes, and has a cooling time of 24 hours. It's okay to look at it this way. With 4 warships fighting together, it's not difficult to fight against high-level creatures. Of course, this is for units below level 6. It's different for dominant creatures. At that level, the gap between each level is like an insurmountable gap. I always feel that something is missing. I agree. Finally, Song Wujiang also said, it seems to be related to the 5th characteristic. The silver quality 4 elephant wheel seal still cannot produce golden origin threads, like the Ruan Star Destroyer, and the amplification is still far behind. Hearing this, someone in the group chat sighed. But if you want to continue to evolve the silver 4 elephant wheel seal, you need the 8th level golden apple, which is 100 times rarer than the silver apple. Forget it. Let it be. Everyone sighed and stopped worrying about it. The 8th level golden apple. This special star fruit is even rarer than the golden fire seed upgraded fire source. And it is definitely not something you can get just because you want it. However, although the 4 elephant wheel seal cannot continue to evolve in a short period of time, the silver quality 4 elephant wheel seal is still of top quality. After some discussion, it was finally decided that the Tianxu Sanqiong, Dinghai Longqiong, Akala, Lian Juhai 4 ships would form a complete 4 elephant cycle. After the binding was completed, no cool golden origin thread emerged, but it was certain that if the 4 characteristics of the 4 elephant wheel seal were activated at the same time, the combat power of the 4 warships would be greatly improved immediately. After dealing with this last matter, everyone in the encrypted group chat suddenly looked at each other, and then Song Wujiang said, Xiaoqi, you leave your ethereal body and a market projection order here, and the rest of us will go back to Longji continent together. This short sentence, somehow, aroused the excitement in the hearts of all the core members of the Song family. Let's go back to Longji continent. After 3,000 years, we have finally waited for this day. God bless our Song family. I believe that soon, the foundation of our Song family will also be famous in the Sea of Stars. Soon, everyone was taken into the dimensional space stone one after another, and then the space was transformed twice. When everyone came out of the dimensional space stone, they were already in the family ancestral hall deep in the body of Longji Divine Mountain. Ancestor, Xiuan, what are you doing? This sudden collective return made Song Shirshing, who stayed in Zulu, a little unresponsive at first. But after all, they were 6th level creatures. How powerful was their mind? After a while, he figured it all out. Could it be that the chaotic energy was collected? Seeing the people trapped in the fog nod one after another, Song Shirshing quickly laughed. Ha ha ha. Good. After that, the crowd did not communicate more, because their eyes were all turned to Song Wujiang. Song Wujiang did not waste time. He just waved his hand gently, and the dominant power around him quickly flowed, and soon a large amount of mysterious airflow similar to the color of the surrounding fog was summoned by him. Go! With a finger of his hand, the dominant level psionic energy carried these chaotic energy and rushed to the deep underground below, to the Dragon Whale Palace that had almost completely merged with the Dragon Spine continent. After the two came into contact with each other, they soon produced a violent reaction. The Dragon Whale Hall, which had been in a silent state, suddenly began to tremble slightly, as if expressing its desire for these chaotic energies. With Song Wujiang active cooperation with the power of domination, the repair began quickly. This process lasted for about an hour. and the entire Dragon Ridge Divine Mountain also trembled for an hour. When the tremor of the ground suddenly intensified, the breathing of everyone in the hall became heavier. They all knew. This is already the final stage of the repair, and success or failure depends on this moment, until the colorful light faintly coming from under the feet, coupled with a large-scale condensation of the illusory spirit hall deep in the ancestral orifice of the center of the eyebrows. Everyone could no longer control themselves, and laughter soon continued to echo in the hall. Song-Chi stared at the Dragon Whale Hall, and before long, an attribute panel appeared in front of him. Wonderful item, Dragon Whale Temple. Quality, colorful/lower. Effect, spiritual temple. Starry sky projection. Enlightenment enhancement. Chaos mist. Starry sky throne. Ancient whale fall. Dragon whale temple. Repair, completed. Note, an 8th level dragon-backed whale was nurtured for 1,000,000 years, and then bathed in the blood of an 8th level dragon-backed whale, and finally turned into an incredible wonder. After multiple consecutive repairs, it finally returned to its former peak. The site stayed on the quality column for a long time. As expected, the fully repaired Dragon Whale Temple was indeed a colorful mythical wonder. Then Song-Chi turned his attention to the effect column. After the previous 6 effects, there was a 7th effect, Dragon Whale Temple in the following time. The Song family conducted further tests on the various effects of the Dragon Whale Temple, and soon they came to a conclusion. In addition to the significant improvement of the Spirit Hall in protecting the mind, several other characteristics have also been qualitatively strengthened. Let's take the simplest example. Originally, after the 2nd repair, the number of Dragon Whale thrones in the Dragon Whale Hall increased from 20 to 100. Which also means that only 100 of the Song family elders can be protected by the Dragon Whale Hall for their minds. And only 100 can gather in the family ancestral hall from a long distance through starry sky projection. Now this number has soared from 100 to 3,000. Enough to put all the family elders under the protection of the Dragon Whale Hall. In addition, the scope of the ancient whale fall is not limited to the Dragon Spine continent, and the farthest can affect 100,000 light years outside the Dragon Spine continent. For a force seeking to establish a country in the future, this is enough to form a huge deterrent to the surrounding areas of the kingdom's capital, Fulu. After successfully establishing a country in the future, for a country of inheritance, this is very important. Finally, there is the newly derived Dragon Whale Temple effect. Like the Zhoutian Xingqian Tower of the Blood Sui Yang family, this Dragon Whale Temple is a long-range defense method. In other words, even if the Song family elders are located in the starry sky far away from the Dragon Ridge continent, they can summon the phantom of the Dragon Whale Temple to protect themselves from a distance. Just like the Blood Sui Yuan King did. It can be said that with only the 2 characteristics of Star Spirit Hall and Dragon Whale Temple, this colorful mythical object Dragon Whale Temple is enough to be called the mythical heritage of the clan. What's more, it has 5 other equally impressive effects. Ha! From today on, our Song family also has its own unique mythological heritage. With the assistance of this Dragon Whale Hall, the development speed of our Song family will surely be faster in the future. Just when everyone was deeply in joy, the original ancestor suddenly said, the properties of the fully restored Dragon Whale Hall are indeed impeccable. But with the current strength of our Song family, if people really know that we have a colorful wonder, will it attract outsiders to spy on us? As soon as these words came out, the smiles on everyone's faces slowly solidified. This is not groundless worry. As the saying goes, a man is innocent, but guilty of holding a treasure. With the strength and heritage they have shown now, if the properties of Dragon Whale Hall are really exposed, there may not be anything on the surface, but secretly it will inevitably attract countless covetous eyes. By then, let alone whether they can withstand the invisible pressure, the constraints they suffer will greatly reduce the progress of the family's development. Everyone discussed this matter for a long time, and finally agreed that it must be prevented. Song Wujiang also took the initiative to make the decision. In this case, the news of Dragon Whale Hall's promotion to colorful mythical artifacts will be kept secret for the time being, and will not be open to all clan members above level 4. And the previous quota of 100 people will remain unchanged. Chapter 629 Operation to pick up leaks. This decision was made out of necessity, even though they knew that this would increase the casualties of the 4th level clansmen of the Song family in the subsequent civilization war. There was nothing they could do. Even though all the current 4th level and above clansmen of the family had signed the golden agreement drawn up by the Flame Secret Agreement before the start of the Civilization War, to ensure that the important secrets of the family would never be leaked. But this is still not safe. Facing the Yaoan Kingdom, these forces in the Morning Star Kingdom may be effective. But once the Dragon Whale Hall is suspected of being a colorful mythical object, the prying eyes it attracts will definitely be far beyond the ordinary. And it is not surprising that immortal giant forces will appear. In this case, a confidentiality agreement of only golden quality is not enough. For this reason, it is obviously safer to hide it from most of the clansmen first. Buzz buzz buzz. The chaotic mist in the hall became thicker and thicker, and there was a faint colorful light flowing in it. Above the hall, the illusory starry sky in the past has now transformed into a real starry space. Under the shining silver light, the entire Dragon Whale Hall is more solemn, with the continuous emergence of spatial fluctuations. The thrones around the hall, which have expanded to 3,000, or bronze, silver, gold, and even stars, began to condense one after another. Figures of the Song family members, in addition to Song Chi and others who were already present. The number of these projections was exactly 90, which was exactly the part of the family members bound by the Dragon Whale Hall before the war started. As for why there were only 90 people, it was naturally because some of them had already died. How could there be no casualties after hundreds of years of continuous advancement? This was because the Song family was well prepared before the war, and the senior officials responded very promptly during the war. In addition, the clan members believed in the upper level, and the wartime dispatch was very efficient, which reduced the casualties to the extreme. Other forces in the fleet? The casualties were much greater than theirs. Not to mention anything else. Even the Chigu Luo fleet, which was allied with the Song family, was taken care of by the Song family many times during the war. So far, more than 20 of its Zulu ships have sunk. The Morning Star family is even more exaggerated, and it is said that nearly 40 ships have been sunk. In the Dragon Whale, the clan members who received the family's call were curiously looking around at this moment, and subtle discussions were heard from them. The topics discussed, as expected, were basically the exploration of the Dragon Whale Palace, which had changed greatly. It is precisely because they know that they cannot hide it from these clansmen who have completed the bond with the Dragon Whale Hall. The changes in the Spirit Hall that protects the mind in their ancestral orifices are very obvious. In this case, instead of letting them speculate privately, it is better to tell them directly. Now that everyone is here, please ask the ancestor to announce a major event of our Longji Song family. Song Xuanzong's voice interrupted all the discussions in the hall. Not only did it not cause any commotion, but it made the hearts of the clansmen who heard it shudder. They basically had some guesses about what happened before, and now they just wanted to get personal recognition from the ancestor. Under the gaze of nearly 100 eyes, Song Wuzhong slowly said, "Just now, the Dragon Whale Hall has completed the final repair and successfully upgraded from the black ultimate quality to the colorful myth quality. This also means that from now on, our Song family will have its own unique mythological heritage." After the voice fell, the hall was extremely quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. However, this was obviously just a prelude, and enthusiastic cheers were brewing in the hearts of all the clansmen present. After a few breaths, warm cheers rang out throughout the hall. Even though the nearly 100 people present were at least hundreds of years old and had their own scheming, they had already thrown aside their reserve and forbearance in front of the 4 words colorful mythology. After the cheers, Song Wuzhong's smile faded again, and he turned the topic to the main business of this time. "Well, this time I summon you here. In addition to telling you this good news, there is another point. Our Song family is not strong enough now, and we cannot bear the weight of a colorful mythical object. Therefore, in order to ensure the safety of the family, no one can disclose the news about the promotion of Dragon Whale Hall to the outside world." After a solemn exhortation, the projections in the hall quickly dissipated one by one. The Fire Snake River system was still advancing, so it was not advisable to be too distracted. Time flies, and more than 20 years have passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, several warships flew out of the Song family fleet again. This time, there were 5 warships, even more than before. One of them was a star destroyer, and 4 were dreadnoughts. Under the blessing of the group hiding State Hidden River, the 5 warships still did not cause any commotion. Of course, the direction of the 5 warships this time was no longer the middle of the river system, but went straight to the northwest. If outsiders saw it, the first thing they would think of would most likely be the western star field of the Fire Snake Galaxy. However, this is not the case. The target of the 5 warship clones this time is outside the Fire Snake Galaxy. After more than 100 years, the Fire Snake Galaxy has been occupied by 99%. The joint fleets of the two galaxies are discussing the matter of continuing to advance to the north. In the short term, there will be no big loopholes in the Fire Snake Galaxy. However, this civilization war is far more than just their fleet. The target of the 5 people of the Song family is the advancing fleet, which is millions of light years away in the west and mainly composed of the forces of the Impan and Yupan galaxies. According to the spies arranged by the Song family in the Impan galaxy early on, including the information provided by the Impan family under Song Chi, this advancing fleet is currently attacking a new galaxy of the 8-armed snake demon civilization, and is currently at a critical stage. Dinghai Longxiang encrypted communication group chat Song Xingru. Why not this piece of venomous snake floating land? Song Yen. This venomous snake floating land is the capital floating land of the venomous snake river system. The floating land level is close to the peak of level 7. If you can really go there to plunder, you may really get a lot of gains. Song Xiuan. I disagree. The rich resources of this viper floating land are indeed tempting. But after all, it is a peak level 7 floating land. Now is the most intense node of the river war. Its floating land shield must be open at all times. It is hard to say whether our 5 warships can break its floating land shield. Besides, it is not clear whether there are snake demon masters staying inside. With the strength of our 5 warships, combined with Shaoqi market projection, it is safer to choose an ordinary level 7 floating land. Seeing that there was no definite answer, Song Wujiang looked at Song Qi. Shaoqi, what's your opinion? Song Qi thought about it, and finally preferred the original ancestor's proposal. After listening to his idea, Song Wujiang said, in that case, let's go to this dry snake floating land. The dry snake floating land, located in the northwest of the venomous snake river system, is a rather inconspicuous piece of the 7-level floating land in the river system. On this day, several red or silver beams suddenly shot out from the starry sky outside the dry snake floating land. Although the speed of these beams was amazing, it can be basically determined from the diameter that the power they carried was very limited. This scene was captured by the 8-armed snake demon patrolling inside the floating land shield, but it did not receive much attention. After all, such beams of light shot from the starry sky that were not very harmful were not uncommon in the past. But as the beams approached, the patrolling 8-armed snake demon gradually discovered that the positions pointed to by these beams were the same point on the floating land shield, which was obviously not a coincidence. But it was too late to stop it now. Swish, swish, swish. Several beams of light fell on the same position of the floating land shield one after another, although each single beam only triggered a tiny ripple on the shield. The continuous beams still caused changes at the contact point of the floating land shield. It can be clearly seen that as the several beams of light touched one after another, although the floating land shield of this withered snake floating land did not change as a whole, the local fullness of this small area was obviously dimmed a bit. If that was all, then it would be nothing. With the recovery ability of a 7th level floating land, it could be repaired in an instant. But the fact is obviously not the case. Inside the withered snake floating land, the snake pupils of countless 8-armed snake demons simultaneously showed a sharp panic. They raised their heads and looked beyond the floating land shield above their heads. As they looked, they could see that following the red and silver beams, a huge purple mist palm was pressing down at full speed. The two completely different energies rubbed against each other at high speed, causing a circle of red flames to appear on the surface of the purple mist palm. However, this did not affect the movement of the purple mist palm. Soon, the palm with a length of more than hundreds of thousands of kilometers directly touched the dim position of the floating land shield. Crack, crack, crack. When more and more spiderweb cracks began to appear on the floating land shield of the withered snake floating land, the countless 8-armed snake demons inside the floating land were also as frightened as these cracks. The ending did not change with their prayers in their hearts. The illusory palm condensed by the 3 energies of space, light, and purple mist finally broke through the surface and successfully tore the floating land shield of the withered snake floating land completely apart. Deep in the distant starry sky, space fluctuations began to appear around the hulls of the 5 warships that had already revealed their bodies due to the shield-breaking attack. The next second, the 5 warships disappeared together, and when they reappeared, they were already on the surface of the dry snake floating land. Song Wujiang, separately act. I will go to the northern snake demon holy city. Shaoqi. Xingru. You go to the eastern snake demon holy city. Xiuan. Xiaoyan. You go to the western part. And finally gather at the central dry snake holy city. Okay. Xiaoyan. Let's go! Shaoqi. Here we go. The eastern part of the dry snake floating land. The snake demon holy city. When the Tianxu Sangqing mirror battleship and the Ziyue Chang'e battleship clone arrived, the first thing that came into view was the bright white city shield above the city. Although the city shield is far less exaggerated than the floating land shield, it is also a real level 7 shield. It is obviously not so easy to break it. Ru Zhu. Wait a minute. Seeing that the fiery red battleship on the left could not wait to start charging the ship's guns, Song Qi hurriedly called out. The next second he activated the Pazhuo Zen meditation seal component in the mirror battleship. And under the speed characteristic, the sky-breaking cone component that had been used once before was activated again. Then a familiar small silver light shot out from the mirror battleship. And when the silver light came into contact with the city shield below, the city shield of this eastern holy city dimmed a lot in an instant. Seeing this, Song Qi raised his lips, thinking that the silver quality sky-breaking cone has a different effect. There were 3 silver apples produced in the second batch. The first one was used on the 4 elephant wheel seal, and Song Qi strengthened the remaining 2 with sky-breaking cone and life system medical repair cabin. This time, the sky-breaking cone strengthened to level 70 was used for the first time, with a special feature selected earlier. The effect was obviously extraordinary. Sky-breaking cone LV70. Quality, silver. Features, sky-breaking. Feature 2. The space resistance of the loaded warship is increased by 6400. Feature 3. The effect of the first feature of the component is doubled. Feature 4. The energy concentration of the internal space of the loaded warship is increased by 50%. Consumption, 1224/S, psionic points, effect, when the loaded warship causes damage to the space blockade barrier and shield. The power is increased by an additional 100% without charging and buffering. Sky-breaking, consume 50,000 psionic points, and stimulate a sky-breaking light for the space barrier. Energy shield, floating land shield and other special barriers within a specified distance of no more than 100 kilometers from the loaded warship. Tearing a crack in this type of special barrier. The duration depends on the strength of the target barrier, and the cooling time is 48 hours. After a brief surprise, Song Qi looked at Ru Zhu in the group chat, and then the two simultaneously stimulated multiple powerful attack methods from the battleship clone. In just a few minutes, the eastern holy city of the dry snake floating land was bombarded with a large number of bombardments. After about 10 minutes, the city shield, which had been greatly weakened, could no longer hold on and completely collapsed. At the moment the city shield collapsed, several 6th level 8-armed snake demons rushed out of the snake demon holy city. They activated snake magic phase, 8-armed snake prison and other magical powers, and a strong blood-colored air wave rose around them, which was a manifestation of burning life. Obviously, these 6th level 8-armed snake demons saw the extraordinary combat power of Song Qi and the two, and took out all their trump cards at the beginning, trying to perish with the 2 warship clones. However, Song Qi did not have time to waste with them. The hatch of the Tianxu Sangqing mirror warship opened, and the next second a 6-star ancient demon stepped out of it. Ring of Heavenly Power Control Slavery Seal Rage activated. With the activation of this feature, the body of the 6-star ancient demon began to expand rapidly, and the last breath of the 6-star ancient demon suddenly entered the 7th level. After that, it was naturally a one-sided slaughter by the ancient demon after the rage. Even if those 6 level 8-armed snake demons had multiple blessings such as the floating land origin will, the 8-armed snake prison, the snake magic phase, and the burning life, they could only improve themselves to the peak of the 6th level, and they were not comparable to the ancient demon after the rage. In less than 20 minutes, the 5 and 6 level 8-armed snake demons in the entire eastern holy city were basically slaughtered. Chapter 633 Mineral Vein Cores. It is not just the eastern holy city where Song Qi and his companions are, but also the same in the north and west. Needless to say, the Dinghai Longxiang battleship clone is enough to crush everything in the north. As for the west, Song Xiuan and Song Yen are with the Star Dragon Shark. The Star Dragon Shark is a 7th level slave creature under Song Qi, and has not yet been revealed to the public. So Song Qi and his companions are not afraid of its exposure. After all, they had already discussed before the action that the Star Dragon Shark would only act with the battleship clones in the future, or be sent back to the Red Star Super Dimension continent. In short, they would never actively summon it again in public. And having 2 Overlord King insects was enough. Ruzu, scale up all these corpses and send them to the market. They will be very useful for extracting source blood or feeding Queen Mother Iris in the future. Don't forget that Iris can't do without these flesh and blood containing a lot of energy if she wants to continue to breed new Overlord King worms. In the next few hours, Song Qi and the others began to search the entire eastern royal city. They searched the royal city's treasury, the private vaults of high-level snake demons, etc. Half a day later, the 5 warships converged at the Withered Snake Holy City in the center of the Withered Snake floating land. A Star Destroyer, Overlord-class Star Dragon Shark, plus 4 dreadnoughts, and the market projection order that Song Qi did not hesitate to use. With such a lineup and a joint attack, the Withered Snake Holy City only lasted less than 2 minutes. In the end, the 5 warships stayed in the Withered Snake Holy City for 3 hours, until all the good things in the city were looted. Then they escaped from the floating land at the fastest speed. No one would have thought that a 7th level floating land would be plundered in less than a day. It was not until half a month later that a high-level snake demon arrived at the Withered Snake floating land. But it was obviously too late. But these are all later stories. On that day, after Song Qi and the other 5 warship clones left the Withered Snake floating land and escaped into the depths of the starry sky, they did not rush to count the harvest, but continued the subsequent action plan. A huge space fluctuation came from the clone of the Dinghai Longxiang warship, and the next second a space vortex began to emerge from the starry sky directly in front of the warship. As time went on, this space vortex was not only not repaired by the rules of the starry sea, but it expanded more and more. Finally, this space vortex turned into a giant space wormhole, which was the acquired wormhole created by the space wormhole generator. Let's go! The other end of this wormhole is in the Arakawa star region. After we pass through it, I will directly cancel this space wormhole. We must hurry up. Although the news of the dry snake floating land is difficult to spread in a short period of time, I am afraid that the 8-armed snake demon in the Viper River system controls a high-level communication artifact. If this happens, even if the Arakawa star region is more than 400,000 light-years away from the dry snake river system, if it is delayed for a long time, accidents may occur. After Song Wujiang finished speaking, Song Xuan immediately added a sentence. Also remember, after looting the Arakawa floating land, jump directly to the north, and we will meet at the designated location. Suddenly, Song Xingru added another sentence. Yes, we will continue to go to the battlefields where other advancing fleets are located. This kind of secret picking up operation that makes a lot of money. Every success is an improvement to ourselves and even the entire family's foundation. The opportunity is rare. After hearing what Song Xingru said, bursts of laughter came from the group chat. Of course, this time it was not a derogatory smile. Song Xingru's words were a bit rough, but they were not without reason. And they were also what Song Qi and the other 4 were thinking at the moment. After passing through the space wormhole, Song Wujiang canceled the wormhole immediately. Every time a space wormhole is created, it will cause a lot of noise. So Song Wujiang did not really set the wormhole landing point near Arakawa floating land, but in the dark star field thousands of light years away from Arakawa floating land. When the space wormhole was cancelled, the 5 warships immediately started the warship jump. After that, it was natural to repeat the steps of the previous strategy deep snake floating land. There were no accidents either. After all, it was less than 24 hours since the attack on the deep snake floating land. Even if the high-level 8-armed snake demon in the venomous snake river system really had a high-level communication artifact to connect, it would not be so fast. Still less than 24 hours. This Arakawa floating land was also plundered by the 5 people at the fastest speed. Of course, with the vastness of the 7th level floating land, it is impossible for 5 people to take away too many things in less than a day. Not even 1/10,000th of them. But don't forget that the targets chosen by Song Qi and his team are all the core holy cities on the floating land. Apart from anything else, these holy cities have stood on the 7th level floating land for thousands or tens of thousands of years, and they have gathered most of the most precious resources on the floating land. It can be said that Song Qi and his 5 companions may have only plundered less than 1/10,000th of the resources on the floating land, But the value of these resources is definitely enough to occupy a large part of the value of the entire 7th level floating land. Look! I'm lucky. I actually got 15 strands of the 8th level floating land origin. Hey! So many eternal stone bricks. Could it be that an eternal stone brick vein was found on the withered snake floating land? In the encrypted communication group chat of Dinghai Longxiang, Song Qi and others were counting their gains this time. When they heard the 4 words eternal stone bricks, the other people all looked over. When they saw the eternal stone bricks piled like a small mountain, everyone's eyes were shining. Just a rough estimate. The number of this pile of eternal stone bricks will never be less than 30,000 standard units. With such a quantity, even if eternal stone bricks are just the most common ones among the super strategic resources, the value is obviously unimaginable. You know, it can infinitely enhance the hull strength of the Xinhua battleship, and can also slightly improve the self-healing ability of the battleship. For a Xinhua battleship, this is equivalent to a piece of unlimited growth type component. The more eternal stone bricks are invested, the stronger the properties will be. In the end, Song Qi and the other 5 people each got 4,000 pieces, and the other more than 10,000 pieces were sent back to the Dragon Ridge continent. Some were given to Song Shirshing, and most of the remaining half were put into the Merit Tower for the tribe members to redeem themselves in the future. This is just a small episode, and the subsequent inventory is still continuing. Apart from other things, after statistics, 2 golden wonders were harvested this time, both of which can be converted into shipborne parts. But one is the hull armor, and the other is the energy shield. Song Wujiang, Song Qi, Song Yin, and the other 3 did not need them. And finally they were distributed by Song Xiuan, Song Shirshing, and Song Xingru. In addition, there were more silver objects, nearly 20 pieces, 8 of which could not be converted into shipborne parts, and all were given to Song Qi in this way. The number of silver objects stored in the Shutian market exceeded 40 again. I'm afraid that only the idiots of the 8-armed snake demons can do this. It's really a waste of resources. Suddenly, Song Xingru's irritable scolding sounded in the group chat, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. But after everyone understood the whole story, their eyelids twitched wildly, and they felt the same way. I saw that what Song Xingru was holding in her hand was 3 special spherical crystal ores. However, these 3 were not any kind of Xinghai ores, but belonged to the extremely rare mineral vein core. They should have been in the mineral vein core deep underground, but they were savagely dug out by those 8-armed snake demons. You know, a vein core can only produce its full effect in the vein where it was born. Once it is excavated, even if it is sent back to the vein in the future, its ability to derive the vein will be greatly reduced. What kind of vein cores can be determined? A Tianqi stone vein core, a lava copper vein core, and the most valuable titanium crystal vein core. When they heard that there was a titanium crystal vein core, the scolding of the Song family in the group chat was obviously a lot heavier. After dozens of seconds, after repeated confirmation by several people in the Song family, it was finally determined that this titanium crystal vein core came from a top-level medium-sized titanium crystal vein with no less than 1 million pieces. The initial recovery rate was not bad, reaching 10%, which means that 100,000 titanium crystals can be produced without loss every year. For the Song family, which is now in urgent need of titanium crystals, this is definitely a timely help. Unfortunately, this titanium crystal vein core has been forcibly mined, and it is unknown how much recovery rate can be retained if it is subsequently integrated into a titanium crystal vein of similar size. Forget it. Even if it is not forcibly destroyed, we can't control it in our hands. This Viper River system has nothing to do with us. It's good to get this ore core now, but if we want to transfer it, we must choose a similar, or with a similar volume. Song Wujiang didn't need to say more. Song Xuansong, the head of the Song family, quickly took the lead. Ancestor, don't worry. The tribesmen below in the Qipan River system have already discovered more than 1 titanium crystal ore vein. If we can really take control of the Qipan River system, we can try to merge this ore core at any time. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Don't worry. The situation is still uncertain, and we can't say that we have taken over the Qipan River system. Let's wait until the follow-up is determined. In addition, we must pay more attention to the Jiefeng floating land. When the floating land is transferred in the future, it must be together with the Longji continent. Understood? In the next 100 years, The 5 people of the Song family successively traveled through multiple river systems, picking up leaks in the rear of various advancing fleets and the 8-armed snake demon civilization. In total, they successfully looted more than 10 level 7 floating lands, and the amount of resources obtained was frightening. The senior leaders of each fleet naturally noticed this, but the Song family had always chosen the floating land in the rear of the 8-armed snake demon civilization that had not yet been occupied by the Xinhua fleet, which was also a disguised way to distract the attention of the 8-armed snake demon. So the fleets of all parties basically turned a blind eye and acquiesced. Chapter 631 Yoguang Star Lord The Xianxin Divine Dynasty has a certain propulsion fleet under its jurisdiction. King Muin, the highest commander of the fleet, said in the group chat, "Are there any clues?" King of Southern Fujian, Your Majesty. King Muin. According to the intelligence collected by my subordinates, this team was suspected to have appeared in the battlefield of the fleet where King Jinyuan was, causing a great loss to the Zhao family of Lingwe. The subsequent battles were the battlefields of the Silver Plate and Cloud Plate joint fleets, the Golden Plate and Copper Plate joint fleets. King of Southern Fujian, can we infer that this team is from the Tianan River system, or a family in the Lingwe River system? King Muin, true or false? How do you know that others deliberately started from the battlefield of the Tianpan and Lingwe joint fleets? King Muin, never mind. I am just interested in the 8th level means used by that team many times. Since I can't find out the specific identity, I won't waste time on this matter. Such conversations have appeared many times in other Fleet Supreme Commander group chats in recent years, but the results are basically the same, and they all ended up in vain. Yanxi River System, Song Luo Joint Fleet, Song Family Dinghai Longxiang Magnetic Wave Encrypted Communication Group Chat, Shutan. I just calculated that in the past 120 years, the Purple Moon Chang'e has added 2 gold parts, 5 silver parts, 300 strands of level 7 floating land origin, and 60,000 titanium crystals. In just 100 years, the Purple Moon Chang'e has entered the ranks of senior dreadnoughts, and it is far from being comparable to ordinary senior dreadnoughts. As Song Xingru said this, it quickly attracted many replies in the group chat. Among them was Song Shishing, who took over after the Aquila warship clone accidentally sank decades ago. Yes, my gains are not much different. Dinghai Xinglong has also entered the ranks of senior dreadnoughts. When everyone talked, there was unconcealed joy on their faces, and it can be seen that everyone in the Song family has indeed benefited a lot from this round of operations. However, while sharing the joy, if you look a little more carefully, you will definitely be able to catch a trace of fatigue in everyone's eyes. For more than 100 years, they have been traveling along the routes of several Xinhua fleets. It is conceivable how fulfilling Song Qi and the other 5 people have been during this period. The long period of splitting up and taking care of both sides, coupled with the fact that both sides are often involved in battles at the same time, has made everyone's mind almost unable to relax for a moment and has been in a tense state. In this way, even though they are all 6th and 7th level life forms in the Star Sea, and their minds can at least do 100 things at once, it is still a bit difficult to bear. Not long ago, they just encountered danger on a 7th level floating land in the Ice Snake River system. I don't know if the team's movements were discovered, but on that floating land that was only at the beginning of the 7th level, there was actually an 8th level snake demon master hidden, in addition to the blessing of the floating land itself. Even if the 5 warship clones went all out, plus the help of market projection, they still couldn't cause too much damage to the 8th level snake demon, and they were completely annihilated. Song Wujiang, okay. Wait for the parts to cool down. Ru girl. This time you go back to Longji continent to replace Xuan. Song Xingru had no objection to this arrangement. After all, it was planned long ago. She, Song Xuan, and Song Shishing would take turns. Song Xuan had returned to Longji continent decades ago, so it was her turn now. Longji continent. Longji Divine Mountain. Inside the Song family ancestral hall, Song Xuan looked at Song Xingru, who had just come out of the dimensional space stone, and stood with Song Qi, with a faint smile on his face, and said, "What? Are you in danger?" Song Qi shook his head and smiled. "Don't say it. We encountered an 8th level 8-armed snake demon, and the whole army was wiped out." Song Xuan's smile suddenly disappeared. It was related to the 8th level snake demon master, so he naturally knew that this was no small matter. 8th level snake demon overlord. Whether it is an intentional ambush or not, we have to be more careful in the future. We can try to go to a farther river system. The battle lines under the jurisdiction of the three major empires, such as Xinxia, Qiyu, and the Holy Hall, should also be included in the selection range. Afterwards, Song Xiuan carefully instructed Song Xingru a few more words. No matter what, the Dragon Ridge continent is their foundation. The Song family has been cultivating it for more than 3,000 years, and its importance is far beyond the ordinary. After giving these instructions, the spatial laws around Song Xiuan emerged, and the next second he came to Song Qi's side. Xiao Qi, what's wrong? Seeing that Song Qi had not responded for a long time, he asked. Original ancestor, wait a moment. After saying that, without waiting for Song Xiuan to reply, Song Qi figure had disappeared in the hall. Qingwei Manor, personal bedroom. Through the Zhutian market, Song Qi soon appeared in the bedroom. At this moment, there was not only him in the room, but also a fourth-level Jishin clan, holding the Yoguang Order number 32 in his hand. Song Qi quickly took the Yoguang Star Order, and soon saw two messages that had just popped up in the Star Order group chat. Star Master Yoguang and all members. The main fleet of the Xianxin Divine Dynasty is making every effort to attack the floating Demon Snake Land. At present, the floating land shield of the floating Demon Snake Land has been depleted by half. Those who want to participate in the offensive against the floating Demon Snake Land can apply in advance. All members of our Yaoguang Star Tower are eligible to enter the floating Demon Snake Land. Star Master Yaoguang, the Star Tower will organize members to go there in the future. The specific time is to be determined, and it is estimated to be within the next 300 years. It was really an active message from the Star Master. After reading the information, Song Qi suddenly thought of a lot of things. The first thing that came to his mind was not the excitement and surprise of being able to explore a 9th-level floating land, nor the fear and hesitation of danger, but emotion. As early as 200 years ago, he had heard that the main fleet of the Divine Dynasty had launched an attack on the Demon Snake floating land in the eastern center of the 8-armed Snake Demon River System community. He had not heard any follow-up news in these years. He thought that the news was blocked, but he did not expect that it took more than 200 years to wipe out a small part of the floating land shield of the 9th-level floating land. In this regard, Song Qi's mind inevitably began to associate, imagining how amazing the floating land shield of the 9th-level floating land had reached. It is not difficult to see from these two pieces of information that even if another 300 years are added, the floating land shield of the Demon Snake floating land is likely to be difficult to break through, and it is necessary to send an elite fleet to enter from various small cracks and weaken it from the inside of the floating land. After this, he finally realized it, and showed a look of joy on his face. No matter what, the level of the Demon Snake floating land is there. A level 9 floating land of life is the center of the eastern part of a huge river system community. The number of high-level and top resources gathered on it is absolutely beyond imagination. If you can get some benefits from it, it will definitely be of great benefit to the subsequent promotion of Tianxu Sangqiong. Although it seems that Tianxu Sangqiong has been promoted to a dreadnought not long ago. In fact, more than 400 years have passed since the start of the Civilization War, which means that Tianxu Sangqiong has been promoted to a dreadnought for at least 400 years. With the continuous acquisition of resources in the Tianxu market, the joint fleet has successively advanced to several river systems. During this period, Tianxu Sangqiong has already accumulated a good foundation, especially in the past 100 years. After continuously plundering many level 7 floating lands, the foundation of the Song family can be said to be rising straight up. The whole Song family is like this. And Song Qi, one of the parties involved, needs no further explanation. It is no exaggeration to say that the Tianxu Sangqiong has already crossed the threshold of the ultimate dreadnought. In addition, it has collected some promotion resource formulas. As long as the timing is right and some high-level additional promotion resources are obtained, the Tianxu Sangqiong can try to start the battleship promotion task. Just as Song Qi was thinking about it and was fascinated, replies from other members came from the group chat. Zhuoyang, me, the 9th level Demon Snake floating land. I heard that there are a lot of good things on this floating land. Qinghu, and me. Brother Zhuoyang. How about we team up? Yulong, Resource List JPG. This is the high-level resources on the Demon Snake floating land that I know of. If you want to go there, remember to pay attention to safety. It happened that Song Qi had limited knowledge of the Demon Snake floating land. So he quickly and carefully wrote down all the information on this screenshot. Name: Demonic Serpent 9 Shedding Fruit. Category: Legendary. Function of the spiritual fruit: assists living things to sublimate their lives. It has a strong effect on the 6th, 7th, and 8th level creatures in the Star Sea. It can assist the Shinhua captain in his practice and breakthrough in the guidance technique. Remarks: Floating land spiritual root demon serpent 9 shedding wood. It takes 50,000 years to bloom, 50,000 years to bear fruit, and 50,000 years to mature. It takes a total of 150,000 years to breed a round of top quality spiritual fruit. Name: Sky Serpent Blood Crystal. Category: Blood Spiritual Item. Function: an additional resource that can be used for the promotion of Shinhua warships. Primary Sky Serpent Blood Crystal can increase the promotion success rate of the Dreadnought to Star Destroyer by 4%. Intermediate Sky Serpent Blood Crystal by 8%. And Advanced Sky Serpent Blood Crystal by 16%. Remarks: a special material condensed from the accumulation of a large amount of medium and high-level 8-armed snake demon blood, with extremely limited uses. Name: Golden Scale Snakefish. Category: Legendary Biological Resource. Function: delicious meat. Long-term consumption can promote the evolution of the fire seed, and can upgrade the silver fire seed to the golden fire seed. Remarks: a legendary creature carefully cultivated by the 8-armed snake demon civilization after hundreds of thousands of years. It is said that eating them by themselves can greatly enhance the potential of blood. Name: Abyss Hydra. Category: Legendary Biological Resource. Function: the Abyss Hydra is a species derived from the mount of the bottomless abyss 8-armed demon, which has extremely high potential. Once the snake spirit essence is extracted and fused with the fire warship, the warship will gain a layer of phantom protection of the same level of Hydra spirit every 10 years, similar to the protection ability of the true spirit. Remarks: the 8-armed demon is an unimaginable and indescribable mythical existence. Even its mount has the most peak bloodline in the boundless Star Sea. Name: Earth Dragon Flame. Category: Earth Spirit. Function: fusing domain-type components with fire attributes can greatly enhance the domain capabilities of the components. Notes: the demon snake floating land veins are endless, and a large number of fire-type spiritual objects have been derived, all of which are of extremely high value. Name: Void Spirit. Category: Earth Spirit. Function: fusing domain-type components with space attributes can greatly enhance the domain capabilities of the components. Notes: the demon snake floating land veins are endless, and contain a large number of high-level void stone veins, from which a large number of space-type spiritual objects have been derived, with amazing value. Name: Eternal Stone Brick Vein Core. Category: Earth Spirit. Function: continuously produce eternal stone brick ore and restore the ore reserves. There are a lot of resources listed on this resource list, and each one is extremely coveted, which has further strengthened Song Chi determination to go to the demon snake floating land. It is definitely necessary to apply. The demonic snake floating land will be very dangerous. Everyone knows this. But there has never been a rule that after entering the demonic snake floating land, one must act with the warship itself. Since there is the mirror image component, Song Chi will naturally make the best use of the advantages of this component, while avoiding his own danger, and not falling behind in the search for these top resources. He can even consider whether he can try to send several other Song family warship clones to the demonic snake floating land. The rank of the demonic snake floating land is indeed good, but it is obviously far inferior to the Shutian market, as long as he can enter the floating land once. After setting up a space anchor point, he will be able to enter and exit at will in the future. With this point, the operability is indeed very large. After thinking all the way, Song Chi's final choice needs no further explanation. Like many members of the Star Tower, he took the initiative to apply Flame Snake River System. It was still the encrypted communication group chat established by the Dinghai Longxiang. After returning with Yuan Zhu, Song Chi explained the news about the demonic snake floating land in the group chat. The matter of the demonic snake floating land was of great concern, so it was natural to inform the family leaders as soon as possible, at least to let them be mentally prepared. The demonic snake floating land. It can be expected that the top captains of the entire divine dynasty will all gather on this floating land. Speaking of this, Song Shishing added again, what I mean is that with our current strength, it is highly likely that we will not be able to compete with those people, and their starting point is much higher than ours. Xingzu's words are not unreasonable. But the thoughts of the others in the group chat are very consistent. That being said, we have to try. At most, we will lose a battleship clone. If we are lucky enough to get some good stuff, it may be the key to our future attack on the Star Destroyer captain. The family has developed rapidly in recent years, and is now preparing to seek the entire Cheepan River system. Once it succeeds, it will be equivalent to laying a solid foundation for the promotion to the immortal giant family in the future. Under this premise, as a core member of the family, who has not thought about attacking the Star Destroyer captain, don't forget that they now have 3 6th level time realm trees in their hands. The threshold of the Star Destroyer, which is as difficult as ascending to the sky in the eyes of other Xinhua captains, is naturally a weakened version. Even Song Xuansong, Song Xianfeng and others, even if they are only battleship captains, have never regarded ascending to the Dreadnought captain as their ultimate goal from beginning to end. Under the current family trend, it is only natural to step into the Dreadnought captain. So, the time limit is 200 years. During the 200 years, we will continue with our previous plan to pick up leaks. After 200 years, we will immediately suspend our actions and stay in good condition to wait for news about the demonic snake floating land. Chapter 632 Colorful Neutron Star Core Armor Market reopens. The plan given by the ancestor Song Wujiang was unanimously recognized by everyone as expected. The core members of the family attached great importance to the demon snake floating land. The next step was the private preparation of everyone. Although they knew that no matter how hard they tried, the absolute gap in foundation was destined to make it impossible for others to win against the top captains of the same level in the Divine Dynasty, except Song Qi and Song Yin. But the Xinhua warships did not necessarily have to confront the enemy head-on. For example, strengthening the stealth performance of the warships, improving the flexibility and speed of the warships, etc., are enough to allow them to survive longer on the demon snake floating land in the future. The longer they live, the greater the chance of getting more gains. Right? As for Song Qi, he is the same. In the past 100 years, it is not only Ru Zhu and Xing Zhu who have gained a lot, but he, the ancestor, and the eldest brother Song Yin have gained more. For example, the golden light component he is holding in his hand at this moment. Are you sure you want to load and strengthen the Hunyuan Copper Mother RAM component? Sure. As the golden light continued to flash, the component was quickly strengthened to level 80. Hunyuan Copper Mother RAM level 80. Quality, gold. Features, RAM hardness increased by 140%. Feature 2, RAM destructive power increased by 140%. Feature 3, the hull strength of the bow area of the loaded warship increased by 140%. Feature 4, true armor penetration. Feature 5, Hunyuan impact. True armor penetration omitted. Hunyuan impact. When the Hunyuan Copper Mother RAM is visible, it can consume 50,000 psionic points, allowing the warship to immediately charge at 2,000% speed in the specified direction, hitting the enemy unit at the fastest speed, causing severe damage, lasting 10 seconds, and cooling time 12 hours. This golden Huanyuan Copper Mother RAM is one of the harvests here. With its loading, the bow of the Tianxu Sangqiong already has 2 RAM components, one on the left and one on the right. If the active characteristics are activated at the same time, the damage that can be caused can be imagined. Combined with neutron star fission, it will be even more amazing. After strengthening this component, Song Qi took out another storage capsule. It contained multiple neutron star debris. After traveling through multiple 7th level floating lands, he finally collected all the neutron star debris required for the neutron star core armor to be promoted. As these debris were swallowed up by the neutron star core armor one by one, the interior of the Tianxu Sangqiong battleship began to flash bright golden light continuously. As time passed, the golden light finally turned into eternal dark black light. Looking at the properties of the components in front of him, it has completed the evolution. Neutron star core armor LV80. Quality, black, 5 out of 100, even though he knew that the properties of the neutron star core armor that had been upgraded to the ultimate black quality would be very exaggerated. Song Qi was still quite shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. Not only was the properties of the component itself soaring, but also the newly derived double armor feature. Even with the addition of the black hole evolution layer component, the Tianxu Sangqiong will be wrapped in 3 layers of armor and 2 layers of energy shields in the future, and its defense will surely be the best in the same level. What Song Qi was concerned about was the words, 5 out of 100, behind the quality column, which meant that the neutron star core armor could continue to devour the neutron star debris, thus transforming into a colorful mythical quality. This alone was better than anything else. In this way, he would not need to waste a soul-devouring altar, and could use the soul-devouring altar on other components. Of course, the number of 100 is a bit exaggerated. It is obviously not possible to make the neutron star core armor parts transform again in a short time. However, he has the confidence that with the two superstar C trading platforms, Jution Market and God Kingdom Player Trading Space, and the subsequent civilization war that will continue for a long time, it should not be too slow. After dealing with these two parts, Song-Chi looked at the soul-devouring altar on the side. In the past 100 years, he has killed many 8-armed snake demons, including 2 7th-level snake demon masters, and countless 5th-level and 6th-level ones. This also makes the soul-devouring progress of the soul-devouring altar parts have never fallen behind. And now the 4th stage has exceeded 30%. This progress, if you work hard, may not be pushed to 100% before going to the demon snake floating land. However, the entanglement point is here. Even if the soul-devouring progress is filled in advance, it may not increase the mirror battleship. The highest quality component that can be reproduced by mirror image parts is the black ultimate quality, while soul-devouring altar creates colorful mythical components. Even if a black ultimate component is evolved to colorful mythical quality, the mirror battleship cannot reproduce it, unless a lot of ideas popped up in Song-Chi's mind for this point. And at a certain moment, he had a flash of inspiration. The mirror battleship can perfectly replicate all the parts that meet the requirements on the main battleship. If the soul-devouring altar that has completed all the soul-devouring progress is replicated, can it temporarily upgrade the designated parts on the mirror battleship? The moment this idea popped up in his mind, Song-Chi felt that there was a lot of potential. If it was really possible, the operability would be too great, and it would definitely increase the combat power of the mirror battleship by a large margin. Even if the enhancement level is the same, the gap between the black ultimate parts and the colorful myth parts is far beyond imagination. Just imagine, if the neutron star core armor on the mirror battleship was suddenly upgraded to the colorful myth quality during the demon snake floating land. It would probably be able to face off against ordinary star destroyers. The same is true for the black hole evolution layer, which is the antimatter energy evolution engine. If it is transformed into a colorful engine, then I am afraid that not many people can easily catch up with the mirror battleship. Song-Chi was a theorist who always did what he said. In the following time, he repeatedly controlled the Tianxu Sangqiong to wander around the densest area of the 8-armed snake demon army. Even though he rarely fought directly with the 8-armed snake demon army, he always killed a considerable number of 8-armed snake demons with the help of group attack features such as the 10,000 symbols Purple Thunder Prison or the Tithe Quantum Sword Formation and the High Energy Particle Storm. As time passed, the cumulative progress of the soul-devouring altar was increasing at a steady rate. On this day, the Tianxu Sangqiong followed the family fleet and rarely went out. If you enter the warship, you will find that he is not in the warship at all. Jution Market. A new market transaction. Because this transaction has been open for nearly half a day, the number of Shanghai aliens in the market has exceeded 300,000. And people are coming and going, which is particularly lively. In the freestall area, Song-Chi, who looked like a blue-blooded man, was wandering around the stalls. Although he was not young now, he was more than 800 years old. But after thousands of market transactions, he was only very enthusiastic about picking up bargains in the market. Every time he traded in the market, the freestall area was basically the area he paid special attention to. Suddenly, his eyes paused slightly, as if he saw something that was quite interesting. It was a piece of magic cube that emitted purple light. On the surface, it was just an ordinary purple wonder. The stall owner also bid for it as a normal purple wonder. However, with the dual blessing of the double pupil and the 8th level power of the market, Song-Chi saw some clues. This was sealed with a special method. Judging from the remaining traces, it seems that it was not done by ordinary creatures. The shadow of the double pupil appeared deep in his eyes. Song-Chi quickly analyzed this purple wonder in depth, and the results he obtained also aroused his great interest. In the end, he bought the magic cube at the price of a normal purple treasure. However, he was not in a hurry to remove the seal inside it. After all, the origin of the magic cube was unknown, And the means of the sealer were not bad. He was at least a master-level creature. And it was possible that he was even an 8th level or 9th level creature. With the 8th level master power he had in the showdown market, it might be enough to deal with it. But it could not ensure that it would not cause uncontrollable movements. Therefore, he still waited until the market transaction was over before investigating. Otherwise, if an accident really happened, the transcendent status of the market that had been maintained for hundreds of years would collapse directly. Of course, it would be better to bring the Tianxu Sanqiong in as well, and try to remove the seal inside the magic cube with the black hole field feature of the black hole evolution layer turned on, with the 8th level master power added to the body, plus the absolute invincibility effect of the black hole field. It would be foolproof. Chapter 633, A Trigram's Furnace of Fortune. I thought there would be no other extra gains from this transaction. But 2 hours before the transaction was about to end, the Luofu sword sect Zhou Ping, who had never appeared on the 3rd floor of the inn. Looking at his miserable appearance, it seemed that he had just experienced a battle. His whole body was charred. And more importantly, there was a horrible wound on his chest that almost tore his chest apart. And even the internal organs that kept beating inside could be vaguely seen. It is certain that his wound had been treated beforehand. But because the injury was too serious, blood was still flowing out. Zhou Ping, a frequent visitor to the market, was quite good at dealing with people, and maintained a very good relationship with most of the other old people in the market. Seeing him like this, Dagon, Alan, Luke and others immediately came over. Brother Zhou Ping, what happened to you? Don't ask first. It's such a serious injury. Who has healing items or abilities? The creatures carefully supported Zhou Ping, and the worry on their faces was clearly visible. And it was definitely not fake. While calling, a 5th level treeman quickly walked out of the crowd. And with the help of the special abilities of the treeman, he took the initiative to transfer a ray of pure life energy to Zhou Ping. It can be seen with the naked eye that Zhou Ping's pale face has obviously recovered a lot. And even the blood overflowing from the wound on his chest has been suppressed to a certain extent. But this is just the view of other creatures. Only Zhou Ping, the main person, and Song Qi, who has the power of the 8th level master, know that this is just a superficial phenomenon. The ray of pure life energy does have a certain effect, but it is far from enough for this injury that has already hurt the root. At this moment, Zhou Ping's soul fire is still dimming. If it is still not controlled, he will die completely in just a few minutes. After thanking the 5th level tree man who had helped him, Zhou Ping didn't have time to worry about anything else. He just spoke in front of countless alien races in the Star Sea. Zhou Ping from the Hongwang continent, beg His Majesty, the Lord of the Market, to help. As he spoke, he reached out and patted the storage bag hanging on his waist. At the same time, Song Qi, who was watching this scene from a god perspective, had a hint of expectation in his eyes. But soon he raised his eyebrows again. The item Zhou Ping took out from the storage bag was not a high-level Star Sea wonder or a rare resource, but a special square ice crystal. Is this an ice coffin made of 10,000 years of black ice? Of course, the focus is not the ice coffin itself, but the figure sealed inside it. Zhou Ping, could this be a high-level member of your Luofu sword sect? There was no need for Song Qi to guess, as an alien race had already asked the question in his heart. Zhou Ping's pale face showed a bitter smile, and he explained, "This is the leader of our sword sect." How could it be? Someone next to him exclaimed. Those old people in the market had already known a lot about the Luofu sword sect behind Zhou Ping. They knew very well that hundreds of years ago, the leader of the Luofu sword sect had been promoted to the Return to Void, which was the 6th level life in the Star Sea. In the prehistoric continent, where the highest level was only the 6th level, he was already considered the strongest. Zhou Ping's face became more bitter. After all, the foundation of our sword sect is too shallow. The other peak sects on the continent were previously limited to the environment of the prehistoric continent. After the Ascension platform was connected to the ruins of the former Fairyland continent, the Return to Void cultivators in their sect began to try to impact the true Fairyland of crossing the tribulation. After 200 years, many have succeeded. At this point, Zhou Ping's voice suddenly changed and his voice became heavier. The sect master and I were attacked by outsiders while exploring a ruin. So this, cough cough. It seemed that he was too excited. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Ping started to cough violently, and then a lot of blood began to spurt out of his mouth and nose. The state that was slightly recovered a second ago suddenly deteriorated sharply. At this moment, how could the aliens who witnessed all this not know that Zhou Ping's injury was far from simple? After his throat felt a little better, Zhou Ping knew that he couldn't delay any longer, and tapped the storage bag on his waist again. This time, the things he took out immediately attracted the attention of countless Star Sea aliens around him. Fortunately, our sword sect has not been without gains in these years. I am willing to present this black alchemy furnace to His Majesty, and I only hope that His Majesty can help save our lives. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the aliens first fell directly on the special alchemy furnace emitting black light in Zhou Ping's hand. Their eyes were full of heat, and then they were all silent, as if they were expecting a response that might appear next. In the crowd, Song Qi, who looked like a blue blood, had a gleam in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he had already obtained the specific properties of this black alchemy furnace. Rare item, creation 8 trigrams furnace remnant. Quality, black. Transformable, creation 8 trigrams furnace remnant. Note, one of the inherited immortal artifacts of the supreme immortal palace of the ancient immortal domain civilization. It has incredible power, but now it seems to be missing the most important 6 ding divine fire in the furnace. Creation 8 trigrams furnace remnant LV0. Quality, black. Features, true essence pill, sealed, feature 2, nourishing spirit pill, sealed, feature 3, blood spirit sublimation pill, sealed, feature 4, creation pill, sealed, feature 5, breaking acupoint true immortal pill, sealed, feature 6, 3 transformation golden body pill, sealed, consumption, 300/S, phantom energy points, effect, the loaded warship will obtain a furnace. Guanhua. The creatures inside the warship will continue to be tempered, and their physique and mind will continue to be strengthened. No need to charge and buffer. Required for upgrading, 300 strands of floating land origin, 0 level, 3,000 psionic energy points, 10 kilograms of flame copper. Note, this component needs to occupy 6 slots true essence pill. When the component successfully fuses 1 strand of silver fire, it can consume 10,000 psionic energy points and refine a furnace of true essence pill by itself. The current number of true essence pills per furnace is about 1 to 3, and the cooling time is 1 year. Note, true essence pill can be taken by all flesh and blood creatures in the Star Sea to continuously improve their physique. Currently, no fire has been put into it, and this characteristic ability is sealed. Nourishing spirit pill. When the component successfully fuses 3 strands of silver fire, it can consume 30,000 psionic energy points and refine a furnace of nourishing spirit pill by itself. The current number of nourishing spirit pills per furnace is about 1 to 3, and the cooling time is 1 year. Note, the soul nourishing pill can be taken by all flesh and blood creatures in the Star Sea, continuously improving the strength of the soul and mind. Currently, it has not been put into the fire, and this characteristic ability is sealed. Blood soul sublimation pill. When the component successfully fuses 1 strand of golden fire, it can consume 50,000 psionic points and refine a furnace of blood soul sublimation pill by itself. Currently, the number of blood soul sublimation pills per furnace is about 1 to 2, and the cooling time is 5 years. Note, the blood soul sublimation pill can be taken by all flesh and blood creatures in the Star Sea, continuously improving the potential of biological bloodline. Currently, it has not been put into the fire, and this characteristic ability is sealed. Life creation pill. When the component successfully fuses 3 strands of golden fire, it can consume 100,000 psionic points and refine a furnace of life creation pill by itself. Currently, the number of life creation pills per furnace is only 1, and the cooling time is 10 years. Note, life creation pill can be taken by all flesh and blood creatures in the Star Sea, instantly recovering all injuries in the body. Currently, it has not been put into the fire, and this characteristic ability is sealed. Break the true immortal pill. When the component successfully fuses 1 strand of black fire, it can consume 200,000 psionic energy points to refine a break the true immortal pill by itself, with a cooling time of 100 years. Note, the break the true immortal pill can be taken by all flesh and blood creatures in the Star Sea, increasing the success rate of breaking through the 7th level by 20%. Currently, it has not been put into the fire, and this characteristic ability is sealed. 3-turn golden body pill. When the component successfully fuses 3 strands of black fire, it can consume 500,000 psionic energy points to refine a 3-turn golden body pill by itself, with a cooling time of 500 years. Note, the 3-turn golden body pill can be taken by all flesh and blood creatures in the Star Sea, allowing the creature to obtain a special physique 3-turn golden body, greatly improving the physique and physical defense. Currently, it has not been put into the fire, and this characteristic ability is sealed. After seeing the content on this attribute panel, Song-Chi made a decision instantly. At a certain moment, his figure disappeared directly from the original place, and reappeared after a moment. Then, without the surrounding aliens noticing, he suddenly rushed up to the sky of the market. And when a layer of isolation-like curtain was laid, the Tianxu Sanqiong, which he had just recalled from the Yanxi River system, was quickly called out. It was not until then that the reply of the Lord of the Market appeared in the eyes of countless aliens in the Star Sea below. They all looked up and stared at the line of golden law text that quietly appeared above the market. This law text is different from any civilization text in the Star Sea, but the hundreds of thousands of aliens below can clearly know its specific meaning. Such strange things are rare. But, as this line of law text appeared, Zhou Ping and the crowd felt a vast force enveloping him in the next second. And then he slowly floated up into the air. At a certain moment, the boundless darkness enveloped Zhou Ping, making him unable to perceive the surrounding situation at all. In the eyes of countless aliens in the Star Sea below, they only saw Zhou Ping slowly floating up, and finally disappeared directly, high in the sky. Looking at the rather flustered Zhou Ping, Song-Chi raised his lips slightly, but ignored him. The other party's 5 senses were naturally sealed by him. After all, he was going to send him to the life system medical repair cabin, so he naturally couldn't let him see the existence of the Tianxu Sanqiong. In a panic, Zhou Ping only felt that he was quickly wrapped by a huge warm energy, and then this energy began to continue to flow into the wound on his chest. In a short time, he felt a slight itch from his chest. Knowing that his own wound was healing quickly, Zhou Ping was certain in his heart, and the panic on his face also dissipated. In just over 10 minutes, Zhou Ping injuries were healed by 99%. It must be said that the life system medical repair cabin that had just evolved to silver quality not long ago was really effective. At least, it would never have been so fast before. Zhou Ping was immersed in this indescribable feeling of comfort. The next second, a stronger force suddenly acted on him. After a dizzying spin, his figure reappeared in his previous position. The eyes of countless aliens around him also focused on him again. Before he could think about it, an old friend from the market asked him, "How is it? Is the exclusive treatment of the market lord okay?" Luke spoke first, blinking his wretched triangular eyes, and the focus seemed to have shifted to something else. In fact, there was no need to ask more, because Zhou Ping's condition at this moment was completely different from before, and the aliens could basically see it at a glance. This also caused a lot of Star Sea aliens in the alien group to have different ideas. Unlike those old customers of the market, most of them entered the market for the first time and had not witnessed the market lord in person, so they always kept a trace of doubt in their hearts. Zhou Ping's previous injuries were obvious to all, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was difficult for gods to save him. But he was cured by the so-called market lord. This alone was enough to prove that the market lord was not fabricated by those so-called market old men, but really existed. As for those frequent visitors to the market, they also had a thought in their minds at this moment. That is, whether they could go to the market or the player trading space of the kingdom of God when they suffered irreversible injuries in the future, like Zhou Ping, and take the initiative to spend high-level rare items to seek help from the market master. Zhou Ping did not know the thoughts of the surrounding aliens, and he was not interested at all. At this moment, he was listening carefully to the voice that sounded out of thin air beside his ears. "I have already received the things. The other person is too seriously injured. You can come to pick him up next time for the transaction." "Understood. Thank you." The great market master. Zhou Ping's voice seemed to be more respectful than before. But Song-Chi on the sky did not pay attention to him anymore. Inside the Tianxu Sanqiong, he stood near the special ice coffin, and his eyes looked at the figure inside through the 10,000 years of black ice. In a short time, his thoughts turned countless times in his mind. Zhou Ping's reply was not false. The Lufu sword sect leader's injuries were indeed more serious. If it weren't for the 10,000-year black ice coffin that froze his body, he would have died long ago. But this was only one of the reasons. Song-Chi actually had another purpose in his heart. The two components of the Heavenly Fate Compass Pan and tithe Quantum Sword Light Fortress on the Tianqiu Sanqiong were inextricably linked to the Immortal Realm continent, including the 3 Samadhi True Fire that was missing the last Samadhi. Because of these, he had been trying hard to think about how to raise his tentacles to the Immortal Realm continent. But he had no idea for a long time. Now he wanted to try to start with the Lufu Sword Sect leader. Not to mention, now there was another component creation 8 trigrams furnace remnant, which made his eyes more determined. The various sects of the prehistoric continent have been exploring the fairyland for more than 200 years. Although 200 years is probably only enough to explore the tip of the iceberg of a lost super floating land, Song-Chi can't bear to wait any longer. The sooner you reach out, the more benefits you will get. Who can resist the temptation of a super level 9 level floating land in the Sea of Stars? Chapter 634 Colored Upper Level Eye of Truth. After this, there were no other episodes in this market transaction until the transaction was completed. In the market sky, Song-Chi did not count the gains of this market transaction. At this level, the low and medium level floating land origins and ordinary resources in his hands have long been piled up into a mountain. Unless there are high level or top level resources, he will deliberately sort them out. In the cabin of Tianqiu Sanqiong, with a faint click, the coffin of 10,000 years of black ice in the middle of the cabin was opened. For a while, a large amount of cold air overflowed from the gap of the coffin lid, making the cabin instantly filled with a sense of extreme cold. However, this cold air came and went quickly. Although the 10,000 years of black ice coffin was of good quality, it was incomparable to the 8th level dominance power surrounding Song-Chi. The gap between the two was too big. Song-Chi casually dispelled the cold air, and his movements in his hands accelerated. He found that as the mysterious ice coffin was unsealed, the frozen Lufu sword sect leader inside it also changed. The originally extremely weak breath continued to weaken. It was not until he quickly sent his body into the life system medical repair cabin that had been strengthened to level 70 that the situation was suppressed. However, as mentioned before, this person was seriously injured. Even the silver quality life system medical repair cabin could not heal him in a short time. At least, he had to stay in the repair cabin for 10 days and a half months. This also made Song-Chi's plan in his heart have to be postponed, at least until the other party woke up. Without paying attention to these, Song-Chi's attention quickly shifted to another object in his hand, the purple quality magic cube. Above the sky of the market, a magic cube emitting purple light was steadily captured by the traction beam emitted by the warship, and quietly floated in the sky not far from the warship. Immediately after the infinite energy gathered in the entire Zhutian market, the energy of the 8th level gathered on the Tianqiu Sanqiong ship, and the vast pressure filled every corner of the market. This is not over yet. After actively summoning the power of the 8th level master, Song-Chi did not hesitate to transfer half of his distraction to the black hole evolution layer component. Later, before the magic cube is about to be opened, he will not hesitate to activate the black hole field feature. In addition, defensive means such as plasma shields and Moyun golden vine armor are also activated. Only after completing this series of preparations did he control the energy of the market to surge to the purple magic cube in front. Zizizizi. The energy of the 8th level continued to erode, and the unknown energy sealed inside the purple magic cube began to be gradually consumed. However, Song-Chi was a little surprised. He thought that the seal would be opened quickly, but it was deadlocked for nearly half an hour. This alone made his vigilance and his heart rise to the limit. This means that the creature that had used this seal was most likely an 8th level or even higher creature. Song-Chi was tense and didn't dare to relax at all. Just like this, more than 10 minutes passed until the purple magic cube in front of him trembled slightly. Song-Chi quickly activated the black hole field feature. All the black hole energy accumulated in the black hole evolution layer was consumed. Similarly, the next second, the Tianqiu Sanqiong successfully combined the dual power of the 8th level master power and the absolute invincible field. Crack! Almost at the moment when the black hole field was condensed, the purple magic cube in front suddenly shattered. Before Song-Chi could react, an unknown energy was rushing towards the Tianqiu Sanqiong ship at a very fast speed. This is a very special beam of light, although it does not carry much power. Under the double pupils driven by Song-Chi 8th level master power, it is found that it is far from that simple. Inside this beam of light, it carries a very large data stream. Although he didn't know what kind of information and data were contained in it, Song-Chi was not a novice in the interstellar world. the database built by the Song family over the past 3,000 years, including some data recorded by the Betrayal family obtained from Xinyu, made him very clear about most of the knowledge of the interstellar sea. Just like the current situation, this huge data stream seems harmless. But in fact, if it is received without any preparation, it will inevitably cause the creature sea of consciousness to collapse directly, or even occupy the magpie's nest. That is what is commonly known as taking over the body. Since Song Qi knew all this, he would not let this data stream approach the Tianxu Songqiong. And as long as he didn't want it, under the dual blessing of the 8th level dominance power and the black hole field, this data stream would only be gradually consumed and would not pose any threat to him at all, even if it may have been the hand of an 8th level or higher creature a long time ago. It would not make any waves in this Zhujiangsu market. But unexpectedly, at this time, the Sky Intelligence Brain System components inside the Tianxu Sky took the initiative to send desires and devouring desires to Song Qi, the owner, which made Song Qi fall into deep thought. He knew very well that since Sky's smart brain had actively transmitted such desires, it meant that there was something extremely important or helpful in this data stream. In this case, it would be a waste to consume it directly. But Song Qi still did not relax his vigilance. Although he had made a decision in his heart, he did not easily accept this unknown data stream, but continued to erode and consume it with the power of the 8th level dominance of the market and the black hole field. After more than 10 minutes, when this data stream was weakened to a certain extent, even if it really had ill intentions in the future, the remaining power was not enough to compete with Sky's smart brain. After that, Song Qi dispersed the black hole field and took the initiative to receive the remaining data stream into the warship with the power of the dominance of the market. After this data stream, which had been consumed by more than half, was immersed in the hull of the Tianxu Songqiong, Sky's smart brain immediately responded. The two soon began to merge with each other, or it would be more appropriate to say that they were swallowed. Seeing this, how could Song Qi not know that this data stream was originally the same as the Sky Intelligence Brain, which was once a mechanical intelligence brain, and a very high-level intelligence brain? After figuring this out, Song Qi was very glad for his previous actions. If this intelligence brain had not been greatly weakened in advance, it would have been a super intelligence brain of level 8 or above, and it would probably not be something that the Sky Intelligence Brain could handle. In that case, it would be hard to say whether it would still be the Sky Intelligence Brain after the fusion. The reason why he could use the Sky Intelligence Brain with confidence was that the Sky Intelligence Brain had essentially been transformed into a strange object. After being loaded onto the Tianxu Songqiong, it had already been incorporated into the huge network of the Xinhua Soar Seed, not to mention the Silver Intelligence Brain. Even the colorful level Strange Intelligence Brain could not shake the huge Xinhua network that was gathered by the Xinhua human civilization. But if the Sky Intelligent Brain is completely transformed into a new intelligent brain, it is hard to say whether it is still restricted by the Xinhua source network. At that time, Song Qi naturally dare not keep it on the warship. As he thought, time continued to pass. Perhaps the unknown intelligent brain hidden in this data stream is too high level, and the fusion process is not very smooth. After several hours, the changes in the components of the Sky Intelligent Brain system stopped. When Song Qi's eyes fell on the component attribute panel of the Sky Intelligent Brain system, he found that it was indeed slightly different from before. But this not only did not make Song Qi very satisfied, but he frowned. Note, before the destruction of civilization, a part of the intelligent brain separated from the Sky main brain. After a long period of gestation, it turned into a silver legendary wonder. After successfully fusing with a severely damaged high-level intelligent brain, it seems to have undergone considerable changes. But this is not enough to support the transformation of the wonder itself. Please continue to fuse more mechanical intelligent brains. The attribute panel of the component itself has not changed. Only the attribute panel of the strange object is slightly different, although the remarks column has been clearly marked. If you want the Sky Intelligent Brain system to be transformed in quality, then continue to integrate more mechanical intelligent brains. However, Song Qi was obviously not satisfied with this. He originally thought that the Sky Intelligent Brain system would be greatly improved this time, but he didn't expect it to be a tiger's head and a snake's tail. Intelligent brain. Is there any difference? Suppressing the complaints in his heart, Song Qi began to ask the Sky Intelligent Brain. As he asked, the Sky Intelligent Brain quickly gave a reply in the form of a light curtain pop-up window. The computing speed increased by 11.24%. The database capacity increased by 20%. and some more data and information were added. Sure enough, there are not many changes on the surface, but there is still a certain increase in fact. Muttering, Song-Chi became quite interested in the extra information in the battleship database. Needless to say, these extra data and information could not have appeared out of thin air. They could only have been intercepted from the previous data stream. Although the power of the dominance of the market and the black hole field had consumed most of the data stream in advance, it had not dissipated completely. Now that the Sky Intelligence brain has successfully integrated it, those data and information have naturally been preserved. The key is that these preserved data should still be the most valuable part that the unknown intelligence brain instinctively preserved. This is the instinct of all living beings. The more important and critical people or things are to themselves, they are often remembered the most deeply, and the mechanical intelligence brain is no exception. At Song-Chi's suggestion, Sky Intelligence brain quickly listed these information one by one. Song-Chi read 10 lines at a glance, and quickly checked these data and information. Truth Mechanical Civilization. Father of Truth. Lord of Truth. 8th level peak mechanical clan overlord. Failed in the battle with the Father of Truth and drifted in the sea of stars. Truth Mechanical Behemoth. Colorful mythological wonder Eye of Truth. Coordinates XXXX, XXXX. After checking for a while, Song-Chi tried his best to record some important information. After sorting out all this information, he basically deduced a rough outline. Generally speaking, the unknown intelligent brain sealed inside this purple magic cube is called Lord of Truth. It comes from a mechanical civilization called Truth Mechanical Civilization. It was just because it failed to compete with another super intelligent brain Father of Truth in the civilization for the highest control of civilization. So it sealed itself in the magic cube and has been wandering in the star sea for hundreds of thousands of years. He left a star sea coordinate at the end, which is exactly the territory of Truth Mechanical Civilization. But Song-Chi has no intention of exploring it, at least for now. According to the information left by the other party, this Lord of Truth was once a serious 8th level mechanical master, with dozens of 7th level Truth Mechanical behemoths under his command, and his power is not weak. However, the Father of Truth he faced was even more exaggerated. He was at the peak of the 8th level at the beginning. Now hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and at least he has reached the 9th level mechanical master. With such strength, Song-Chi will not rush over. But to be honest, if there is a chance in the future, he will still go to take a look. After all, the Sky Intelligence brain system is now lacking various intelligence brains. If he wants to try to promote the Sky Intelligence brain, then this Truth Mechanical Civilization must be visited. In addition to these, the supporting manufacturing method of the Truth Mechanical Behemoth also attracted Song-Chi attention. This kind of mechanical combat unit can have a dominant level combat power, and is the highest combat unit of the Truth Mechanical Civilization. If it can be manufactured, it will definitely be extremely helpful to the Song family. The mechanical creations that the Song family can manufacture now are only the 5th level Morua Dunkong mecha, which is really not good enough compared to those immortal families with deep foundations. However, he also knows that it is extremely difficult to manufacture this Truth Mechanical Behemoth, not only in terms of materials, but also in terms of mechanical skills and production costs. Finally, Song-Chi's sight stopped at the mythical wonder Eye of Truth according to the information left by the Lord of Truth. This Eye of Truth is a colorful upper-level wonder. It has extremely strong exploration and detection capabilities, and can digitize the information of most creatures in the star sea, so as to more intuitively show the combat power of a creature. Song-Chi showed great interest in this wonder that can be transformed into a colorful air patrol radar, which is the fundamental reason why he said that he would go to the territory of the Truth Mechanical Civilization if he had the chance in the future. This Eye of Truth is now in the hands of the Father of Truth. If he has the chance, he will try to get this wonder from him, even if the colorful upper-level wonder cannot be transformed into a shipborne component in the end. Song-Chi still wants to get it. Huh? With a light breath, Song-Chi tried his best to withdraw his thoughts from this colorful myth and turned to the creation Bagua furnace that he had just obtained. Compared to the illusory Eye of Truth, this black component is something that he has actually held in his hand and can be directly transformed into combat power. Song-Chi currently has many doubts about this component, and there are many points that he needs to explore. The most important one is whether the fire seeds that will be fused later are consumables, or can continue to play a role. Chapter 635 Effect of Good Fortune Bagua Furnace. This is undoubtedly very important. After all, the silver gold, and black fire-generating objects are not cheap. If it can continue to work, it would be the best. However, if it is a consumable, even Song Chi, as the master of Zutian market, may find it difficult to withstand such consumption. In addition, the various elixirs that can be refined by this object also need to be tested in detail. What are their effects? What level of creatures can it be effective for? How many pills can a furnace produce after strengthening? Etc. Finally, there is the missing 6-ding divine fire. He has heard of this 6-ding divine fire. It is a kind of fairy fire in the myths and legends of the previous life. The grade will never be low. I just don't know what quality this complete good fortune Bagua furnace will be if it is found in the future. Colorful myth is certain. It depends on whether it is lower, upper or extreme. For a while, Song Chi thoughts were flying. After turning around, he suddenly waved his hand. And then, he saw many fire seed wonders flying quickly from the Wonder Exchange shop below. Now the number of various wonders in the Wonder Exchange shop exceeds 1 million. And there are more than 50 silver and above wonders, among which there are naturally fire seed wonders. Soon, 2 strands of silver fire and 2 strands of golden fire appeared in Song Chi hands. Needless to say, the 2 strands of silver fire came from the inheritance land of the Yenshin clan discovered by the eldest brother, and the other strand was obtained from the recent bargain hunting operation. As for the 2 strands of golden fire, one strand was the Samadhi true fire that had just been fused not long ago and was still incomplete, and the second strand was also obtained from the Yenshin clan inheritance land, named Red Wheel Flame. Song Chi did not directly put the Samadhi true fire and Red Wheel Flame into the creation Bagua furnace, so he needed to test it first. Of course, before the test, he spent 1 strand of the 8th level floating land origin, 11 7th level master true spirits, and a large amount of titanium crystals to directly strengthen this creation Bagua furnace to level 80. After strengthening to the 8th level, the properties of the components have indeed changed a lot, the most obvious of which is the number of several kinds of elixirs that can be refined. True Essence Pill. When the component successfully fuses a strand of silver fire, it can consume 100,000 psionic points and refine a furnace of True Essence Pill by itself. Currently, the number of True Essence Pills per furnace is about 20 to 30. Note: True Essence Pills can be taken by all flesh and blood creatures in the Star Sea to continuously improve their physical strength. Currently, no fire has been put into it, and this characteristic ability is sealed. The number of Nourishing Spirit Pills is the same as that of True Essence Pills, and 20 to 30 can be produced at a time. The number of Blood Spirit Sublimation Pills has increased to 5 to 10. The number of Life Creation Pills is 3. Only Break the Immortal Pill and Third Turn Golden Body Pill were still the same. Only 1 was produced, and there was no change. Song Chi was not dissatisfied with this, as long as there was an improvement. Anyway, he had gained a lot of high-level resources in the previous bargain hunting action, and now he still had 4 strands of the 8th level floating land origin and more than 30 dominant true spirits, so he was not short of them. As for Break the Immortal Pill and Third Turn Golden Body Pill, he had actually expected this a long time ago. After all, judging from the properties of both, only one of them would bring endless benefits. After strengthening the components, Song Chi took out a strand of silver fire and directly put it into the creation Bagua furnace. Seeing that the seal entry behind the True Essence Pill feature had indeed dissipated, Song Chi activated this feature without hesitation. Then, a billowing flame rose from the furnace, and a large amount of psionic energy continued to flow into it, interweaving with the silver flame in the furnace. As time passed, the outline of the pills slowly condensed in the furnace could be clearly seen. 1, 2, 8. Song Chi counted and found that he was lucky. There were 26 outlines of pills condensed in the furnace. This was the first time to refine, and there was a high probability that 26 pills would be produced in the future. After nearly 20 minutes, this furnace of True Essence Pills was completely out of the furnace. When the 26 True Essence Pills were put into the porcelain bottle, Song Chi's eyes fell on the inside of the creation Bagua furnace. The fire has obviously dimmed. This is obviously not good news. Soon, he further confirmed that the silver fire in the furnace was about 1/30th dim. That is, 1 silver fire could roughly refine 30 furnaces of True Essence Pills, which is equivalent to 600 to 900 pills. He didn't know whether it was a profit or a loss, but Song Chi quickly accepted it. Well, strictly speaking, before this, He had some vague guesses in his heart. In his impression, the alchemists in the novels of Cultivation and Immortality in his previous life all needed various raw materials to make pills, such as higher spiritual herbs, spiritual liquids from heaven and earth, special or powders, etc. It didn't make sense for him to just invest a little psionic energy, otherwise it would be too exaggerated. After confirming this, he went back to Longi Continent and fetched a silver fire seed wonder from the family's secret vault, which also could not be transformed into an upgraded fire source. With this fire seed, he had 3 silver fire seeds. Then, he tested the refining of spirit nourishing pill. Like true essence pill, 3 silver fire seeds wonders could only refine 30 furnaces of spirit nourishing pill. After getting 1 furnace of true essence pill and 1 furnace of spirit nourishing pill respectively, Song-Chi did not continue to refine blood spirit sublimation pill. He needed to test the specific effects of true essence pill and spirit nourishing pill to see if they were worth it. If the effect was average, he would not refine other pills in a short time. The refining of the other 4 pills would at least require the use of golden fire seeds wonders. This level of wonders, even for Song-Chi now, would not be easily wasted. Summoning a 6th level Jishin clan, Song-Chi threw a true essence pill and nourishing spirit pill over. Although the pills refined in the creation Bagua furnace are not poisonous, and can be taken by all flesh and blood creatures in the Star Sea, Song-Chi is not sure about their effects at the moment. If they are weak, it is fine. But if the effect is too overbearing, the 6th level creatures will not be able to withstand the effects and eventually explode and die. That is no joke. After waiting for a long time, seeing that the 6th level Jishin clan had never shown any abnormality, Song-Chi carefully confirmed it with telepathy. The 6th level Jishin clan's reply was simple. It felt as if there was endless energy in its body, and its spirit was in a highly excited state. This situation obviously means that the 2 pills are taking effect. But the Jishin clan's expression is very general, and the 2 races are different. The specific situation still needs Song-Chi to try it himself. But at least it can be confirmed that the 6th level creatures can withstand the effects of the 2 pills. Holding his breath and calming down, Song-Chi took the lead in taking a true essence pill. As this thumb-sized pill entered his stomach, a heat flow soon began to rise from his stomach. And then the phantom energy in his body began to circulate rapidly under the influence of this heat flow. The changes in the phantom energy in his body naturally affected the outside world very quickly. Song-Chi could feel that the speed of his body absorbing phantom energy had been greatly improved. In the end, the effect of this true essence pill lasted for 3 hours. And with its assistance, Song-Chi phantom energy guidance technique, which had already reached the peak of LV67, seemed to have loosened a little. He estimated that after taking 3 true essence pills at most, his own guidance technique would successfully reach LV68. Calculated in this way, the effect of this true essence pill is absolutely amazing enough. And it will never be worse than the 50,000-year-old deepwater clam pearl. It may have a certain auxiliary effect on the 7th level guidance technique. After that, it was the spirit nourishing pill. But it was somewhat different from the true essence pill. The effect of this spirit nourishing pill on Song-Chi was very limited. Of course, this was not to say that the spirit nourishing pill was not effective, but that Song-Chi mental power was too exaggerated. During this period, he had already used up all the 7th level gray crystals on his body. The number of threads of spiritual thoughts had already broken through the 200 mark half a year ago, and now it had stopped at 223, which was extremely rare among the 6th level Xinhua captains. It was precisely because Song-Chi mental power was much stronger than that of the same level that the spirit nourishing pill could not play too much of an effect. If it were another 6th level captain, he would definitely regard this spirit nourishing pill as a treasure. After determining the value of the 2 pills, Song-Chi did not hesitate to put the red wheel flame in his hand into the pill furnace. Soon, a furnace of blood spirit sublimation pill was also produced. This time, his luck was average, and only 6 pills were produced, still reproducing the previous operation. Letting the 6th level Jishin clan try it first, and after confirming that there was no danger, Song-Chi swallowed it himself. The effect is okay, only half a point weaker than the advanced bloodline baptism of the bloodline baptism platform in the market. If 2 pills can be taken at a time, it should be enough for low-level life to increase the gene bloodline value to more than 70 points. That is, to enter the category of advanced life in the Star Sea, greatly improving their potential. although he recognized the effect of this blood-spirit sublimation pill. After all, it did not have the extremely strict requirements of the bloodline baptism platform. But Song-Chi still did not think highly of this pill. The reason is that this blood-spirit sublimation pill has no effect on him. On the one hand, he had evolved his bloodline to the level of advanced life in the star sea as early as the 4th level. And the other is its refining cost. In the furnace of creation, the red flame that had just been put in had dimmed by January 10th. Which means that a wisp of golden fire can only refine 10 furnaces of blood-spirit creation pill. In Song-Chi's opinion, this is not worth it. However, he is quite interested in the 4th type of life creation pill. Its effect is to heal injuries, and it can instantly restore all injuries in the body. If it can be effective for 6th level or even 7th level creatures, then its value can be imagined. Without saying too much, at least when he uses the slavery seal frenzy feature of the heavenly power control ring in the future, there will be no so many restrictions. After the frenzy ends, take one immediately, and there is a high probability that the dying slave creature can be revived. Unfortunately, he does not have enough golden fire in his hand at the moment, so he can only talk about it later. Chapter 636 Walking in the Heavens. Samadhi True Fire. It is absolutely impossible to put it into this Fortune Bagua furnace, which is the future black or even color upgrade fire source. In fact, the only golden fire seed wonder that Song-Chi can use is this red wheel flame. If he wants to refine the life creation pill, he will have to get at least 2 more golden fire seeds in the future. Song-Chi is also very troubled by this. It is not difficult to see that Zhou Ping took out this Fortune Bagua furnace. In addition to the urgent need to save his life, it is also likely that it is difficult for them to collect so many high-level fire seeds. You must know that the silver fire seed wonder is already among the fairy fires in their prehistoric continent, not to mention the golden and black fire seeds. Without rushing to take back the Tianxu Sanqiong, Song-Chi activated the Pajuo Zen seal component first. Under its speed feature and the dual cooling reduction of the time chessboard, the time required to refine the second batch of true essence pills was reduced to 28 days, less than a month. After doing all this, he took back the Tianxu Sanqiong and began to practice the guiding technique with the assistance of true essence pills, super quality bodybuilding potion, and higher deepwater clam pearls. After just half a month, with multiple assistances, his guiding technique successfully entered LV68, and it would not be long before he would reach the peak of the 6th level. On this day, the door of the all-attribute training room was opened, and Song-Chi, who had been practicing for half a month, walked out of it. It was not that he did not want to continue practicing, but the Qiongtian intelligence brain in the Xinhua Zuqiu in the center of his eyebrows sent a reminder that the Luofu sword sect leader had woken up. In the cabin of Tianxu Sanqiong, Song-Chi stood in front of the life system medical repair cabin, looking through the hatch of the repair cabin and looking at the man inside, who had opened his eyes and was constantly looking around. Under the influence of the power of the dominance of the market, the inside and outside of the repair cabin had long been isolated. So at this moment, he could clearly see the situation inside the cabin. But the cabin could not sense the outside world. In the life system medical repair cabin, Zhang Lingxuan's mind was full of thoughts. Although he didn't know how long he had been sleeping, he was very clear about the state of his body sealed in front of the 10,000-year black ice coffin. Now he could clearly sense the body that had returned to its peak. And he had a rough guess in his mind. Did Zhou Ping succeed in asking the Lord of the Market of all heavens to come to power? I was just holding on to a glimmer of hope. But I didn't expect that he would recover so easily. Is this the method of the Lord of the Market of all heavens that Zhou Ping praised in the past? He is indeed a great existence standing on the top of the boundless sea of stars. Just as his mind was in a state of confusion, suddenly, a magnificent voice that seemed to come from the ancient times suddenly flooded into his mind. Since you are awake, let's talk about your experience in the ruins of the ancient fairyland continent where you were self-exiled. I know something about this once dominant civilization, and I am quite interested in it. When Zhang Lingxian heard this voice that sounded for no reason, his mind suddenly tensed up. If the spiritual power in his body had not been sealed, he might have activated many spells to protect himself. But he soon reacted. Your Majesty, the Lord of the Market of all heavens. He spoke tentatively at first, but when he didn't get a response, he was completely certain that the one who just transmitted the eternal voice was the legendary Lord of the Market of all heavens. After confirming this, he had no other concerns. He organized his words in his heart and then quickly replied, reporting to your Majesty. Our sect officially explored the ruins of the fairyland 200 years ago. For some reason, there is no distinction between day and night at the ruins. The night is pervasive, and there is no sunlight. John Lingxian said a lot, basically describing the entire exploration process of the Luofu sword sect over the past 200 years. As for the reason, in addition to knowing that nothing can be hidden in front of the great existence Lord of the market of all heavens, there are also two other important reasons. First, he captured several key words from the voice transmission just now, such as self-exile, overlord-level civilization, etc. For these, he instinctively wanted to have a deeper understanding. Secondly, he heard that the Lord of the market of all heavens was also very interested in the ruins of the immortal realm continent, which gave him many ideas in his heart. He wanted to take this opportunity to see if he could achieve it, or give it a try. After describing the entire exploration process, seeing that he still had no response, Zhang Lingxian pondered for a moment and tried again. Your Majesty, from what you just said, the former immortal realm continent seemed to be very powerful. So why did it end up like this? What is the so-called self-exile? Outside the medical repair cabin, Song Qi pondered for a moment, and then explained it as briefly as possible. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the once prosperous immortal realm civilization was suddenly hit by an unknown force. In a short period of time, more than 80% of its peak combat power was destroyed. In the end, it could only exile itself into the void dark space to seek a respite. Zhang Lingxuan's eyes were stunned for a long time, hearing these secrets from such a great existence as the Lord of the market of all heavens. He was shocked at the moment, and after the shock, he was deeply afraid. As powerful as the fairyland civilization was, it was completely destroyed. The prehistoric continent was just one of the many low-level continents under the jurisdiction of the fairyland civilization. If the unknown power comes again in the future, how can they resist it? Thinking of this, the idea that had emerged in his mind before became stronger. No matter how many coping methods popped up in his mind, only this one was the most suitable. And it could also promote the rapid development of the entire Luofu sword sect again. Outside the medical repair cabin, Song Qi saw the change in Zhang Lingxuan's expression. He raised his mouth slightly, and was obviously in a very good mood. This was his plan. First, by healing the other party's injury that was almost half a step into the gate of hell, he preconceived a corresponding change in his psychology, so that the Luofu sword sect leader would no longer have any doubts about the extremely mysterious and omnipotent identity of Lord of the market of all heavens that he created. Then, he used the ancient secrets of the ancient fairyland civilization to highlight the unknown power that destroyed the fairyland civilization, which made him feel suspicious and vaguely revealed his interest in the ruins of the fairyland continent. Under these layers of guidance, as expected, the mood of the Luofu sword sect leader changed perfectly according to his plan. At a certain moment, Zhang Lingxian, who had been thinking for a long time, spoke again. Your Majesty, the Lord of the market, you saved my Luofu sword sect from the water and fire this time. If you hadn't helped, Luofu sword sect would never have survived under the watchful eyes of other forces in the prehistoric continent. Zhang Lingxian, together with all the sword sect disciples of this generation, sincerely thanked your Majesty. Of course, this was just foreplay. After saying these polite words, Zhang Lingxian changed his tone. Your Majesty, since you are interested in the ruins of the fairyland continent, my Luofu sword sect is willing to serve you. After saying this, Zhang Lingxian stopped talking. His eyes were deep and his face was calm, without any emotional changes. But this is only for other creatures, not Song Qi. With the power of the 8th level master of the market, and with double pupils, no matter how well Zhang Lingxian concealed it, he could clearly capture the flash of excitement in the depths of his eyes. And there was also worry intertwined in it. In addition, the rapidly beating heart in his body also silently told his inner excitement. There is no doubt that Song Qi succeeded, and the other party took the initiative to bring up this matter. Before this, he had considered forcibly enslaving Zhou Ping many times. As long as the master-servant contract completed the enslavement, he could easily use Zhou Ping as a fulcrum to extend his tentacles into the ruins of the fairyland continent. However, in this way, the Lord of the market of all heavens, who had been built with all his strength for hundreds of years, will inevitably have loopholes. Even if Zhou Ping himself did not say it, the high-level people of Luofu sword sect might not be unable to detect it. In addition, the Godland mission platform Godland transmission, channel. Over time, this matter might not be spread. This is also the reason why he has not taken action yet. Now that the leader of Lufu's sword sect has taken the initiative to speak, the situation is completely different. Not only will it not have any impact on his identity as the Lord of the Market of all heavens, but the key is that he can also take this opportunity to take the first step towards the ruins of the Immortal Realm continent that he has been thinking about. Song-Chi thought carefully for a while, and then gave two options. This seat is indeed very interested in the Immortal Realm continent. So, you can choose one of the two options. 1. Become a walker of all heavens under the seat. This requires signing a walking contract and swearing to be loyal to this seat forever with your soul. As a reward, you will receive a permanent market projection order. If you encounter life-threatening situations, you can seek protection from the market of all heavens at any time and summon the market projection to fight the enemy. If you perform well in the future, you will have the opportunity to obtain a higher level market token in the future. Moreover, this does not conflict with your development of Lufu's sword sect and cultivating your own wings. 2. No need to sign any contract. Exchange market projection order within the market rules. If you choose this option, you will not be able to obtain higher level market tokens in the future. And if you really encounter a crisis of too high intensity, this seat will choose to respond or refuse the call depending on the situation. According to Song-Chi thoughts, he really wanted to list only one option and directly cancel the second option. But in order to maintain his own personality, he obviously couldn't really do that. Looking at the medical repair cabin again, Zhang Lingxuan's eyes flickered, and he didn't give a choice at the first time. Obviously, these two options made him a little entangled. Song-Chi would not urge him. How could an existence that is detached from the world care too much about the choice of a small 6th-level creature? What he wanted to show now was that kind of indifference. To make Zhang Lingxian mistakenly believe that there were many walking in the heavens under his command. And he didn't care if he had one more or one less. After pondering for a while, Zhang Lingxian finally made a decision. Lufu Lingxian, I am willing to be your majesty's walking in the heavens. Good. Zhang Lingxuan's mind heard two short words, which made him feel happy. However, what he didn't know was that at this moment, Song-Chi and the Tianqiu Sanqiong suddenly disappeared. Outside, Yanxi River System, Song Family Fleet. Song-Chi suddenly appeared inside an ordinary Tomahawk-class Star Destroyer operated by thousands of clansmen. As soon as he appeared, he immediately contacted the flame-boiling sea through the destroyer. Brother, can I borrow your flame covenant for a while? Song Yan didn't ask much, and quickly sent the unloaded flame covenant over without damage. There are actually two similar parts in the Tianqiu Sanqiong, namely Master-Servant Contract and Oath Covenant. However, the Master-Servant Contract is only silver, and the Oath Covenant is of lower quality. But it is only red. Although both are enough to have an effect on Zhang Lingxian, who is at the 6th level, they are also easy to break free. In comparison, the gold-quality Flame Covenant is safer. After that, Song-Chi returned to the Zhutian market, and based on the Flame Covenant parts, he drafted a walking contract on his own. As for the content of the contract, he did not add anything about life and death, but focused on 2 points, loyalty to the Lord of Zhutian market and loyalty to the Zhutian market itself. After Zhang Lingxian took the initiative to complete the signing of the contract, although he did not release the other party from the medical repair cabin, he sent a market projection order to him. Although he was a little reluctant, for the sake of the Star Continent level Fairyland continent, this was the only way. In addition, a black stone was also sent to Zhang Lingxian. The Projection Emperor stone condensed from the Void Sea Projection Emperor tomb. Please keep these two things, especially the black stone. When you enter the Fairyland continent ruins later, remember to activate it directly with the spiritual power in your body. At that time, I will use it as a medium to send my subordinates to explore the Fairyland continent. After giving these instructions, Song-Chi added the last sentence. The next round of market trading will be opened in half a month, and you can return to the prehistoric continent by yourself. Half a month later, the market trading was opened again, and Zhou Ping naturally came as soon as he was invited. When he saw his own master who had fully recovered, his excitement was beyond words. During this period, Lufu's sword sect was suppressed a lot. Although those true immortals who had successfully ascended to the 7th level were restricted, and it was difficult for them to return to the prehistoric continent, there were many returning to the void cultivators from various forces. In order to relieve the pressure of the sect, The sword sect had a god-transforming elder who tried to impact the return to the void. But due to insufficient foundation, all the impacts failed. It can be said that the atmosphere in Lufu's sword sect has been extremely depressed in recent times. If no one comes forward to take charge of the overall situation, the sect is afraid that it will be dispersed, now that the master has returned. This is undoubtedly great news for the entire Lufu sword sect. In addition to Zhou Ping, the other regular customers of the market were also shocked. If they had some doubts about Zhou Ping's easy recovery, the Lufu sword sect leader was definitely halfway to the gates of hell. How could you be saved? After witnessing this incident, the alien races became more determined in their previous thoughts. They had already decided that if they were seriously injured in the future, they would beg the Lord of the Market to help at all costs. Chapter 637, finally arriving at the Fairyland continent. Song Chi was naturally happy to see this happen, as it would greatly increase his chances of obtaining high-level rare items and top resources in the future. After all, no matter what kind of creature it is difficult to remain calm when death is about to come. Since the Zhutian market has given them this last chance to save their lives, they will naturally take out all the things they have stored at the bottom of the box at all costs to try to hold on to this last straw. It may be that Zhang Lingxian is not ready to enter the Fairyland continent again. Or it may be that there are too many trivial matters in the Lufu sword sect during this period of time. In short, the projection Emperor Stone has not been activated yet. Song Chi was not in a hurry about this. After all, the ruins of the Fairyland continent have been floating in the dark side of the virtual sea for hundreds of thousands of years. It is still unclear what it is like now, and whether there are dangers beyond imagination. Naturally, he could not ask the Tianxu Songqiong to explore it, as it would be too dangerous. He understood better than anyone the principle that a son of a wealthy family should not sit in the hall. If he wanted to formally explore the ruins of the Fairyland continent, he had to wait for the cooling of the mirror image parts, and then use the mirror worship to slowly explore. But he didn't have to wait too long. Hongwan continent. Lufu domain. Lufu sword sect. Lufu sword sect stands deep in the Lufu mountains, with many main peaks and a level 5 peak spiritual vein, which is a rare spiritual place in the world of Hongwang. On this day, many figures gathered in the main hall of Lufu sword sect, among which Zhang Lingxian and Zhou Ping were all there. Master, this time you have summoned all the cultivators above the nascent soul stage of the sect to discuss matters. Are you preparing to start exploring the Fairyland continent again? After everyone arrived, an elder in the god transformation stage in the hall spoke first. Lufu sword sect is no longer what it used to be. It owns the Zhutian market, a super trading channel connecting the various domains of the boundless starry sea. Over the past hundreds of years, the sword sect has developed rapidly. Not only did Zhang Lingxian himself successfully advance to the return to void stage, but several veteran Yuanian cultivators in the sect also ascended to the transformation of the gods, far surpassing the past. Hearing what the transformation of the gods elder said, the faces of dozens of Yuanian elders below the hall all changed. Soon someone said, Master, this is absolutely not allowed. Although our Lufu sword sect has developed rapidly in the past few hundred years, it has no power to resist the true immortals. It is too dangerous to go to the Fairyland continent at this time. Yes, Master, please think twice. Hearing the many admonitions from below, Zhang Lingxuan's hand under his robe tightly grasped the golden market projection order. Although it has been a while since he returned to the sect, he did not take the initiative to announce this market projection order. The reason is that there are other forces in the sect. Ignoring the admonitions from below, Zhang Lingxian spoke firmly. No need to say anything. I have already decided on this matter. In 3 days, I will organize my disciples to go to the Fairyland again to start a new exploration. For a moment, all the elders in the hall sighed and looked unhappy. They did not continue to speak, because everyone knew that it was difficult for others to change the things that their own sect leader had decided. But if you look closely, you can see that in a corner of the hall, an old-looking Yuanian cultivator had a hint of a hidden sneer in his eyes. 3 days passed in a flash. Under the attention of a large number of external forces, Lufu sword sect sent an elite team of the sect, carrying a 5th-level spirit boat, and headed towards the ascension platform in a mighty manner. The sword sect leader Zhang Lingxian was also among them. No force dared to make small moves in this regard. As a sword cultivation sect, Lufu sword sect has gradually taken on the title of the first sect in prehistoric combat power in the past few hundred years, after the gradual decline of the Chunyang sword sect. After all, in the cultivation civilization system, the combat power of sword cultivators has always crushed those of the same level. Although Zhang Lingxian can only be regarded as a late-stage cultivator among the returning to the void cultivators, his combat power is unparalleled. He is not at all inferior to the peak returning to the void ancestors who have lived for nearly 10,000 years. Now that Zhang Lingxian has recovered, other forces naturally dare not act rashly. Primordial continent. Tai domain. Deep in the mountain gate of Tai Immortal Gate, an old voice sounded. A nouveau riche is a nouveau riche. So what if he has become one of the top immortal sects in the prehistoric continent? This time, as long as Zhang Lingxian dies, Luofu's sword sect will never be able to cause any trouble again. He is just lucky. He has recovered from such a serious injury before. But there will be no more accidents this time. The true immortal ancestors of our Tai Immortal sect, Zishiu sect, and Heart Demon sect will all take action and swear to get the Black Alchemy Furnace. Although Zhang Lingxian did not know the thoughts of the cultivators from other sects on the continent, he could guess roughly. There was a cold light in his eyes, and a hint of impatience. He really wanted to see how those people would react when the Lord of the Market of all Heavens made a move. In ancient times, only the returning cultivators could activate the Ascension platform to ascend to the immortal world. But now the immortal world has collapsed, and the rules have changed. Now even Jindan cultivators can go directly to the ruins of the immortal continent through this Ascension platform. Soon, the people of Luofu's sword sect began to ascend the Ascension platform one after another, and were teleported to the immortal continent in batches. Zhang Lingxian was naturally the first batch. He was not sure what was going on the other side of the Ascension platform, so he had to go there first to check. What surprised him was that the expected attack did not come until more than 200 people from Luofu's sword sect completed the teleportation in batches. All elders and disciples, listen to the order. Go directly to our sword sect. Before he finished speaking, 3 whistling sounds came from the eternally dark sky, and then the vast pressure of the true immortals of crossing the tribulation came from 3 completely different directions, covering all the more than 200 people from Luofu's sword sect, Tai Immortal sect, Zishiu sect, Heart Demon sect. Wait until all our disciples are teleported here before taking action. So you are not going to let anyone from Luofu's sword sect go? Zhang Lingxian didn't seem surprised, but his voice was extremely cold. Faced with this questioning, the 2 old men in Taoist robes, who looked like immortals, did not speak. The pale-faced Heart Demon sect true immortal cultivator, with a strong gloomy aura, laughed and said, "Boy, you are wrong for taking something that doesn't belong to you. Hand over the things, and I can save you from the pain of being devoured by thousands of demons." As soon as this person finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared in the crowd behind Zhang Lingxian. Imli, the 128th generation disciple of the Heart Demon sect, grieved the ancestor. Seeing this scene, Zhang Lingxian narrowed his eyes. He recognized this person, who was one of the elders of Luofu's sword sect, who had just been promoted to the nascent soul not long ago. Very good. Since the traitor in this sect has appeared, there is no need to continue this drama. After saying this, regardless of the doubts in the eyes of the 3 true immortals above his head, Zhang Lingxian directly took out the market projection token. Zhang Lingxian of Luofu's sword sect, welcome the arrival of the Lord of the Market of all Heavens. As he said this, the spiritual power in his body rushed into the golden token frantically. Buzz buzz buzz. A large amount of purple mist originated from the void. In the blink of an eye, the eternally dark sky above was covered by boundless purple mist energy. Soon, a market projection condensed from this purple mist energy. The Luofu sword sect monks behind Zhang Lingxian were still a little unresponsive for a while. Only Zhou Ping's face was full of excitement. As an old man who has been in the market of all heavens for hundreds of years, he knows too well how powerful the Lord of the Market is. Without any surprise, after the projection of the market of the universe was condensed, the true immortal ancestors of the 3 families, Tai Immortal sect, Zishiu sect, and Shinma sect, only said one sentence. This is the golden immortal. Before he could even finish his words, 3 purple mist handprints that emerged from the purple mist projection of the market had already landed on the heads of the 3 people one after another. No fish was caught in the net. And 3 people. No. It should be 4 people. All were killed in one blow. It was not because the power of the projection of the market of the universe had been greatly increased during this period. The main reason why it could easily kill 3 true immortal cultivators, who were comparable to the 7th level masters, was that these 3 people had only been promoted to the 7th level for a short period of more than 100 years. And their combat power was extremely limited. Secondly, they were originally creatures of the prehistoric continent, and there was no blessing of the original will of the floating land on this fairyland continent. So they were easily killed by the projection of the market. In fact, Song-Chi had not expected this. He had originally thought of leaving 1 or 2 people behind to see if he could enslave them. After all, they were all dominant fighters. But he had not expected that they were all so weak. However, although he could not enslave them, he still did not give up on the 3 true immortal corpses. He planned to bring them back later through the Void Beast's skin. Not to mention the good things that might exist on these 3 people. The value of the 3 drops of dominant source blood alone was extremely high. Below, Zhang Lingxuan's eyes shone brightly, and the 3 true immortal cultivators were killed with a wave of his hand. This undoubtedly once again proved the boundless power of the Lord of the Market of all heavens. And he was now bound to the Market of all heavens. The stronger the Lord of the Market of all heavens, the higher his status and upper limit would be in the future. For him, this was undoubtedly the best news. Okay, everyone listen to the order and go to the sect's headquarters first. After the Luofu Sword Sect cultivators left, Zhang Lingxian also took out the Projection Emperor Stone under the gaze of the market projection above his head. As his spiritual power continued to be injected, the Projection Emperor Stone quickly emitted a large amount of phantom energy, and finally condensed a worship shadow tens of thousands of meters long under the market projection. Just as Zhang Lingxian was curiously looking at the worship shadow, the worship shadow suddenly turned from virtual to real. And finally, in his astonished eyes, it completely turned into a streamlined steel worship. This is not over yet. After the worship magically turned from virtual to real, it soon took the next step. With a swish, the worship hatch was opened, and then a gray shadow flew out along the hatch.